Chapter 61, The End. Kid, so you're unable to speak. Seeing Ryo's helpless face, Jiraiya made that guess. Ryo nodded with his head keeping on the same expression. Ryo, aren't you a Yamanaka? Use your clan's secret technique to communicate with us, said Sakumo. Ryo's face froze, he forgot that he had such a technique he could use. He scratched his head in embarrassment and then began to use his spiritual power to communicate with them. Sakumo-san, Jiraiya-san, great sage toads, are you all right? He asked those he was in communication with. We are fine. The San's target is you. They weren't even hesitant to sacrifice elite Jonins in order to kill you. They made us think that their focus was beating Jiraiya's sage mode, while it was all made up to get to you. Sakumo explained the San's actions to Ryo, and Jiraiya still had fear apparent on his face. Today, if Ryo didn't have such a card hidden, he would have been probably killed by Shikaku. The death of the leader of the medical team would certainly bring chaos to Konoha's troops. The village would have also lost one of its future pillars. And Jiraiya didn't even want to think about what Kushina would do if she heard such news. Hey, Jiraiya-san! You'd let me die in such a way? Ryo was connected to every one of them and he could see what they were thinking of. Ryo-chan, Jiraiya-chan doesn't mean such a thing. Don't blame him, we were all afraid. But more importantly, what's with that form? This is the first time I ever see such a gathering of natural energy, asked Fukazaku. Ryo transmitted to them the principle of making ice colossus. Of course, he kept the parts related to his previous life hidden. Sakumo did not know too much about natural energy, though he did hear about it. He did not expect that Ryo would be able to directly use it with his special ice release. Fukazaku and Shima were also surprised to see Ryo's transformation. They originally thought that he just had a Kekii Genkai that allowed him to turn his body into ice, and to use natural energy. But now it seems that his ice elementization allowed him to become natural energy itself. Kid, how long can you stay in this mode? Jiraiya asked Ryo looking at the situation of Konoha's ninja. Less than 1 minute. Ryo checked out the flow of natural energy within the ice colossus before answering. Great, then go and get rid of that puppet division. Jiraiya was referring to the Sand Jonins on the battlefield. When he looked around, Jiraiya had an idea about the situation of the battlefield. Konoha's losses in deaths and injuries were too heavy. They had to redeem some of them. Ryo nodded, disconnecting with the lot, and running towards the puppet division who were also coming his way. Sakumo-san, if you had to face the kid's ice colossus, could you win against it? Jiraiya asked after Ryo left. Ryo's new technique is really terrible. I wouldn't be able to take one punch. It's really a shame that its shortcomings are obvious and too heavy. Jiraiya understood well what Sakumo meant, and he was already thinking the same. Ryo's new technique was appropriate to face a tailed beast, but against ninjas like Jiraiya and Sakumo, it wasn't such a great threat. Retreating, Cho found a wounded Bunpyaku. How can you fail? How did it happen? Cho was furious as she asked him. Ryo Yamanaka suddenly grew in size and wrapped himself in ice. He was able to block Shikaku's air bullets with one hand. He was extremely strong, and even Shikaku's absolute defense was useless. Just one of his punches is enough to pierce Shikaku's body. Cho-bie-san, isn't that the technique of the Akamika clan? Raza heard Bunpyaku's description, looked at Ryo and then asked that question. It fits the description indeed. Being a Yamanaka, it isn't too surprising that he got to learn one of the secrets techniques of the allying Akamika clan. But their techniques rely too much on calories, requiring them to be fat, and the kid is not fat at all. Cho answered with surprise herself. Kazekage-sama, Cho-san, Ryo Yamanaka's ice is also very strong, said Bunpyaku. Oh, this battle was a loss for the Sand. I thought we would be able to kill the kid with this plan, I didn't expect him to hide a technique that's so powerful, said Cho. But this time we did get some wins. They've lost a Jonin, and at least a 1000 Genins and Chinins, said Raza. What should we do next? Cho was confused and didn't know what to do. First, we should retreat. I'm afraid that if Jiraiya and Sakumo join the war, our losses would increase exponentially, said Raza. In the other side, the battle between Ryo and the puppet division had ended. Their ways of attack were varied, and their poison was powerful. However, they couldn't do anything to Ryo, who had the protection of the Ice Colossus, a protection so powerful, that even Shikaku was unable to break it. It didn't take long for Ryo to beat them. And at that time, Raza issued an order of retreat against the sand. Unlike the last battle, this time, Konoha's men did not have Ryo's assistance, and the battle took too long. Their losses were heavy. Over 7,000 ninjas went into the battlefield, but only 6,000 have survived. When they received the retreat order, the sand ninjas stopped fighting and withdrew quickly. Ryo also went out of Ice Colossus mode when they retreated. The mode, which relies on natural energy, instantly turned into water after the last bit of natural energy that Ryo had was gone. After he left that mode, not only was Ryo's chakra exhausted, the natural energy he had in his yin seal had also bottomed out. Where the Ice Colossus used to be, Ryo was left, weak and unable to move. "Ryo, are you alright?" Sakumo, who had his eyes on Ryo, immediately went in front of him to protect him from the sand ninjas as soon as he went out of the Ice Colossus mode. "I'm okay, a bit weak though. My chakra has bottomed out," answered Ryo, smiling. Sakumo left the battlefield with Ryo leaving the command of the army to Jiraiya. Konoha's ninjas cleared the battlefield under Jiraiya's command, bringing back the bodies of their companions. "Jiraiya-chan, I'll go back with Ma to Mount Myaboku then. Call us whenever you're in need." "Okay, boss, One-san, goodbye." When Ryo was back to his tent, he fell asleep. Sakumo summoned some members of the medical team to take care of him and left. There are still so many things in the camp that required him to handle them. On the other hand, Jiraiya took responsibility of arranging patrols and protecting the camp to prevent any sneak attacks from the sand. Chapter 62, The Third's Rewards. After a few days of practice, Ryo recovered completely from the use of Ice Colossus. Ice Colossus, this technique was a big burden on the current young Ryo. To control such a huge amount of natural energy was no trivial matter. Not only did it require a lot of spiritual power, but also a strong and fit physique. With his body as the core, Ryo built a large statue of ice and integrated his body into it. While this grants him perfect control of the statue, it also consumes a lot of physical energy and chakra. A few days ago, Ryo had only 10 minutes in that mode. He spent a lot of energy. While he was in the mode, he felt nothing wrong. It was only after he went out of it that he found out that he was out on all sorts of energy. With the huge loss he had in physical energy, Ryo had no way to refine his chakra. He laid in bed for several days before he was able to get rid of this destabilization, and his chakra's cohesion returned to normal. In addition to these side effects, Ryo also discovered that when his body was directly integrated into nature, his chakra stores were increased by a large amount. He was now comparable to an elite jonin. The first thing he went on to do after restoring his physical energy was refilling his yin seal with natural energy. Without the natural energy in the yin seal, he won't be able to use sage mode, and ice elementization would just use up too much chakra. Sakumo and Jiraiya also knew that Ryo needed time to recover. Moreover, the sand didn't show any moves recently, so they did not need his assistance. The natural energy in the camp was far less abundant than in Mount Myaboku. It took Ryo almost a month to refill his yin seal. After filling the yin seal, Ryo returned to teaching the medical principles from his past life to his team. During the last battle, Konoha's medical ninjas discovered that this new style of medical ninjutsu taught to them by Ryo had proved useful. Several medical ninjas used these new methods taught to them by Ryo to save the lives of many of their companions who had their hearts stop beating. They never thought of using lightning release to stimulate the heart. This method allowed them to save lives. What shocked them even more was that the simple act of pressing the chest could also achieve the same effect. Because of all of that, now they've become full of interest in Ryo's special techniques. His teachings attracted more and more people. There weren't only medics attending his sessions anymore, even ordinary ninjas began to attend them. Many of the things that he taught benefited them greatly. But on one session, Ryo had an uninvited guest, Fugaku Uchiha. Last time they met, Ryo explained his hair color to him by telling him that his father was a Nara. Although that was indeed a valid explanation, Fugaku was still skeptical, but he was in no position to keep asking questions. After all, Ryo was the captain of the medical team, and one of the main decision makers in this war. And on top of all of that, Ryo was far stronger than him. In the face of a higher-ranked stronger ninja, Fukago had no way to calm his skepticism or to get to Ryo. So when he heard that Ryo was organizing open medical ninjutsu course, he had the idea of joining them. The teaching area was very active and lively. There are many medical and ordinary ninjas, and Fugaku sat down in the corner. Ryo did not see Fugaku, and his lecture for the day revolved around genetics. And since he was talking about genetics, he delved into the realm of Kekkei Genkais, discussing the formation of the abilities in the higher generations and then talking about how they are inherited over generations. Combining his past knowledge about genetics with his knowledge of the world of Naruto, his lecture was excellent and ninjas listened to it with relish. Even Fugaku was intrigued. Is Ryo Yamanaka here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the thoughts of the ninjas present, and Ryo stopped his lecture. The ninjas were a little angry and bothered that someone was so disrespectful that he dared to interrupt the session. They looked back and found Umbu ninjas. Ryo Yamanaka, this was sent to you by the Hokage. The Umbus ignored the eyes of those who were present and handed a sealed scroll to Ryo. He took it and the Umbus quickly left. Everyone, I'm sorry, let's go on. Ryo placed the scroll in his bag and continued his lecture. The genetics lecture went on for a full 2 hours before it ended. After many of the ninjas were gone, Ryo noticed Fugaki in the corner. He didn't want to be bothered by him, so he took a few things and turned away. Ryo, Ryo! Wait! Seeing that Ryo was going away, Fugaku quickly stopped him. What do you want? The coldness of Ryo made Fugaku feel awkward. He was also considered a genius in the Uchiha clan. He had opened his 3-dotted Sharingan at a young age and was respected wherever he went. Ryo's attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. Ryo, I don't have any question like last time. I'm just really interested in genetics and what you were just talking about. Fugaku was a man fit to be the clan's head. He was really wise and knew well how to divert the topic and avoid Ryo's coldness. What is it that you want to know? You can come tomorrow, I'll talk about it some more. Now, I have some things to do, so we'll leave this for later. Ryo turned and left the place. After entering his tent, he took out the 3RDS scroll. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to get rid of Fugaku. Checking out this scroll was far more important to him. Back when he took it from the Umbu, he realized that the third had sealed it with the 4-symbol seal. If this was worth sealing with such a powerful technique, then it certainly has something of importance hidden inside it. Ryo unsealed the scroll. Inside it, there was a letter, and 2 smaller scrolls. He opened the letter first. It started with some formal greeting, and the middle section revolved around praising Ryo's outstanding performance during the 2 battles he fought. At the end, the letter explained the rewards given to him, 2S rank justice developed by the second Hokage. These 2 techniques were Sudden, Hard Whirlpool Water Blade, and Sudden, Water Dragon Biting Explosion, some of the strongest water release jutsus made by the second. The second Hokage had developed several powerful jutsus, including the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Edo Tensei and the Flying Thunder God. Although he had developed several jutsus, he was best at water release techniques. Legend has it that he had signed a contract with the sea itself to be able to release the most powerful water release jutsus where there was no water at all. The third gave these 2 powerful S-rank jutsus as a reward to Ryo, who was shocked. He didn't expect the Hokage to be so generous. Chapter 63, Learning the Ninjutsu. Sudden, Hard Whirlpool Water Blade uses pressure to compress a water vortex into the form of a javelin. This jutsu can be thrown, and it explodes into a whirlpool as soon as it touches its target. Its range will change with the amount of chakra used. Sudden, Water Dragon Biting Explosion is an advanced version of the Water Dragon Bullet technique that uses its impact force to knock up the enemy. Then the dragon would split into 2 to attack the enemy from both directions. Ryo remembers these techniques well from playing Tobirama's character in the Naruto games, especially the Water Dragon Biting Explosion, as it was as magnificent as a jutsu could come. Being such powerful S-rank jutsus, the 3RDS reward exceeded all of Ryo's expectations. Ryo was very talented with water release, but not talented enough to learn 2 S-rank jutsus by just looking into scrolls. So he went to Jiraiya to seek advice. For over a month, the sand showed no movement. Jiraiya had absolutely nothing to do. So he was very happy to hear Ryo's request. Ryo handed over the 2 scrolls to Jiraiya, who opened them just to be shocked when he knew what jutsus were in them. Kid! This is what the old man gave you. Yeah, the Hokage gave me these 2 scrolls along with this letter. Saying that, Ryo gave the letter to Jiraiya. He had a quick look at it, and said, "So that's what the old man had to do." Ryo looked very strangely at Jiraiya. Before, he guessed that the third Hokage had to pay a huge price to be able to send these jutsus to him. After all, Danzo and the two advisors would never agree with that. But that's not what Jiraiya was talking about. Ryo and Jiraiya didn't know that not too long ago, there was a huge quake at the top of Konoha. It happened as the third was pushing for Minato to lead the troops in the Land of Earth battleground. Danzo objected heavily because of Minato's young age. He didn't think he would be fit for such an important task. It was the same with the two advisors. In anger, the third decided to suspend all three of them on the spot. Once again, the third demonstrated his power, and this was right after the outbreak of the Third War. With the momentum he had, he deprived Danzo of all his power. Afterwards, he publicly announced that he would reward 2 of the S-rank water release ninjutsus of the second Hokage to Ryo Yamanaka, the hero who was defeating the Sand. Danzo and the two advisors were suspended, and that had an obvious effect. No one doubted the 3RDS words. After seeing the 3RDS letter, Jiraiya knew that Danzo would never agree with such a great reward being given to Ryo. But now that the two techniques are in Ryo's hands, it meant that good old Hiruzen got rid of Danzo and the advisors. It was clear to him that his sensei God of Shinobi was back. He told Ryo about his guesses, but the latter didn't quite believe them. After all, even after the incident with Sakumo, the third did not punish Danzo. So now that Konoha is in war, he would never do such a thing that could destabilize the village's stability. "Kid, I know you have some prejudice against the old man. I mean, even I don't understand his action well. But this letter tells me that the God of Shinobi is back," said Jiraiya. The two NDS2 jutsus were recorded in the Scroll of Seals, so Jiraiya had never had the chance to learn them before himself. That's was he was really interested in them. Jiraiya went on and condensed the water in his hand, turning it into a water vortex, and then, according to the instructions on the scrolls, it began to shrink. Ryo, who was watching him on the side, also went on to make a water vortex, trying to have a feel for the jutsu before trying it. 2 days later, Jiraiya was able to successfully use the S-class jutsu in the desert, not too far from Konoha's camp. Ryo was looking from the side and he watched Jiraiya forming the seals for the technique. Then water vortex was compressed into a water javelin. When Jiraiya threw it into the desert, the javelin exploded and turned into a whirlpool that took the desert's sand into the air, leaving behind a huge hole in the sand dune. "Kid, we made it." The second Hokage was a genius. Such a jutsu can prove to be so effective in the desert. Jiraiya was really happy. "Jiraiya-san, if you use this technique and infuse it with Senjutsu Chakra, could it possibly break through Shikaku's absolute defense?" After thinking for a while, Jiraiya answered, "With Senjutsu Chakra, breaking through Shikaku's absolute defense wouldn't be such a big problem for this jutsu. The problem is that in the desert, this won't be of any benefit. Shikaku would just have infinite regeneration. What if the whirlpool was frozen? Frozen whirlpool? How would it rotate after being frozen? Without the pulling force brought by the whirlpool's rotation, Shikaku's defense wouldn't be broken." "Jiraiya-san, I meant that the whirlpool could be frozen partially. I can control the shape of what I freeze. If the whirlpool carries ice blades in it, it would penetrate Shikaku's defense, and the blades would be placed in the wounds in a way that prevents them from recovering, thus limiting the beast's actions." Ryo proposed his idea, and Jiraiya actually found it feasible. Using the water spout to break through the defense, wounding Shikaku, and having the blades left in the wounds is actually a good way to limit its actions. "Kid, what you have to do now is to learn this technique quickly. While what you are talking about sounds feasible in theory, we can't really know its real-life effects." When Jiraiya finished talking, he began to explain to Ryo how to practice hard whirlpool water blade. Under Jiraiya's careful guidance and after the 2 days that he spent watching him practice this, Ryo was able to master this technique in less than a day. In the desert, Ryo entered Sage mode at first, releasing the jutsu. Then left Sage mode and entered Ice elementization for 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds after the javelin became a whirlpool, Ryo froze portion of the water within it that was small enough to allow it to keep its full rotation speed while increasing its destructive potential. "Jiraiya-san, this should work better, right?" Ryo asked. Jiraiya nodded. Depending on the duration in which Ryo can maintain the whirlpool, this could work extremely well. "Kid, how long could you keep the whirlpool rotating with your chakra? Jiraiya asked. In this case of this jutsu, the attack range and duration of the whirlpools are determined by the user's chakra stores. Knowing his chakra stores, Ryo estimated that he could maintain them for about 5 minutes. In battle, 5 minutes can do a lot, so Jiraiya was very satisfied with the result. Afterwards, the two went on to study water dragon biting explosion. It actually proved to be much less difficult to learn. Water dragon biting explosion use in fact the impact of the water dragon bullet jutsu, and then splits it into 2 parts that will continue to attack. The two learned it really quickly. After experimenting with it, Ryo discovered that this technique was mainly for show. It was absolutely spectacular, but its damage wasn't that high. Chapter 64, Face Off. After learning the S-rank jutsus that the third awarded him, Ryo continued teaching the medical ninja, and Fugaku Uchiha attended his class several times. Ryo didn't want to get too involved with the Uchiha clan. Even though his father Houyi was an Uchiha, those who raised him up were the Yamanakas. On top of everything, Ryo didn't want anyone to disturb his mother's life. With Fugaku's repeated approaches to Ryo, the latter was becoming really impatient. He's even thought about whether or not he should secretly kill him. Actually, the main reason why he didn't go with that option was that Fugaku said that Houyi was his cousin. The education that Ryo received in his past life was deeply rooted in his bones, and it was impossible for him to do anything bad to his elders. Rejection after rejection, Fugaku always kept his smile. Not being able to hit a smiling face, Ryo became really helpless. Over the course of the following half a month, Fugaku stayed that way, and Ryo learned to ignore his existence. After the class was finished, Ryo picked up his things as usual and turned around to leave. Fugaku stopped him. Ryo, wait. Ryo looked back in boredom just to see Fugaku's 3-dotted Sharingan staring at him. You're not trying to use genjutsu on me, aren't you? Asked Ryo, a bit wary. Ryo, don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to ask you, did you open the Sharingan yet? Fugaku's words hit Ryo hard. He was certain that he didn't slip up at all during the past weeks. He could see it Fugaku's eyes, it was as if it was written, "Child, I'm your uncle." Ryo wasn't sure if Fugaku really knew the truth. Ryo, you've disguised yourself really well. But I can be sure that you are the son of my elder brother. I know this with one of our secret Uchiha techniques. Fugaku explained. In the manga, Ryo never read about a secret technique used by the Uchihas to identify their own people. But after all, that was just a manga, and this was real world. But above all that, Ryo didn't want to play hide and seek with Fugaku anymore. Yes indeed, my father is Houyi Uchiha. Hearing Ryo admitting that, Fugaku was really happy. In fact, the Uchihas don't have such a secret technique. It was just that Fugaku, who had grown up with Houyi, had already decided that Ryo was his cousin's son. Ryo, can you tell me about your situation? Ryo nodded. Now that his identity was exposed, he had nothing to hide. Ryo talked about the way his parents know each other, and essentially told Fugaku was his mother told him after his uncle's funeral. The main reason why he won't go back to Uchiha clan is that his mother won't be happy living there. The Yamanaka, as allies of the Senju clan, don't have a good relationship with Uchihas. That's why Sakumo and Inoichi hid his identity. Fugaku had great feelings for Ryo's father. Houyi's parents died when he was very young, and he was raised by Fugaku's fathers. He admired his cousin, who wasn't born with fire affinity, and yet was able with lightning to become one of the geniuses of his clan. Houyi's death in the World War II was the catalyst that made Fugaku open his Sharingan. The way he sees it, he is being considered a genius in the clan thanks to Houyi. This is why he was so patient and persistent with Ryo. That's the truth. What else do you want to know? Ryo asked after he finished telling him about his situation with his mother. Is the Yamanaka clan good to you and to your mother? Fugaku asked. Right now, the head of our clan is my cousin Inoichi Yamanaka. He is very respectful to my mother and really kind to me. Is that so? Then there's no need for you to return to the Uchiha clan. Our clan doesn't like the Inoshikacho clans because they are allied with the Senjus. If your mother was to come to us, she would be marginalized by the tribe, and you'd spend your whole life without being recognized. Why? Ryo was surprised when he heard what Fugaku said. You are the son of my elder brother, your mother is my brother's favorite woman. It's that simple. Fugaku's words greatly changed Ryo's impression of him. From his tone, Ryo was pretty sure that he was being honest. Ryo's initial impression was that Fugaku wanted to expose his identity. But that now seems completely wrong. He was just someone who found out that his late brother might have had a son. Ryo, you haven't answered me yet. Did you open the Sharingan? Fugaku asked. Ryo nodded, and then opened his two-dotted Sharingan. Two-dotted Sharingan? Fugaku was a bit surprised. Accomplishing this while being only 11 years old, it was obvious that Ryo was a genius Uchiha. Ryo, this is for you. He sighed as he took out a small box. Opening the box, Ryo found a pair of contact lenses. This is a commonly used disguise tool of our clan. One shouldn't expose his identity as an Uchiha to anyone when performing tasks as disguise. But an Uchiha's effectiveness on the battlefield is extremely affected if he can't use his Sharingan. We use this to hide the Sharingan from others. Thank you. Ryo's heart was somewhat confused. He could feel that Fugaku's help was entirely genuine. Haha, you don't have to be so polite, Ryo. If you and your mother ever have it hard in the Yamanaka clan, I will take you back to the care of the Uchihas. But, it seems like things are going on pretty well for you. You and your mother should be able to live in peace as long as you're covering your Sharingan, and I'll get to be relieved as well. Fugaku said with a smile. This was the man to lead the Uchihas one day. Ryo looked at him and remembered the coldness of the older version of him in the manga, and wished he would stay this kind. Ah yes, there's one more thing I wanted to give you, said Fugaku as he took out a scroll. What is this? Asked Ryo. This is our scroll of Sharingan Genjutsu techniques. It's not something precious, but only those who have the Sharingan can read it. So far, the only field that Ryo had no real knowledge of was Genjutsu. This scroll was exactly what he needed. Well, I should go now. I won't be coming to your next class. Fugaku turned to leave. Thank you, Fugaku-san. His actions made Ryo recognize him as an uncle. In the following few days, Ryo studied the Uchiha's Genjutsu, and kept teaching medicine to his team. It didn't take him long to learn many of them with his great spiritual power. Along with that, his Sharingan also changed with all that use. Chapter 65, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Because Ryo could now hide his Sharingan, he was able to keep doing his Genjutsu practice even when he was in class. Uchiha Fugaku also came to assist him with his Genjutsu training. The relationship between the two of them started getting a lot better than it used to be. With his help, Ryo was able to learn quickly all the Sharingan Genjutsus on the scroll. Afterwards, he went on to focus on the Raisen Shuriken. After all, less than 3 years remain until the Konoha Bridge battle. Ryo has to reach the level of Hokage before then to be able to save Obito. Ryo didn't have near the amount of chakra that Naruto had. It was impossible for him to make hundreds of shadow clones. He had work his way around with only 2 of them. One was splitting leaves, and the other was splitting the waterfall. His main body however continued to teach the medics. He built his practice on what he had seen when watching Naruto, and then Minato practiced the jutsu, with the latter learning it faster than he had ever imagined. In about 2 weeks, he actually was able to develop an incomplete version of the Raisen Shuriken. He wasn't able to throw it yet, so he knew that he shouldn't be able to use it as its explosion should hurt him. Naruto added Senjutsu Chakra to his Raisen Shuriken, which helped stabilize it enough to have it thrown. That way, he made it truly perfect. So Ryo went into Sage mode himself, and he infused his Senjutsu Chakra within the Raisen Shuriken. He opened his Raisen and watched it as the Senjutsu Chakra stabilized it internally little by little. He was too focused on observing those changes occur. He didn't realize that some of the natural energy flowed within his body until it was absorbed by his Sharinans. That made them change, and he felt his eyes burning. These changes that he felt in his eyes made him stop practicing the Raisen Shuriken. He then discovered that some of the energy in the Yin seal was absorbed by the Sharingan. Ryo took off his contact lenses and finally realized what had happened. Some of the natural energy of the Yin seal was absorbed by his eyes, and his 2 Tomo Sharinans were finally evolved after close to 3 years of stagnation. After the burning sensation of his eyes disappeared, Ryo found that he could see everything more clearly, even the fluttering of birds' wings in the air. He entered ice elementization and condensed some of the water he had on the side into an ice mirror. Looking at his 3 Tomo Sharinans, he was surprised. After the excitement passed, Ryo started thinking more about what had just happened. In the manga, Sasuke developed the 3-tomo Sharingan during his first battle in the Valley of the End. His opponent Naruto was the one who stimulated this evolution. Thinking about that, and about what happened just now, Ryo started to think that the evolution of Sasuke's eyes was not so simple. At the time, Sasuke was a user of the Cursed Seal of Heaven, given to him by Orochimaru. That seal was in itself based in its functioning on the use of natural energy. During that fight, Sasuke had been using the power from his Cursed Seal, so it could be that the absorption of natural energy along with Naruto's pressure were collectively the stimulus to his Sharingan's evolution. On the other hand, it's been over 2 years now ever since Ryo opened his 2-tomo Sharingan. He had been using it for all that time and using natural power on top of that. This accumulation led gradually to the saturation of his eyes in natural energy. Along with that, learning the Uchiha's Genjutsu led to the acceleration of his Sharingan's evolution. When Ryo used Sage Mode just now, his eyes absorbed the natural energy, but his pupils were already saturated. This pushed his Sharingan to evolve, and the result was that he acquired the 3-tomo Sharingan. This was the highest level that a regular Sharingan could ever reach. With it, Sasuke was able to clearly see Naruto's movements in his tailed cloak mode. It also grants the owner a higher ability to see through various jutsus and copy them. Kakashi wasn't called the Copy Ninja and Konoha Greatest Technical Ninja just for his immense talent, the fact that he was a Sharingan user also played a huge role in that. In the brother fight between Itachi and Sasuke, the 3-tomo Sharingan was even able to break through the Tsukuyomi. Even though it seemed like Itachi was giving his brother slack, it still proved that the 3-tomo Sharingan was really powerful against Genjutsu. The accidental evolution of his Sharingan gave Ryo one more important tool in his arsenal. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ryo did not feel like he needed that. He had Ice Elementization and Sage Mode. Developing them, especially Ice, should give Ryo a huge power. He expects that it could be comparable to that of the Rikodo Sennin. In addition to that, opening the Mangekyo means that he should find a solution to the loss of eyesight that its use brings. In the manga, the only two who were able to use it without restriction were Sasuke and Madara Uchiha. The reason why they could do that was the fact that both of them had the eyes of their brothers transplanted. He could also opt for getting the Rinnegan, but that requires that he gets Hashirama's cells transplanted in his body. Ryo had no siblings, nor did he want to transplant Hashirama's cells. If it is not for the purpose of reviving his uncle Akihito in the future, Ryo had no interest in developing his dojutsu any further. In the following few days, Ryo got familiar with his new Sharingan. He found that his dynamic vision was able to capture movements that were over twice as fast as those captured with the 2-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, after this development, Ryo's levels of spiritual power were greatly increased. This synergized fantastically with his clan's secret techniques. Over the course of the 2 months following the second battle with the sand, Ryo became a lot stronger. After all, he now has as much chakra as an elite jonin, he has 2 new S-class water release jutsus, he's basically through with developing the Raisin Shuriken, he has the 3-tomo Sharingan, and his levels of spiritual power are greatly enhanced. He was now stronger than ever, and confident that won't need Ice Colossus to face Shikaku. At the same time, in Sakumo's tent, several Hyuga ninjas delivered their latest intelligence reports to Sakumo and Jiraiya. Their face changed drastically after hearing them. Sakumo-san, do you want to summon anyone else to discuss this? Jiraiya asked. Ryo should come. He's also one of the commanders in this battlefield. After Ryo reached the tent, Sakumo told him about the Hyuga's report. Ryo, today, our Hyuga ninjas found out that 2 sand shinobis have arrived to the sand camp. After further investigation, they determined that they were both quasi-cage level. One of them is the personal guard of the 3rd Kazekage, and the other is Pakura of the Scorch Release. Sakumo-san, are we going to battle once again? Yes, the war is about to be resumed. Chapter 66, Pakura of the Scorch Release. Ryo Yamanaka? Kazekage-sama, you've summoned Shailun and myself from the village just to deal with him. In the sand camp, in Raza's tent, an 18-year-old girl and the 4th Kazekage were discussing the matter of Ryo. Yes, Pakura, the Kazekage has summoned you too, so that you take care of Ryo Yamanaka in the upcoming battle. Shikaku will be rampaging against the ordinary ninja, said Cho. Cho Bie-san, is this Ryo Yamanaka strong? Asked the tall man who had been silent, Shailun. He could suppress Shikaku in the desert. Bunpyaku's words made both their faces dim. They both knew well how powerful Shikaku was, especially in the desert, and that it's practically immortal there. Even together, they were no opponent for it. However, this Ryo Yamanaka could suppress it, meaning that he's actually even more powerful. This mission started sounding more like death to both of them. It's not like that. This kid uses the techniques of the Akamika clan. He's also used over half of Konoha's water release and froze it. He used that as armor to his giant body and became to fight Shikaku. In general, his strength is comparable to that of Shailun. Cho explained the situation to the two according to her understanding. Yes, what Cho said is right. Ryo Yamanaka is good with ice, so Pakura, your scorch release should actually be the perfect counter. With you and Shailun in our ranks in the next battle, that kid is as good as dead, said Raza. Shailun and Pakura listened to their explanations. At a young age, Pakura saw her father use his scorch release to crack the ice of the Yuki clan. When she heard that Ryo was relied on ice release, she felt a lot more confident. Her scorch release should be an absolute counter to him. Actually, the arrival of these two gave the whole camp a lot of confidence. In the previous battle, they couldn't be completely victorious over Konoha's ninjas despite the fact that they isolated their strongest fighters. In the first battle, they lost to Konoha because of the sudden appearance of a quasi-cage tier ninja amongst their ranks. Now with two more quasi-cage fighters joining their ranks, their victory during the upcoming battle was guaranteed. In Ryo's previous world, people often said in forums that Naruto's strongest power wasn't his yin-yang release. It was his mouth. With his mouth, he convinced Tsunade, persuaded Nagato and convinced Obito to get back to the right path. Although this world is yet to witness Naruto's mouth, his sensei's was right there beside Ryo. Just now, he and Sakumo were admiring Jiraya's skill with words. After all, fear has spread among Konoha's ninjas when they heard that the Sand had two more quasi-cage ninjas on their side. But Jiraiya had an impressive spontaneous speech that fired them up and made them pumped up for battle. Sakumo-san, with Jiraiya-san having such an ability, what are we rushing into the battlefield for? Asked Ryo. Sakumo was also impressed. Usually, he's a man of few words, a serious man who lets his actions speak for themselves. But this scene reminded him that Jiraiya's mouth could do more to morals than a battlefield victory. Hey Sakumo-san, kid, that speech wasn't too bad wasn't it? Jiraiya proudly asked. Sakumo and Ryo looked at each other and then gave him the thumbs up. Afterwards, Sakumo sent people to summon the representatives of all clans, and all elite jonins back to hit tent. Sakumo-san, Jiraiya-san's speech just now came in time and stabilized our men's morals. But still, there could still be a power gap, said Rock Nara. The Nara representative is right. The Sand now has two more quasi-cage ninjas in their camp. One of them is a scorch release Kekkei Genkai user that should counter Ryo Yamanaka's ice. And on top of all of that, they still have that killing machine Shikaku. We're in a really bad position, said a jonin. You don't have to worry about Shikaku, I have a way of dealing with it, said Jiraiya with full confidence. The people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the other camp had a huge power-up, everybody still believed in Jiraiya's strength. Ryo, what do you think? Ryo was sitting on Sakumo's right-hand side thinking, and Sakumo thought that he had some idea to offer. Oh? I'm sorry, I've been thinking about Pakura of the Scorch release. Hearing Ryo's answer, Sakumo nodded. He thought that Ryo was worried about his ice being countered, but in fact, he was just thinking about Pakura herself. Pakura of the Scorch release rose to fame by the end of the Second World War. Just to testify for her strength, she is now 18 and already one of the pillars of the Sand Village. That's what Sakumo has told Ryo yesterday. In the manga, she became a hero of her village during the Third World War due to her heroic efforts on the battlefield against the village hidden in the stone. Unfortunately, after that battle, the Sand Village fell under immense pressure. And in order to settle the problems between them and the Sand, the Mist Village proposed gave an offer to the fourth Kazekage that involved sacrificing some of his fighters. In the end, the fourth Kazekage chose to give in to the pressure. He sent Pakura out for negotiations with the Mist, and had Mist ninjas disguised as her companions attack and assassinate her. Today, she is quasi-cage tier. This is year 43 post the Konoha's inception, and 4 years remain until the war ends. In 4 years, she could probably reach the level of a Hokage. However, even such a great ninja cannot escape the wrath of politicians. Pakura in the manga wasn't too impressive to Ryo. She only appeared when summoned with Edo Tensei and in the memories of her disciple Maki. Ryo only remembered about her powers that her scorch-release heat orbs evaporated all the water in her opponent's body, and that she freely manipulated those orbs. Ryo, her scorch release should be such a bother for you. But at the same time, her power is too great, and you should be the one fit to handle her, said Sakumo. Ryo nodded. Scorch release should be able to evaporate the water that Ryo could use for his ice release. But he was confident that whatever he has already frozen should not be melted by such ability. In the following days, the two camps were in a state of full alert and nervousness. Konoha was in a disadvantageous position, and they would never opt to take the initiative to attack. But it wasn't obvious why the Sand didn't attack just yet. Ryo and Jiraiya were invited to Sakumo's tent, and they found Aberme and Hyuga ninjas waiting there. They had already informed Sakumo of the intelligence they gathered and now they told the two about it as well. The Aberme's bugs could sometimes be even more useful than the Byakugan. Just now, one of them found out that the Sand were transporting something out of the Byakugan's range. When the Abermes informed the Hyuga ninjas about this, they advanced and found out that what the Sand were transporting secretly was puppets. Chapter 67, Interception. When he learned that the Sand were transporting puppets, Ryo immediately realized that it wasn't that they didn't want to fight, it was that they were waiting for a weapon that should prove really problematic for Konoha. The Sand Puppet Division has always been scary for others' villages. A puppet when controlled by a masterful puppeteer can use several of its organs as weapons and can use several extremely poisonous drugs. Even though Konoha had an excellent medical ninja system, they still weren't able to stop the puppet division's damage. How many puppets are they transporting? Asked Jiraiya. I don't know how many are there in total, but we've detected about 1,000 already. The Hyuga answered Jiraiya after thinking. 1,000 puppets? Sakumo-san, I'll go. The batch must be dealt with. I'm going to, Jiraiya volunteered. Jiraiya-san, Sakumo-san, neither of you should go. If the Sand discover that one of you has left the camp they would certainly launch an all-out attack. The Sand are transporting the puppets at this time to force you to make a compromise. Ryo interrupted Jiraiya. What Ryo is saying makes sense, since indeed neither of us can leave the camp. Sakumo agreed with him. Who is the strongest on the carriage escort team? Asked Ryo. My bug told me that it feared only one person, that should mean that there's only one Jonin there. What he's saying is correct, I've only detected one with my Byakugan, and it was Pakura of the Scorch release. Said the Hyuga. Sakumo-san, Jiraiya-san, I'll be the one to go. Said Ryo. Kid, are you sure that you want to deal with Pakura? She can counter your ice. Don't worry Jiraiya-san, I'm well prepared. Right now, I'm a lot stronger than I used to be 2 months ago. Looking at Ryo's confidence, Jiraiya felt that he should not oppose his choice. Then Ryo, I'll leave this matter to you. If you're ever in danger, or if you happen to encounter an ambush, you're free to give up the task. How many people do you need? Sakumo asked. I need 3, who are proficient in water release. Said Ryo after giving it some thought. There weren't many of Konoha's ninjas who were proficient with water release. More of them would just be able to use 1 or 2 small jutsus. But still, only 3 ninjas fitting Ryo's requirements were not that hard to find. After the 3 of them reached Sakumo's tent, Ryo set off with them directly, following the Aberme's insects. They went straight to the recently discovered transport team. After Ryo's departure, Sakumo ordered the Hyuga and Aberme clans to pay close attention to the Sand's movements and then report back to him whenever they detect any changes. On his way to the Sand's transport team, Ryo explained the mission for the trio and asked for their names. He learned that they were Haname Uchiha, Taiki Tanaka, and Shinsaru Tobi. Haname was Konoichi that masters well fire, water and wind releases. She looked like she was 20 and was very beautiful. Well, the Uchihas usually are not bad looking. Taiki Tanaka had a temperament similar to that of Jiraiya whenever he got drunk, and he kind of looked a bit like him. He mastered water release. The Tanaka clan gets along well with the Yamanakas, and Ryo felt good about him. Translator note, I have no knowledge of the existence of a Tanaka clan in Konoha. Last was Shinsaru Tobi, and he was the talkative type. That treat of his was the most difficult thing for Ryo to deal with. He masters water and fire releases. Led by the insects, they got close enough to see the Sand's transport team. They weren't many, just over 50. There were 2 Chinins in front and behind the team, with Pakura in the middle. "Captain, what should we do? We're massively outnumbered. This way, we have no shot at winning," said Taiki Tanaka. "You guys wait here. I'm going to take care of the Senso Real Ninja in front of their team. After I do that, Taiki and Shin should go and take care of the 2 Chinins at the back. Haname, you and I will deal with Pakura." After assigning each with their task, Ryo used the transformation jutsu to look like a civilian, and used the technique he acquired from the Sand Spy back in the day to hide his chakra. He went and pretended to just be passing by. Their Senso Real Ninja perceived him as a normal civilian. Ryo observed them well, and saw the sensory ninja being protected by the Chinins in the front. Of course, because they thought he was a civilian, the Sand Ninjas didn't prepare for combat. They just went forward after their Senso Real Ninja's confirmation. As soon as he got past the front of their team, Ryo went right into the Ice Lightning Chakra mode, and he blinked in front of the sensory ninja, slitting his throat with a chakra scalpel. The 2 responsible for the sensory ninja's protection weren't expecting that at all. By the time they were able to react, their companion was dead. "You're next, Chidori." After he was able to kill his target, Ryo didn't flee immediately. He used Chidori to pierce through the heart of the Chinin on the left. It was only at that time that his teammate was able to react. In less than 5 seconds, Ryo was able to kill the sensory ninja and one of the Chinins. Summoning. Ryo summoned Gamma Hero. "Hero, please, handle these people." "No problem." The 2 battles they went to together turned Ryo and Gamma Hero into really good partners. "It's Ryo Yamanaka. I've seen this toad before." "Yes, it's really him. This time, it's over." The Sand knew Ryo well. His performance in the first 2 battles was incredible. His Ice Colossus especially left a deep impression on them, and it wasn't a good one. As everyone's attention was being grabbed by Ryo and Gamma Hero, Haname Uchiha and the others started to work. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Tanaka's water attack hit the rear of the Sand team. Scorch release, Rise from within the Sand team. A wave of heat came and Tanaka's water attack was instantly evaporated. "You're Ryo Yamanaka?" Pakura walked out of the team and asked. "Yes. How did you use that secret jutsu to hide your chakra?" Pakura's question left Ryo blinking. Shouldn't they just fight instead of talking? He didn't say anything, and he went towards her straight ahead. He took his knife from his seal scroll, activated Chidori blade, opened his Sharingan, and blinked right in front of Pakura. He wanted to find out how helpful the 3 Tomo Sharingan could be in battle, so he went for a taijutsu battle. Pakura wasn't fazed by his attack. She could see that he wasn't that strong physically. He was more of a speed-type ninja. She quickly gained the upper hand in this physical showdown, but her years of experience made her realize that it wasn't going to work anyway. Regardless of the angle from which she launched her attacks, Ryo seemed to foresee them in advance and always avoid them. It didn't take her long to realize that she wasn't beating him with just taijutsu. Scorch release, Rise. A terrible burst of heat came from her direction again. Ice release, Ice armor. Because Pakura had evaporated Tanaka's water attack, there was a lot of water vapor in the air. Ryo went on and condensed it to protect himself. "The warm-up is over. Let's see what your ice is all about." Chapter 68, Ice vs. Scorch. Scorch release is a Gekkei Genkai resulting from the fusion of wind and fire properties. The 2 are synergistic, therefore Scorch release can induce much higher temperatures than normal fire release. Ryo knew how bad such temperature could be for him, as it can cause any moisture to disappear unless he froze it. Therefore, he assigned Haname Uchiha to assist him in fighting his foe. Waves of heat started bursting from within Pakura's body. A few orbs of heat of various sizes started forming around her. She sent them toward Ryo. These orbs were so excruciatingly hot, even the air around them felt like it was burning. Ryo reshaped the ice armor on his body into a wall to block the heat orbs, and then launched a water dragon that he immediately froze. Ryo's ice is not frozen with chakra. It is actually frozen with natural energy. This makes it a lot more durable. It was strong enough to take Shikaku's air bullets, and facing the heat orbs, it didn't melt. Ryo controlled his ice dragon and made it attack Pakura. Because she saw how the wall resisted her heat orbs, she didn't try to melt the dragon. She actually went for dodging it using a clone instead. Ryo, the sand ninjas are basically done. Should we destroy those puppets next? It was only when she heard Gamehiro's words that she realized that most of the ninjas responsible for transporting the puppets had already been killed. Gamahiro was at least quasi-cage tier, and he was huge as size. Without the help Pakura and the Fortunans, those sand ninja couldn't stand a chance. Pakura realized Gamehiro's threat level to the Sandchinins and Genins, so she decided to deal with him first. She sent a huge heat orb his way. Seeing that Gamahiro was her target, Ryo blinked to the top of his head. Hiro, use water gunshots. These orbs are not easy to deal with. Ryo's words made Hiro vigilant. He had actually thought of facing the orb head-on with his swords. But hearing Ryo's words, he gave up on that idea and countered the orb with a gunshot. As soon as the water gunshot touched the heat orb, it started evaporating. It fully disappeared in under 2 seconds, while the heat orb seemed to have lost only a little bit of its size. Don't stop, Hiro. He continued to spit out water gunshots. After 4 of them had disappeared, the 5th finally extinguished the heat orb. That was dangerous, thanks a lot. If it wasn't for Ryo's advice, Gamahiro would have been at the edge of dying as a result of being scorched while facing that orb with his swords. Hiro, can that ninja come up? Said Ryo, as he pointed at Haname. If she can help you, then sure. Thank you so much. Haname, come up here. After agreeing with Gamahiro, Ryo called Haname up by his side. Haname was a bit hesitant about the idea. But when she saw that Gamahiro didn't reject her, she cast aside that hesitation and jumped over his head. Hiro, Haname, you two will keep providing me with water, use water release jutsus and send them to my direction. Said Ryo. Captain, will you need water all the time? Asked Haname. Yes. Open your Sharingan and watch my battle with Pakura. Whenever you find that the levels of moisture had been lowered near me, use water release immediately. She nodded, and Gamehiro's head also said he'll be cooperating. After discussing their tactics, Ryo jumped from the top of Hiro's head to a spot not that far from Pakura. Just a few minutes ago, Ryo found out that Pakura was able to attack in just too many fashions. Aside from the corporeal heat orbs, she could also emit some kind of heat wave. This made her able to make all of her moves scorching. Therefore, Ryo intends to use Hiro's and Haname's water to Pakura and then destroy the puppets. And to face his foe, Ryo chose the fighting style he was best at, relying on his extreme speed to win. Haname and Gamahiro released some water release jutsus to give a head start for Ryo. They were evaporated as soon as they went near Pakura. When in his Ice Lightning Chakram mode, Ryo is so fast that a 3-tomo Sharingan can only capture his afterimage. And now that he's sheltered with water vapor, there was no way to perceive his movements. Pakura had only one thing to rely on, and that was passive defense. Ryo blinked in front of Pakura. Using the water vapor, he condensed an ice blade and went for a direct stab. However, Pakura was already prepared for his strike. What was in her place was actually a shadow clone. Ryo felt his chest become tight and almost went out of breath. He immediately condensed an ice armor. That was right on time, the heat orb that was getting close hit him right when the armor was formed. Ryo was in cold sweat. If he was 1 second late, he would have been scorched into ashes. Ryo felt Pakura in the direction from which the orb came. He immediately condensed 1,000 flying ice needles of death shooting them at her. But she escaped them easily and went again into hiding. By then, the moisture level was already really low around Ryo. However, Haname and Gamahiro kept supplying him with water. Pakura kept using her scorch release to evaporate the water, and Ryo found himself in a tough situation. He did not expect that she would be able to hide her presence and chakra just like him. To top that off, his Sharingan's vision was limited because of all the dense water vapor. Now all he could do was waiting for her to take the initiative. If she didn't, he had no way to find her. In no time, the sand camp should get the news and send massive reinforcement. This fight wasn't going in his favor. Ryo used his clan's telepathy to ask Gamahiro and Haname to stop providing him with water and proceed immediately to destroy the puppets while he continues putting an eye on Pakura. Hey, Ryo Yamanaka! Want to make a deal? Suddenly, her voice came from his left. He instantly teleported with his ice release and appeared before the voice's source. All he found was a shadow clone. Handling Pakura was much more trouble than Ryo's ever expected, and the sand troops were coming soon. He had to make a compromise. Go ahead, what kind of deal? Tell me how you learned the technique you're using to hide your presence, and I'll leave immediately. Her condition was unexpectedly simple. He only had to tell her about that sand spy from back in the day, and he would get to destroy over 1,000 puppets and a safe retreat for him and his team. It was an incredibly good deal. I hope you keep your promise. After he said that, Ryo went on and told her about that spy. Can you tell me a bit more? Do people get tortured in your prisons? Pakura's voice was slightly shaky, and Ryo guessed that she was somewhat unstable. That, I don't know. Ryo really didn't know about that. In the anime, he saw Fujin and Raijin and how they were controlled with food. Seeing their conditions, he thought that no one deserved such treatment. Is that so? Thanks for the news. Now, it's time for my part of the deal. Her voice disappeared. Soon afterwards, Ryo felt her churka along with the chakras of her few surviving teammates far away from him. Ah well. Ryo had a sigh of annoyance. Ever since he came to this battlefield, this was the first time that he's ever been matched tactically. It was hard for him to swallow. Chapter 69, Wake Up Call. After Pakura left, Ryo and his team quickly destroyed all the puppets and withdrew. Right after they left, Raza and Cho arrived with a large number of ninjas. Raza looked angrily at the remaining of the destroyed puppets and the corpses of their transporters. He deliberately chose to ship the puppets a few days before the battle. He felt that the delay would make Konoha put all their attention on the camp. He didn't expect the carriage to be discovered. Oi, did you find Pakura? Cho was anxious as she wasn't able to see Pakura's body. On one hand, she was worried about her life. But on the other, she worried that she could have been captured alive. Pakura was someone who had carried out many secret missions over the years. The consequences of her capture should be unthinkable. Don't worry. This team was formed of 52 people. We only found 46 corpses. Pakura must have escaped along with the rest of the 6 who survived. Raza kept his cool and calmly analyzed the situation. Kazekage-sama, we found the traces of the battle. A sand ninja found the spot where Ryo and Pakura faced off. Raza immediately rushed over. He looked at the ashes on the ground, and he realized that this was where Pakura had her fight. With no traces of blood anywhere, he deducted that neither side had suffered any injuries. With these traces, it was confirmed that Pakura should be alright. Cho was finally relieved. After a throughout search, the sand did not find any of Konoha's ninjas, deducing they must have made a full retreat. At the same time, Ryo's team was on the way back to Konoha's camp. Their operation had been a huge success. But it wasn't a clean victory. Shin Sarutobi was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had Ryo by his side. After some treatment, he was no longer in a critical state, and Ryo determined that he should recover completely after a period of rest. Along the way, Ryo was wondering why Pakura was worried about that sand spy. Being enemies, Pakura's attempt to inquire information from him meant one of two things. The first could be confusing him into thinking that the person she was asking about is important to her. The second is that the spy that Jiraiya had caught on that day was so important to Pakura that confirming her safety was worth jeopardizing the sand's best interest. Ryo felt like it's likely to be the second possibility. She sounded so flustered, that he didn't believe that she was faking it. Because of this, Ryo felt some regret. At the time, he only went through whatever was obviously related to the spy's task in her mind. He felt that he should have paid attention to her other memories as well. In the camp, Sakumo and Jiraiya also learned that Raza and Cho went to rescue the transport team, so they also took many men and went to support Ryo's team. They told the Hokage ninjas to stay fully alert and report to them in case the enemy approaches. Sakumo-san, Jiraiya-san. Ryo was so familiar with their chakra that he didn't wait to see them before shouting their names. Ryo. Hearing Ryo's voice, Sakumo was finally relieved. Kid, you haven't encountered Raza. Ryo shook his head and said, Jiraiya-san, don't you think I could take on him if we ever met? Haha, yeah. Seeing that Ryo was okay, Jiraiya went back to his usual carelessness. Sakumo asked everyone to get back to the camp, and also asked Ryo about the details of his mission. Ryo hid the matter of his deal with Pakura, and reported everything else to Sakumo and Jiraiya, who listened carefully. They learned that Ryo successfully completed his mission and destroyed over 1,000 puppets. Even Sakumo, who was ever so serious when it came to missions, smiled. On the other side, the fourth Hokage and Cho returned to their camp. Their faces were heavy. The first one that Raza asked about was Pakura. When he learned that she had just returned to the camp carrying 5 injured ninjas, he and Cho were relieved. Later on, in Raza's tent, Pakura also concealed her deal with Ryo when talking about what happened. Pakura, if you hadn't retreated protecting your companions, and if the fight carried on, who would have won it? Cho asked. Ryo Yamanaka's teleportation was too fast. All I could do was staying on the defense. My scorch release couldn't melt his ice. If I didn't retreat at that time, I would have probably died. Her words made Cho silent. She knew how strong Pakura was. Even Cho herself would beat her easily. What if you had Shailun with you? Raza asked. In that case, we should have no problem restraining Ryo Yamanaka. But we shouldn't be able to kill him, said Pakura after thinking for a while. The kid is that strong. Hearing her answer, Shailun was somewhat shocked. Well, if there's nothing else, I wish you'd excuse me, said Pakura. You've had a rough day. Go and have some rest. Raza comforted Pakura and let her leave. Ryo's interception made the sand suffer a big loss. The information that Raza had from the survivors was the same as what Pakura reported. Losing over 1,000 puppets, and because of their fear of Ryo, the action in the sand camp died down. The Hyoga and Aberame ninjas in Konoha's camp confirmed that the enemies had abandoned their attack plans and relaxed. A few days later, Sakumo proposed to test Ryo's strength. The latter didn't refuse, as he also wanted to know the gap between him and a Kage-tier ninja. The two went to the desert outside the camp. Ryo went straight into his ice lightning mode, and opened his newly evolved Sharingan. After all, it was Hatake Sakumo that he had to fight. Sakumo took his usual stance, with his white chakra blade in his right hand. Ryo looked for an opening, but he found none. Sudden, great waterfall Justu. Ryo still chose to create a conductive fighting environment for himself. The great mass of water rushed towards Sakumo, who stood there with his blade emitting white light. At the moment of its arrival, he slashed right through it, splitting it in two. While Sakumo's knife wasn't retracted yet, Ryo took the opportunity to blink behind him and pierce right through him with Reikari. At least, that's what it looked like. In reality, Sakumo had disappeared from there, and Ryo felt immediately strong bloodthirst behind his back and responded directly by making an ice wall behind him. Sakumo's blade did not stop. Ryo's wall wasn't destroyed even by Shikaku's air bullets, and it wasn't melted by Pakura heat orbs. But still, Sakumo's knife sliced it in half. Ryo never imagined that his wall would be so easily destroyed. Sakumo's blade stopped just before reaching him. I lose, said Ryo, a bit decadent. He thought that he has made enough progress. He didn't expect to be so weak compared to Hatake Sakumo. Ryo, you're too confident in your ice. When you made that ice wall, it gave you the opportunity to use your lightning chakra mode blink, but you haven't done so. Yes, your ice is strong, but it isn't invincible. Hokage-sama has no less than 10 methods to destroy it. The third Raikage's thunder chakra mode should do it as well. The third Tsuchikage's dust release should also be able to destroy it. You are getting too conceited. Sakumo's words had a great effect on Ryo. His recent power ups were too fast that he became too excited. Thanks to the White Fang's reminder, he woke up from his illusions. Ryo still had a long road ahead of him to reach the level of the greats. Chapter 70, The Situation. Another battle with Sakumo made Ryo realize his defects in both mentality and strength. His way to go was relying on a speed, and killing in one hit. This assassination style was similar to that of Minato in the manga. The main difference with Ryo was that teleportation relied on ice, while Minato's Flying Thunder God was a space-time ninjutsu. Ryo's ice allowed him to teleport within the range of 50 meters. On the other hand, Minato's Flying Thunder God has no distance restrictions. As long as he has an object marked, Minato could cross unlimited distances. Ryo's ice teleportation was incomparable to that. This technique also allowed Minato to go deep behind the enemy line to complete the most difficult of mission, while still being able to retreat at will. After facing Sakumo, Ryo felt the need to change his fighting style. His idea was to use his ice release to condense things that work like Minato's kunao. Like some form Aga tool that could be used as teleport markers. With that, Ryo should be able to find the perfect position for teleportation without using huge blocks of ice that would give it away. And this kind of tactic can also confuse the enemy into making him think that Ryo needs tools or markings to teleport just like Minato. If he could perfect this idea, he'll maximize the mobility he gains from his ice release, and that would add up to his lightning chakra mode blinking. Ryo went and sought Sakumo's help with improving this idea. The latter was tired with managing the camp, so he accepted his request. Over the following days, the White Fang threw off all the affairs of the camp to Jiraiya, and focused on helping Ryo develop his new jutsu in the desert outside the camp. Ryo's choice for a marker was an ice scalpel. After all, he had a lot of experience with them in this world as a medical ninja, and during his past life as a great surgeon. Unlike the chakra scalpel, this new one was not sharp enough to cut through meridians, but it was still sharp. It was made by turning moisture in the air into ice by using natural energy, then condensing said ice into the form of a blade. During their production, Ryo infused the scalpels with his body's own natural energy, thus making them stronger. After making the perfect scalpel for the task, Ryo needed to become more familiar with this marker-based teleportation. He has had a lot of experience with ice teleportation of the years. Now, he was just changing the way he positions. With this, he'll soon be able to use this scalpel freely within 50 meters. After Ryo finished his vision of the technique, it was time for him to master it. To master a jutsu, there is no way around training. Ryo's new jutsu revolves about teleportation involving small pieces of ice. It was complicated enough to even make Sakumo's head spin. Ryo and Sakumo were on completely different levels when it comes to strength. But between his ice lightning chakra mode blinks and his ice instant teleportation, Ryo's speed actually exceeded Sakumo's ability to react. This made Ryo able to have a decent fight with Sakumo. This was the first time it happened ever since they started these challenges a few years ago. As Ryo and Sakumo were practicing, an Aberame ninja came shouting to them, "Sakumo-san, Ryo-san, Jiraiya-san called for you immediately." The first thing Sakumo thought about was that the sand should have made a move. He immediately stopped fighting Ryo and ran towards the camp. Ryo also grabbed an ice scalpel and followed him. "Jiraiya! What's wrong? Any movements made by the sand?" Sakumo rushed like the wind his tent and went straight to the point. Ryo, who followed him, entered the tent just in time to hear Jiraiya's answer. "No, it's the village hidden in rocks, they declared war on Konoha." The Cloud Village also declared war on both of them at the same time. Jiraiya handed a letter to Sakumo, who passed it on to Ryo after he finished reading it. Jiraiya, who's in charge of the different fronts back home. Sakumo didn't see the messenger around, so he asked Jiraiya. Now everything in the village is being handled by Sarutobi-sensei. Before that, he had already suspended Danzo and the two advisors. He made Minato Kamikaze in charge of the Hidden Cloud battlefield, and Orochimaru as commander-in-chief of the battlefront with the Hidden Rock. And on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, he had the heads of the Hyuga clan and the Inoshikacho alliance. He said that we can handle the Hidden Sand. Sakumo was surprised that the third had suspended Danzo and the advisors. But that wasn't important to him as he had no interest in politics. All that he was concerned with was the battle with the sand. Ryo thought the same. After hearing what Jiraiya just said, Ryo understood that Konoha wasn't exactly in a bright situation. The Third World War went all out, and Konoha was now faced by all of the other four great nations. This biggest problem was that the battlefront with the sand alone required 3/4 of Konoha's medical ninjas, along with 2 of its pillars. On the other hand, the Rock, Mist, and Cloud villages were all attacking Konoha, but for some reason, the Rock and Sand were not in war yet, giving both countries an advantage in distribution of their troops. So it was clear to Ryo that their role should be holding the Sand off until war starts between them and the Rock. That way, Konoha should be in a relatively balanced state against all 4 big nations. Sakumo didn't know as much as Ryo about the war's events, but he knew well how important their position was. They should get an advantage against the Sand as soon as possible. The Sand camp was outnumbering that of Konoha. And with the 2 quasi-cage level shinobis who arrived recently, forces between the 2 camps were equal, and that's if Jiraiya could really take care of Shikaku. Ryo was also thinking about the same thing. He was wondering about the best way to break the deadlock. Sakumo-san, if we find a way to make the San's sensory ninjas disappear, could that turn the tide of this war? Ryo's words caught Sakumo's and Jiraiya's attention. If the Sand were to lose the sensory ninjas, they would lose the advantage they have being familiar with the battleground. If that happens to the Sand, of course it would be great for us. But how could that ever happen? Sakumo asked. I can find the sense-real ninjas in their camp, but there should be no way that I could kill them. Over the course of his childhood, Ryo learned the Yamanaka's secret techniques. That, along with having the Sharingan and the spiritual power granted to him when crossing over, made it easy for him to detect all sensory ninjas in the San's squad. Sakumo-san, how do you feel about having the two of us sneak in and kill those sense-real ninja? Ryo's crazy idea scared both of the Sakumo and Jiraiya. How can this be? They same ones you want to kill will be the ones to detect you whenever you enter their camp. I have secret technique that helps me hide my chakra from sense-real ninjas. As he finished his words, Ryo used that technique to hide his chakra. Jiraiya called for the Aberme ninjas, who weren't actually able to locate Ryo. Ryo, hand me this secret technique, and wait for me to master it. Then we'll handle those sensory ninjas. Chapter 71, Infiltration. Jiraiya didn't expect that Sakumo would agree with such a crazy plan. He and Ryo were willing to sneak into the San's camp and assassinate their sensor ninjas. I don't agree with this plan. You are the commander in charge of the Wind Country battlefront. Leave this to me. Jiraiya, you don't trust my strength? Besides, I'm going in with Ryo. His ice teleportation is becoming comparable to Minato's flying thunder god in many respects, and you've just seen his camouflage technique. If we're careful, we'll be fine even if we fail. Sakumo's words were obvious, he was indeed going this time, and Jiraiya could only nod. After the three agreed, Sakumo learned the chakra hiding secret technique from Ryo, and spent another day practicing it. On the third night, Sakumo and Ryo started their operation. They planned to sneak into the sand camp under the cover of night. The two were still in Sakumo's tent when they hid their chakra. Only the three of them should know about this operation, so they had to hide it even from their own sensor ninjas. At night, Konoha's camp is patrolled mainly by the Aberme's insects, and those don't detect the two. If the Hyuga ninjas doesn't receive a signal from the Aberme clan, they usually rest their Byakugans at night. So the two opened the barrier and left. The sand camp wasn't too far off of Konoha's. There was a small piece of desert between the two. It didn't take them long to get near the enemy. Sakumo-san, hold on. Ryo stopped the sprinting Sakumo from advancing. What's the matter, Ryo? Sakumo looked strangely at Ryo. We should wait some more before we take action. Most people sleep the heaviest between 2 and 3 in the morning. Even ninjas should be relatively less alert at that time. Sakumo looked up at the location of the moon in the sky and agreed with Ryo's proposal. At 1 a.m., the two began their operation. Sakumo looked for a weak spot in the sand boundary around the camp, and then easily destroyed it. The two entered the sand camp from that gap, and Ryo placed an ice scalpel behind before doing so. Once they were in the camp, the two used the shadows of tents to hide themselves. With the infiltration being successful, Ryo started looking for the ninjas with more spiritual power than that of other people. Unlike Konoha, the Sand didn't have families that specialize in sensor ninjutsu. People with outstanding spiritual power were scattered among clans. Sakumo needed Ryo to identify and locate sensor ninja, so the two could only act together. They infiltrated the camp from its leftmost side. Ryo used his clan's telepathy to communicate with his leader, and the two started scanning the whole camp from left to right. A ninja is already much more vigilant than an average person. In particular, sensor ninjas have much more spiritual power. Therefore, they use that to perceive the world much more clearly. But Sakumo and Ryo used the sand spice technique to hide their chakra. The sensor ninjas' throats were being cut one after another with Ryo's chakra scalpel. As for Sakumo, he didn't use his usual chakra-infused blade, as that would emit white light. The target was just assassination, and he wasn't in battle. Sakumo used an ordinary knife and harvested the enemy's lives under Ryo's guidance. Sakumo-san, don't go near that tent. I sense a lot of chakra there, despite the fact that the whole tent has only one person inside. It should be Shikaku's Jinchuriki. Sakumo was approaching that tent as he heard Ryo. So he just skipped it. After that, it didn't take them much longer to eliminate all the sleeping sensor ninjas across the camp. Sakumo-san, what's left now are the ones on patrol. We've already killed 62 sensor ninjas, and now we're left with 31 who are awake. Ryo, how many people are patrolling the camp? About 300. Like our camp, most of them are sensor ninjas and from the barrier squad, with some jonins to protect them. Many of the ninjas that Ryo has detected were watching the barrier. So he presumed that they were of the same class as those of Konoha. We should kill them all. Now we should act as fast as possible without ever being detected. After Ryo cut the communication, the two proceeded to action. The 300 patrol squads, mostly composed of barrier and sensor ninjas, posed no problem for the White Fang Hatake Sakumo. His method was simple and brutal. He'd rush in on them and retreat, killing them stealthily and quickly one at a time, and before they know it, a whole team would be dead. Ryo didn't change his methods. However, he replaced the Thunder Chakram mode blink with the use of his ice scalpel. He went in, located his targets, and placed his ice scalpels in advances. With over a dozen of them placed in strategic place, Ryo teleported back and forth between them, killing his targets. In the blink of an eye, a whole other team was executed. In under an hour, all the sensor ninjas in the sand camp were taken care of by the White Fang and Ryo. Sakumo-san, now that we've finished our mission, you leave ahead of me. I have something that I need to deal with. No, the task has been completed, immediately retreat. Sakumo-san, I placed an ice scalpel where we broke in. You go first, I'll follow you in 5 minutes. Sakumo knew of that ice scalpel, so he was reassured and gave Ryo permission to stay that long. After he left, Ryo took out his headband and put it into a sensor ninja's hand, then melted all the ice scalpels in the camp. Ryo's purpose was to create doubts and give the sand what seems to be a fake clue, affecting the Kazekige's judgment. As long as there's no action detected in Konoha's camp, the sand shouldn't have them as their primary object of suspicion. After being through with that, he ran to a place within 50 meters of ice scalpel on the left side of the camp, then he teleported there and rejoined Sakumo. The two turned around and left, going straight towards Konoha's camp. On the way, Ryo explained what he just did to Sakumo. This way, he made sure that Sakumo won't get the camp to do anything unusual in the 3 following days. In Konoha's camp, Jiraiya was still in Sakumo's tent waiting for the two to come. As time went by, he became more and more irritated. I hope Sakumo-san and the kid are okay. The enemy's camp is close, they should be here by now. Of course we're okay. Ryo's sudden appearance jump-scared Jiraiya, who finally was relieved when he saw Sakumo following Ryo slowly into the tent. Chapter 72, Wait and See. Sakumo-san, have you succeeded? Well, we just took down the entirety of the sand's perceptual system. Hearing Sakumo's reply, Jiraiya was excited. When two armies are almost equal in terms of power, information become the most important key to victory. The most effective way to obtain information on the battlefield is through the sensor ninjas, making them the eyes and ears of a ninja army. Without their perception, their companions lose all initiative and prediction on the battlefield. Jiraiya didn't realize that what Ryo and Sakumo have done by this was rewriting the whole war. Sakumo-san, are we going to prepare for battle against the sand right now? Konoha finally was in a position to take the initiative, and Jiraiya was eager to augment their advantage. Before that, let's wait. For the few upcoming days, we should do nothing. Ryo has some new ideas. Do nothing? Now that they have lost their sensor ninjas, why should we give up on such a good opportunity? Jiraiya-san, I deliberately left Konoha's headband at the sand camp. Knowing Cho, what do you think they're going to do? Ryo's words made Jiraiya's eyes bright. He was obviously trying to make the sand suspicious. Kid, what do you want to do? Nothing, we let the camp run as usual. Just get the Hyaga and Aberme clans to pay more attention to the sand. Kid, you're trying to make them think that we have no idea that their sensor ninjas have been assassinated, so that they seize what they would think is their last chance to take the initiative against us. Jiraiya read Ryo's mind. Indeed, if they receive the sand with an ambush, it should be better than provoking them themselves. Thinking of the matter from that perspective, Jiraiya also agreed with Ryo. After the three had a unified opinion, they immediately moved to arranging patrolling to the following few days. At the sand camp, in the early morning, 5 elite jonins, 2 Hokage, and Cho were summoned by Raza to his tent. Everyone, there was a terrible incident last night. Someone infiltrated our camp yesterday, and assassinated all of our sensor ninjas. As for the patrolling squadrons with them, they suffered heavy losses as well. The only clue we have is that one of the victims was found holding Konoha's headband tightly in his hand. When they heard Raza, everyone's faces turned gloomy really fast. They didn't hear any movement last night, yet this kind of thing happened behind their backs. Kazekage-sama, did you just say that the one killed had Konoha's headband is his hands? Asked Hugo. Yes, that's the only thing they left behind besides corpses. Then it's their doing. And we have the evidence, those damn Konoha ninjas. Hugo, calm down. I don't think that this was committed by Konoha. Shailun interrupted him. Shailun, what are you talking about? We have the evidence, asked Hugo, unconvinced. Kazekage-sama, I've seen some of these corpses before I came here. They were clearly all cut by sharp blades. But here's what more significant, they all had their throats cut. The ones I saw all had something in common then, they were all killed in one hit. His words finished the ideas floating around Cho's mind, and she said to everyone, Shailun is right, this is not Konoha's doing. Cho's opinion is highly valued by all those who were present in the conference. Although she was inferior in strength to Raza, she was much older than him, with much greater experience in dealing with such issues. That's why he's always respected her. How do you see this matter, Cho-bie-san? Asked Raza. As I said, this can't be done by Konoha's ninjas. Shailun said the victims were all one hit, with no chance to resist. How did that one alone get the headband? I'm afraid that someone left that behind purposely to confuse us. Cho words got everyone's approval except for Pakura, who knew well that it was Ryo's doing. Her reason was very simple. There are sensor ninjas we're talking about, and they all died in their sleep. In other words, none of them found out about the intruder. The only way she could think of for that to happen was the hiding technique she and Ryo are able to use. So he was the object of her suspicion naturally. Pakura, you've had your head down ever since we started, do you know something? Raza noticed her abnormal behavior and asked her casually. Nothing, I just thought that there could be people who are likely to deliberately leave such clues to confuse us. She was not intending to talk about the secret hiding technique. Indeed, Pakura is right. It's unlikely from Konoha to do such a thing. Shailun, for now, use your sand eyes to monitor Konoha's movements. If they're as usual for whole 2 days, we can basically rule out the possibility that they did this to us, said Cho to Shailun. He nodded and went on to replace the ninjas who were assassinated. Only he and the Kazekages can use the sand eyes. It was a really suitable ability to monitor Konoha's camp. If Konoha hasn't changed, who else would they be, Cho-bie-san? Asked Raza. This should be the Rock's doing. But I don't know how they slipped through the sensor ninjas, said Cho helplessly. Their discussion only ended by noon. And with the exception of Pakura, everyone believed that Konoha shouldn't be responsible for this. In Cho's opinion, if Konoha had a way to evade the sensor ninjas' monitoring, they would have used it earlier, and not after losing over 1,000 men. Over the 2 following days, Shailun used the sand eye to keep a close eye on Konoha's camp, but he didn't know that he was discovered by the Aberme ninjas who were waiting for him in advance. Everything he did was in line with Ryo's plan, and Konoha's camp was able to pull up a good act. After he returned to his camp, he told Cho and the fourth about what he saw. It seems that it wasn't Konoha, it was that damn hidden rock. Raza had deep contempt to the hidden rock. Oh well, now is no time to complain. Raza, we can't wait anymore, we should attack Konoha's camp before they realize that we no longer have any sensor ninjas. Let's go to battle, Cho said. Kazekage-sama, I also agree with Cho-bie-san. If we let Konoha know of this new weakness of ours, we will be on our heels throughout the whole war. Shailun also wanted to go to the battlefield. They both agreed, and Raza also didn't hesitate, he decided to go to battle once again. Chapter 73, Ryo's Plans. Just like the Sands, Konoha's camp was also prepared to fight. Every one of Shailun's moves was being monitored by the Aberme's insects. After he returned to his camp, Ryo received the news and went straight to Sakumo's camp. Kid, you're finally here. Jiraiya also got the news, and was waiting in the tent for Ryo's arrival. Ryo, time is tight. Let's begin the pre-battle meeting. Ryo nodded. he, Jiraiya and Sakumo started discussing their following steps. At night, a team led by Jiraiya placed explosive tags around the sand's path to the battlefield. At the same time, Ryo set up some more hidden traps on the battlefield, most of them being explosive tags as well. The two and their squad, with the help of the Aberme clan, quickly finished their task and returned to the camp. The following day, the sand didn't rush into the fight. They started checking their path for traps. Ryo knew well that with Cho prudence, the sand wouldn't send out their troops without doing such a check. He told Jiraiya not to place traps on the sand's route. Instead, they were hidden on the sides of the road, on piles of gravel surrounding a portion of the path through which many of the sand ninjas should cross. And because they were fighting in the desert, the sand should be really confident about the battlefield. But they shouldn't drop their guard, because Ryo has also left them a few big surprises. Without sensor ninjas, after checking for traps, the sand ninjas found none. Ryo's plan was a success. After confirming safety, Raza and Cho proceeded to action immediately, and the Hokage ordered his troops to march forwards. Raza, Cho, the Ichibai Junchuruki Bunpyaku, Pakara, Shailun, 5 elite jonins, and over 10,000 ninjas were on the sand's side. On the other side, Konoha had Sakumo, Jiraiya, Ryo, 6 jonins and 6,000 other ninjas. When it came to the stronger ones, Sakumo could take care of Cho, and Jiraiya's sage mode was enough to take care of Raza. Ryo's was confident that he could handle the Pakara, Shailun, and Shikaku with his Tobirama's S-class Jutsu Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. The reason why Ryo and Sakumo have assassinated the censor ninjas was to give the rest of their forces an advantage on the battlefield. If this battle could take the lives of over 3,000 of the sand ninjas, the Hidden Rock would definitely look to seize the opportunity and declare war on the sand. With that, all 4 enemy clans will have their forces scattered and there will be less pressure on Konoha. On the sand's side, over 10,000 ninjas were advancing to face their enemies, when they were hit from both sides by the rabble caused by the explosion of the hidden explosive tags. Raza's and Cho's faces looked heavy. The Hokage stared at Hugo, who was leading the investigation team. The latter felt the gaze behind him and didn't dare to turn around as he was all in cold sweat. He was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that Konoha's traps would not be laid out on the road itself. They were on the gravel piles where no one would normally go. Without censor ninjas, he shouldn't have been able to find them. Of course, he didn't dare to say this to Raza. While he wasn't there on the battlefield, over 300 of the sand ninjas were killed by the explosions, and the injuries also were numerous. He couldn't just avoid the responsibility. Cho understood everything when she saw their ninja being killed, and she was able to comprehend how Konoha lured them into this trap step by step. And Raza also was no fool. Seeing what was happening, he understood everything as well. But still, this battle was inevitable. He had to pretend to be unfazed, and he commanded his ninjas to advance even more. They soon reached the battlefield. Ryo-san, the sand have entered your trap. The Hyuga ninjas were monitoring the sand's advancement. They found that the sand went over the pit on the battlefield and immediately reported that to Ryo. Good. Raza, Cho, I hope you'll like my gift. Ryo melted the ice he laid underneath the desert, and the sand ninjas fell into a pit full of explosive tags. Ryo's trap also took the live over 300 ninjas. The battle hadn't started yet, and the sand lost nearly 700 of their ninjas. Haha. Kid is doing a great job. Look at all of those ninjas already dead and wounded. We have a great advantage this time. Jiraiya said, while laughing. I can only relax when we win this, said Ryo. Don't worry Ryo, the sand ninjas have lost their momentum, and over a fifth of their ninjas are wounded. This time, we'll win. Sakumo's words made Ryo feel a lot more relaxed. Even Sakumo, who was always calm and cautious, felt that their chances were much greater this time. The sand did not retreat, and Raza ordered everyone to charge. Konoha did the same. Cho went straight to the one she hated the most, Sakumo, while Jiraiya was against Raza, as usual. Ryo looked at Pakara heading his way accompanied by a large man that he didn't know. He entered the Ice Lightning Chakra mode, and went on to face the two. The sand ninjas still had a number advantage over Konoha. However, the traps really hit their morals, and about 2,000 of them were injured by the explosions. Of course, the wounded focused by Konoha's ninjas, giving them a great advantage. Bunpyaku was watching the situation on the battlefield, seeing the sand beginning to lose. He felt that he had no choice. He had to use the feigning sleep just to let Shikaku come out. Jiraiya-san, Shikaku is out. Ryo threw an ice scalpel in the direction of Shikaku and instantly teleported there. He did it 3 times to reach the beast. Jiraiya also forced back Raza and headed straight to where Ryo was. Ryo-chan, Jiraiya-chan told me that you two have a way to suppress Jiraiya's actions. What's your method? Asked Fukazaku. You'll know right away. Ryo kept him guessing, but Fukazaku didn't continue to ask. Jiraiya was preparing to launch something big and he needed his support. Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. With the help of the 2 great sages, Jiraiya launched a jutsu holding an immense amount of senjutsu chakra. After the water blade became a whirlpool, its pulling force brought by the high-speed rotation was easily able to break through Shikaku's ultimate defense. The beast that just had been released was wounded before it could do anything. Kid, I can make this last about 20 minutes. The rest is up to you. Right after he finished talking, Jiraiya turned back and blocked an incoming attack from Raza. The two continued their fight. Ryo used his natural energy. Without affecting the rotation speed, he froze a portion of the whirlpool's water, controlling its shape to turn it in blades. That way, Ryo expects that the speed at which the blades cut through Shikaku's body should be comparable to that of its regeneration with the desert's sand. With that, it should be successfully restrained for the full 20 minutes of the whirlpool's lifespan. Now, as long as I can take care of Pakura and this big man within these 20 minutes, this war could be declared over. Chapter 74, 2 vs. 1. Ryo had faced Pakura before when intercepting the Sand's transportation team. He felt that he could beat her. He didn't know the other man, but the fact that he's fighting along with her means that he's at least quasi-cage level. Facing the two at the same time, Ryo felt that he shouldn't hold anything off. He used summoning and brought Gamahiro to the battlefield. Shailun, Ryo's ice release is very strange. You must be careful. Seeing Gamahiro, Pakura remembered her fight with Ryo the other day, when she couldn't melt his ice. As a guard of the 3rd Kazekage, Shailun was extremely confident. He's been taught by the 3rd Kazekage himself. Therefore, he didn't give a lot of importance to her words. Iron Sand Hammer. The first to attack was Shailun, who had condensed an iron sand hammer and dropped it on Ryo. The latter reacted swiftly, entering his ice lightning chakra mode and escaping it immediately. Magnet release. On top of the 3rd and 4th Kazekages, you have other people with such Kekkei Genkai. Ryo said with surprise. Should you really find it strange coming from a guard of 3rd Hokage? Hearing Shailun's words, Ryo started paying more attention to him. The 3rd Hokage was no ordinary Kage himself, and this guy is also no regular Jonin. The 3rd Kazekage should be comparable in strength to the 3rd Tsuchikage. After all, he was the strongest Kage in the history of his village. Ryo didn't know how he was beaten by Sasori of the Red Sand. Based on his description in the manga, combined with Shailun's attack right now, Ryo theorized that the latter should be the late Kazekage's disciple. Ryo was feeling some excitement. He has no extensive battlefield experience, but he's able to face such strong people. Water release, Water Dragon, Freeze, Ice Dragon. Ryo made and controlled his Ice Dragon, directing it towards Pakura and Shailun. Shailun made a wall with iron sand that wasn't damaged at all when the Ice Dragon slammed into it. After it successfully blocked the Ice Dragon, the iron wall was reformed as 5 tapered cones of iron sand. They flew straight toward Ryo, who evaded them with his lightning chakra mode. However, he found that the cones kept on chasing him. Is that the case? Tracking. Ryo threw an ice scalpel straight towards the two, teleporting to it directly after that. Flying Thunder God. Pakura, this kid masters that technique. Stunned by Ryo's sudden appearance, Shailun retreated, while asking Pakura. I don't know. The last time I faced he didn't use this trick. Pakura was scared by Ryo's appearance and her voice shook. Don't just leave now. Your cones haven't returned to you yet. Saying that, Ryo blinked behind Shailun and kicked him towards where he used to be. That's where the cones were heading. Shailun, quickly, release your cones. Pakura yell helped Shailun keep his life as he did what she said. But Ryo blinked right behind her. Hero, water gunshots. Hearing Ryo, Gamahiro quickly sent the water gunshots his way. When she saw them coming, Pakura wanted to evaporate the water. Ryo felt the high temperature coming from her and understood her direction. At less than 1 meter away from her, the gunshots were suddenly frozen by Ryo. That took Pakura by surprise. Her scorch release was no longer effective. It was impossible to freeze the Franzen gunshot. The first one of them landed and blew her away. Ryo's attention was turned to the man on Pakura's side. Shailun was preparing his next attack, using his iron sand to form a large iron block. When Ryo realized that the block was heading his way, he was already almost within its reach. Lightning blink wasn't enough to escape it, so Ryo teleported to the ice scalpel once again. However, he was shocked to find that Shailun was already waiting for him there. As soon as he teleported, an iron sand pierced his heart. Hey! Ryo's heart was directly pierced by the cone. But Shailun was shocked as he saw that Ryo wasn't even bleeding at all. That attack got Ryo in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was in his ice elementization. If it wasn't for that, he would have been certainly dead. Pakura, you're all right. Seeing his failure to kill his opponent, Shailun directly moved on to asking his partner about her state. I'm fine. Pakura wiped the blood from her mouth as she slowly stood up. Let's join forces. This kid is big trouble. My sand pierced his heart, and he didn't bleed or get injured at all. Well, I'll assist you. Scorch release, rise. Pakura's scorch release heated up Shailun's iron sand. The initially dark iron turned to red. This was beyond Ryo's expectation. The duo were proving that they even more difficult to restrain that Shikaku. Hero, get away for a moment. The next technique I'll be using is very powerful, so try not to get hit. Ryo used his Yamangsa telepathy to tell Gamahiro to escape. As soon as he finished his words, Ryo left ice elementization and entered Sage mode. Then he used his Yamanaka telepathy to connect to all of Konoha's ninjas on the battlefield. Everyone, this is Ryo Yamanaka. All of you retreat at least 100 meters away from me. I'm about to use a powerful technique and I don't want you guys to get in the crossfire. Every one of Konoha's ninjas heard Ryo and began to move. Ryo on the other hand started preparing his attack. He started by making a raise non in his hand, and then added wind nature transformation to it, followed by the Senjutsu chakra. The raise non started to have blades appear around it, making a harsh friction sound. It got louder and louder until the Raisin Shuriken was completed. On the other side, with the help of Pakura's scorch release, a huge red globe of scorching iron sand was being formed. It was hard to make float in the air. The desert seemed to get even hotter. Shailun saw Ryo's Raisin Shuriken, but he was confident in the scorching iron sand globe that he and Pakura made together. He didn't hesitate to control it and send it straight towards Ryo. Its friction with the air made it emit flames that rose to Ryo, making the desert look distorted because of all the heat. Ryo took a deep breath and calmed himself, and then threw the Raisin Shuriken. The two attacks collided and huge explosion took place. Ryo opened his Sharingan and stared at the mid-air explosion. The blades of the Raisin Shuriken were constantly cutting the iron, but making the flames even more prosperous. As temperature got higher and higher, the iron sand began to melt, and the magnetic field made by Shailun was also affected. Without it, the globe began to collapse. It collapsed into a smaller globe of burning iron and then exploded in the sky. Chapter 75, Kirin. Flaming blocks of iron were scattered around Ryo and his two opponents. Shailun did not expect that his joint attack with Pakura could be blocked by Ryo. Pakura herself was looking at Ryo with extreme shock. How many more techniques is he hiding? He didn't use any of these when facing you. Shailun asked. Pakura shook her head and didn't say anything. It did indeed seem a bit fishy. She didn't want to say more. Shailun didn't keep asking her, and he thought she was trying to figure out a way to deal with Ryo. Pakura, we still have to cooperate. This kid's ice is not invincible. A moment ago, at the time of the explosion, his ice blades melted. Are you sure about that? Pakura was surprised. Yes, if you don't believe me, try with the ice block over there, said Shailun. Okay, I'll try. Pakura agreed with his proposal. The two worked together and made another scorching globe. It made the ice block melt. Seeing this, Pakura was relieved. Finding a weakness of Ryo made her have some hope in victory. Ryo, who was observing them with the Sharingan, saw them do that experiment. He was shocked that they were actually able to melt some of his ice. This was the first time that his ice was melted. Even when fighting with Sakumo, it was just cut by his knife. TL note, I guess he's excluding times when it was melted with using Senjutsu Chakra. This made Ryo realize that his ice's heat resistance was limited. Once the temperature exceeds a certain limit, the ice will melt. Pakura and Shailun found that scorching iron sand could melt Ryo's ice, so the two launched another attack. In the face of such untouchable and deadly attacks, Ryo could only constantly use Lighting Blink and Ice Scalpel to escape. He also had to be careful not to let the ice scalpel touch the scorching iron sand. Ryo, do you need me to help you with water? Asked Gamahiro. No need. I can beat these two, and they can't beat me either. Jiraiya-san's battle is almost over. You can help me with the other sand ninjas. When Ryo entered the Sage mode to use the Raisin Shuriken, he sensed the situation on Jiraiya's side. Raza was about to fall. After beating him, Jiraiya should be able to take care of Shikaku. Ryo just needs to hold these two off in order to win the battle. Shailun and Pakura had no idea about Raza's state against Jiraiya, so they just kept attacking Ryo. As the two continued using the scorching iron sand, the water produced by Konoha's ninjas was evaporating, generating a large amount of updraft. Ryo was too busy dodging, so he didn't notice it until the sky was turning dark. He looked up to find the cumulonimbus in the air. Looking at it, Ryo remembered a jutsu used in the manga during the fight between Sasuke and Itachi. When he first saw that attack, Ryo was really shocked by it. Kirin had somewhat of a wide range, and it was too fast to be avoided, reaching the ground in 1/1000th of a second. While Ryo was evading two attacks of the two, he used his Sharingan to see if there was any friction in the cloud to aid him in producing lightning. After confirming that, Ryo contacted Gamahiro. Pakura's Scorch allowed Ryo to use the cloud to make Kirin. Now, he only needs to guide the lightning, while being in a position where he can't be hit. In the manga, Sasuke used the attack from high ground. But here is the desert, Ryo couldn't find any high spot. Shailun stared at the approaching Gamahiro, seeing him more like a living target with all its size. He immediately controlled the scorching iron sand, sending it towards the toad. Hero, jump away with me while I prepare the attack. Hearing Ryo's words, Gamahiro leaped over 100 meters away from the two. Ryo's Sharingan started observing the speed and direction of the cloud. He used Chidori Iso in order to guide the lightning within it. With that, a mythical beast emerged from the cloud. A chimera with a lion's head, antlers, tiger's eyes, and moose's body. Pakura was shocked by the change in the atmosphere, and saw the powerful lightning. She wasn't just afraid, she was also a bit weakened after all the fighting. What is this? Run, Pakura! Run quickly! Shailun felt how threatening the technique was, and asked Pakura to escape. Why is it so small? Ryo was disappointed as he saw that his Kirin was half the size of the one in the manga. Small? Do you want it big enough to kill us along with them? Gamahiro was shocked by Ryo's words and feared that he would make this technique even bigger. Rock, Ryoki! Look at Ryo's side! Choki Akamishi shouted at his comrades in arms. Why? What? What is that? Rock, look! Ryoki Yamanaka unintentionally glanced there and was stunned. Rock Nara was also shocked by Ryo's technique. And it wasn't those three. Everyone on the battlefield, whether leaf and sand, was shocked by Ryo's technique. Hey, Pa, what's that? Shima noticed Ryo's Kirin. Fukazaku turned towards Ryo and was shocked. He said, Jiraiya-chan, stop beating him and look behind you. Jiraiya turned his head and was also stunned. What's that kid doing? What kind of jutsu is that? I've never seen it before. Ryo wasn't noticing how much shock this technique had brought on the battlefield, and before their eyes, he waved for it and it fell upon Shailun with unstoppable force. Far from being a kind-hearted person, it was only because of his plan that Ryo didn't want Pakura to die. He only targeted Shailun. The quasi-cage turned into coal in an instant. Pakura's face widened out of fear. Seeing the power of the technique, she knew that if it weren't for Ryo deliberately sparing her life, she would have faced the same fate as Shailun. Ryo Yamanaka jumped from Hiro's head and went towards her. Hey! You're okay? Asked Ryo with sluggish eyes. Why did you let me go? Pakura regained some of her composure. Don't get any ideas, I just have a deal to talk to you about. Deal? Pakura looked at Ryo just to make sure that he wasn't kidding. I will not betray the sand. If that's what you're thinking about, just kill me not and stop wasting time. Did I say anything about betraying you, village? I just want you to promise to do one thing for me. It won't be something that will damage the Sand's interests, nor will pose a risk on your life if anything go wrong. If it turns out that my demand violates one of these two conditions, you can refuse it. But if it doesn't, when I ask you to do it, you must not refuse. What is it? Asked Pakura. What it is something that I'll tell you about later. If you promise me now, not only will I spare your life, I'll also bring out that important person to you from Konoha's prison. You mean it? Pakura asked with some excitement. Of course I do. It would be really easy for me to take your life right here and now. Why would I need to lie to you? Said Ryo. Good, I promise. Pakura believed Ryo. And she was more encouraged by the fact that she could reject his demand if it compromises her life or the Sand's interests. Chapter 76, Battlefield Love. Ryo Yamanaka? Kazekage-sama, you've summoned Shailun and myself from the village just to deal with him. In the sand camp, in Raza's tent, an 18-year-old girl and the fourth Kazekage were discussing the matter of Ryo. Yes, Pakura, the Kazekage has summoned you too, so that you take care of Ryo Yamanaka in the upcoming battle. Shikaku will be rampaging against the ordinary ninja. Said Cho. Cho-bie-san, is this Ryo Yamanaka strong? Asked the tall man who had been silent, Shailun. He could suppress Shikaku in the desert. Bunpyaku's words made both their faces dim. They both knew well how powerful Shikaku was, especially in the desert, and that it's practically immortal there. Even together, they were no opponent for it. However, this Ryo Yamanaka could suppress it, meaning that he's actually even more powerful. This mission started sounding more like death to both of them. It's not like that. This kid uses the techniques of the Akamika clan. He's also used over half of Konoha's water release and froze it. He used that as armor to his giant body and became to fight Shikaku. In general, his strength is comparable to that of Shailun. Cho explained the situation to the two according to her understanding. Yes, what Cho said is right. Ryo Yamanaka is good with ice, so Pakura, your scorch release should actually be the perfect counter. With you and Shailun in our ranks in the next battle, that kid is as good as dead. Said Raza. Shailun and Pakura listened to their explanations. At a young age, Pakura saw her father use his scorch release to crack the ice of the Yuki clan. When she heard that Ryo was relied on ice release, she felt a lot more confident. Her scorch release should be an absolute counter to him. Actually, the arrival of these two gave the whole camp a lot of confidence. In the previous battle, they couldn't be completely victorious over Konoha's ninjas despite the fact that they isolated their strongest fighters. In the first battle, they lost to Konoha because of the sudden appearance of a Quasi-Kage tier ninja amongst their ranks. Now with two more Quasi-Kage fighters joining their ranks, their victory during the upcoming battle was guaranteed. In Ryo's previous world, people often said in forums that Naruto's strongest power wasn't his yin-yang release. It was his mouth. With his mouth, he convinced Tsunade, persuaded Nagato and convinced Obito to get back to the right path. Although this world is yet to witness Naruto's mouth, his sensei's was right there beside Ryo. Just now, he and Sakumo were admiring Jiraya's skill with words. After all, fear has spread among Konoha's ninjas when they heard that the Sand had two more Quasi-Kage ninjas on their side. But Jiraiya had an impressive spontaneous speech that fired them up and made them pumped up for battle. Sakumo-san, with Jiraiya-san having such an ability, what are we rushing into the battlefield for? Asked Ryo. Sakumo was also impressed. Usually, he's a man of few words, a serious man who lets his actions speak for themselves. But this scene reminded him that Jiraiya's mouth could do more to morals than a battlefield victory. Hey Sakumo-san, kid, that speech wasn't too bad, wasn't it? Jiraiya proudly asked. Sakumo and Ryo looked at each other and then gave him the thumbs up. Afterwards, Sakumo sent people to summon the representatives of all clans, and all elite jonins back to hit tent. Sakumo-san, Jiraiya-san's speech just now came in time and stabilized our men's morals. But still, there could still be a power gap. Said Rock Nara. The Nara representative is right. The Sand now has two more Quasi-Kage ninjas in their camp. One of them is a Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai user that should counter Ryo Yamanaka's ice. And on top of all of that, they still have that killing machine Shikaku. "We're in a really bad position," said a jonin. "You don't have to worry about Shikaku, I have a way of dealing with it," said Jiraiya with full confidence. The people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the other camp had a huge power-up, everybody still believed in Jiraiya's strength. "Ryo, what do you think?" Ryo was sitting on Sakumo's right-hand side thinking, and Sakumo thought that he had some idea to offer. "Oh? I'm sorry, I've been thinking about Pakura of the Scorch release." Hearing Ryo's answer, Sakumo nodded. He thought that Ryo was worried about his ice being countered, but in fact, he was just thinking about Pakura herself. Pakura of the Scorch release rose to fame by the end of the Second World War. Just to testify for her strength, she is now 18 and already one of the pillars of the Sand Village. That's what Sakumo has told Ryo yesterday. In the manga, she became a hero of her village during the Third World War due to her heroic efforts on the battlefield against the village hidden in the stone. Unfortunately, after that battle, the Sand Village fell under immense pressure. And in order to settle the problems between them and the Sand, the Mist Village gave an offer to the fourth Hokage that involved sacrificing some of his fighters. In the end, the fourth Hokage chose to give in to the pressure. He sent Pakura out for negotiations with the Mist, and had Mist ninjas disguised as her companions attack and assassinate her. Today, she is quasi-Kage tier. This is year 43 post the Konoha's inception, and 4 years remain until the war ends. In 4 years, she could probably reach the level of a Kage. However, even such a great ninja cannot escape the wrath of politicians. Pakura in the manga wasn't too impressive to Ryo. She only appeared when summoned with Edo Tensei and in the memories of her disciple Maki. Ryo only remembered about her powers that her scorch release heat orbs evaporated all the water in her opponent's body, and that she freely manipulated those orbs. "Ryo, her scorch release should be such a bother for you. But at the same time, her power is too great, and you should be the one fit to handle her," said Sakumo. Ryo nodded. Scorch release should be able to evaporate the water that Ryo could use for his ice release. But he was confident that whatever he has already frozen should not be melted by such ability. In the following days, the two camps were in a state of full alert and nervousness. Konoha was in a disadvantageous position, and they would never opt to take the initiative to attack. But it wasn't obvious why the Sand didn't attack just yet. Ryo and Jiraiya were invited to Sakumo's tent, and they found Aberme and Hyuga ninjas waiting there. They had already informed Sakumo of the intelligence they gathered, and now they told the two about it as well. The Aberme's bugs could sometimes be even more useful than the Byakugan. Just now, one of them found out that the Sand were transporting something out of the Byakugan's range. When the Abermes informed the Hyuga ninjas about this, they advanced and found out that what the Sand were transporting secretly was puppets. Chapter 77, Victory. Ryoko's heart was successfully won over by Rock Nara, and Ryo had no more need to use his methods to cause him amnesia. She was out of danger, and Ryo had no time to continue with the follow-up treatment. After taking down the ice walls, he had to take her to the rear. After he had her settled with the medical ninjas, he got back to the front line. The Sand ninjas were on their heels with Gamahiro fighting along. Raza and Cho were seriously injured. It was difficult to escape Jiraiya and Sakumo, but they managed to do it. Seeing that the Sand's defeat was heavy and inevitable, Raza sighed as he issued the order to retreat. Upon receiving his order, the Sand troops left the corpses of their comrades behind and fled the battlefield as quickly as possible. Seeing that, Konoha ninjas all rejoiced and cheered. Sakumo did not order chase, as pursuit might bring unnecessary risk. Moreover, the purpose of this battle had already been achieved, and the Sand suffered a heavy loss. With this, the Hidden Stone are surely to take advantage and start war against them. This way, balance will be re-established and Konoha will have much less pressure put upon it. Sakumo-san, this is a huge victory. And it's thanks to the kid, killing a quasi-Kage and injuring several of the Sand's ninja. Jiraiya came to Sakumo with his face really excited. Yes. Great victory. Command the troops to immediately treat the wounded and reduce the losses in lives. And also, I have some major announcements. All representatives of clans and jonins are to come to my tent tonight. Jiraiya nodded and proceeded to action. Konoha's ninjas made a clean-up of the battlefield under the command of Jiraiya and transported the wounded to the medical ninjas. Ryo, if you ever need me, call me at any time, said Gamahiro. Good, thanks. After they said goodbye, Gamahiro went back to Mount Miyaboku and Ryo went to work on rescuing the wounded. Jiraiya initially wanted to talk to Ryo, but seeing how busy he was, he smiled and left him on his own. In the evening, in Sakumo's tent, all the senior officers of the camp were gathered in Sakumo's tent. Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Ryo, all three were unscathed. The rest were more or less injured, but most had nothing serious. Only Ryoko Yamanaka was still unable to move. "We have won this battle, we all know that, and I don't need to say much more. But do you know was most valuable fighter in this battle?" Sakumo stopped and glanced at everyone except Ryo and Jiraiya. It was Ryo Yamanaka. He was the one who proposed the assassination of all of the Sand's censor ninjas. He worked with me all night to kill them all. This made the Sand blind and deaf, and allowed us to cause them great damage with our traps. Everyone was shocked to hear those words from Sakumo. Such an assassination is a crazy task. Just not getting caught by the censor ninjas themselves is an incredible feat, not to mention escaping after that. The whole mission was nothing that an ordinary ninja could do. In response to the crowd's reaction, Sakumo carried on, "In this battle, we killed at least 3,000 sand ninjas, and made them lose a pair of quasi-cages. From now on, our battles will be much easier." Everyone laughed very happily in the prosperous tent. On the other side, in Raza's tent, the mood was extremely heavy. This battle could be only described as a total lose. Raza and Cho were heavily injured. Out of the 5 elite Jonin, 1 died, and the others were injured. Shailun was turned into coke with Ryo's Kirin. Bunpyaku and Pakura were still alive and relatively well, but neither had the will to fight again. With the other ninjas, with just rough estimates, they've had as many as 3,100 deaths. Nearly 700 died in the traps, and the 2,000 who were injured were almost annihilated. The rest were killed in battle against Konoha's ninjas and the vicious Gamahiro. A cough. "Everyone. We suffered a terrible loss this time. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to fight them for a while," said Raza as he coughed. "That's right. It's like you said, Raza. We have indeed suffered extremely heavy losses this time. Not just amongst the ranks of regular ninjas, but also Shailun was killed at the hands of Ryo Yamanaka," said Cho with a sigh. Pakura remained silent and showed no opinion. She's been like this since her return to the battlefield. Raza and Cho thought that she was too scared by Ryo's technique and they had no solution for that. "Kazekage-sama, we've lost too many people this time. I fear that the hidden rock would take advantage of it." Hugo had fallen victim during the battle to Chu Uchiha's genjutsu, which affected him gravely. "We don't have to worry about that. I've sent someone to call my brother over. Ebiso is coming along with Baki. If the hidden stone attacks, they'll regret it," said Cho. "Ebiso-san and Baki are coming over? Great, then there's no need to worry about the hidden stone." Hearing Cho made Hugo feel relieved. "Kazekage-sama, don't you have a problem with more quasi-cages leaving the village?" Pakura was worried about the safety of the village. "The current state of war is a matter that requires immediate containment and preparedness. I will still be extra careful and not give anyone the opportunity to attack the village," said Raza. While top of the Sands village camp was discussing the battle damage, a scroll was brought from the outside. After confirming safety, Raza's escort handed it over to him. After opening it and getting an overall glimpse of it, the Kazekage raised his head and said with a heavy face, "The Rock Village have just declared war on us." "What? How could that happen so fast?" Cho grabbed the scroll. Reading it, her face changed heavily. "Damn Onaki." At the same time, Konoha's camp also received the news. Sakumo announced it in public. The fact that the hidden stone announced war on the Sand means that the numbers that Konoha will have to face from now on will be greatly reduced. With that, everyone understood what Sakumo meant when saying that after the third battle, everything will be easier. After the meeting, Ryo went over the medical squad. He wanted to check out on Ryoko. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best time for him to go. In there, he found Rock Nara giving her medicine. After they broke the ice back in battle, the relationship between them changed drastically. The sweet couple overwhelmed the poor single Ryo with their romance. Chapter 78, Suggestion to Jiraiya. A few days later, the Sand and Stone went to battle, and Konoha didn't interfere. Although they won the last battle, they still had close to 1,000 injured people. They were in no shape to keep fighting. The stone thought that they could take advantage of the San's latest defeat and beat them completely. What they didn't expect was they actually rose up and resisted them. This actually ended with the stone suffering a heavy defeat, and even the Tsuchikage's son was severely injured in a sand ambush. Over the course of those days, Ryo never seemed to get off his feet. There were too many injured in the camp, and as head of the medical team, he had no time to rest. After a few days of hard work, he finally finished treating the wounded. He sighed of relief as he was lying in bed ready to sleep. Jiraiya had wanted to speak to him ever since the battle ended. However, he kept finding him being too busy to be bothered. But when he found out that he had finished treating the wounded, he rushed to his tent and pulled him out of the bed. "Hey Jiraiya-san! What are you doing?" Ryo was confused and hated the fact that Jiraiya disrupted his rest. "I wanted to talk to you for long time now. Come with me." After he finished his words, both went outside the camp to the desert. "What do you want to talk about? And why did we have to go so far?" Ryo didn't understand. "Kid, I have two questions for you. First, what was that technique with which you guided the lightning? And second, why did you let Pakura go?" Jiraiya's tone was unusually serious. After all, letting a strong enemy go was no trivial matter. "Well, I'll tell you about that technique. It has many requirements. One needs the presence of a cumulonimbus cloud, and there must be the friction necessary for it to produce lightning." Ryo went on explaining the use and disadvantages of Kirin. Jiraiya was disappointed as he thought that it could be more readily available for use. "So what happened to make you deliberately let Pakura go? Don't think that no one noticed it. You know well about the perception capabilities given by Sage Mode." "Jiraiya-san, I let Pakura go on my own term, and that's because I need her in my plans. That plan is something I'm not willing to discuss." Faced with Jiraiya's insistence, Ryo had to say the truth. "What plans are so mysterious? You're just a stinky little kid." Jiraiya looked at Ryo's eyes and was not buying the whole deal. "Old man, you're really troublesome." Ryo wasn't that polite responding to him. Jiraiya was still 34 at that time. He hated being called an old man so much that he raised his hand to slap Ryo's head. Ryo sensed it coming, and he dodged to the side. "You little smug! Wild Lion's mane Justu!" Jiraiya was angry and felt somewhat insulted. His hair stretched out and reached for Ryo. Just as the hair was reaching him, Ryo managed to throw an ice scalpel. When Jiraiya thought that he was about to be caught, Ryo teleported towards it. "Flying Thunder God, or no? This is your ice teleportation? So that's what you've been working on for so long with Sakumo-san. Oi, Jiraiya-san, seems like you can't catch me anymore." Ryo laughed provocatively. "It seems that you made a great progress this time around. But still, you're still far." As he finished talking, Jiraiya formed his hand seals and a swamp formed below Ryo. It all happened too fast. Ryo couldn't find time to escape and was caught by the infamous swamp of the underworld. "Jiraiya-san, aren't you forgetting about my ice release? Mud has a lot of water in it." Of course, Jiraiya had that thought out already, and wasn't going to let him escape so easily. A fireball was already on its way to Ryo. The latter made an ice wall to block it. Then he froze the swamp and managed to get away. "My turn Jiraiya-san." Finishing his words, Ryo formed his seals sent a massive water stream towards Jiraiya. Doton, Earth-style wall. The wall blocked off the current, but could not stop Ryo from freezing it. Ryo turned the second half of the stream into ice ramming it through the wall, and it managed to break it. Ryo entered his ice lightning chakram mode immediately, teleporting into the ice and popping in front of Jiraiya. He condensed ice blades and launched himself towards Jiraiya to slash him, but all that was there to receive the hit was a wooden log that was cut in half. "Hey kid, you want to kill me or something?" Jiraiya was exaggerating. "Jiraiya-san, if we're so easy to kill, you would have died so many times already." After flattering Jiraiya for a bit, Ryo blinked with his blades in front of him. Both went at each other several times, without anyone getting an edge. "Haha. Alright, let's stop fighting, you've gotten really good kid." Jiraiya felt really pleased with Ryo's progress. His praise made Ryo embarrassed. After all, he's learned half of his techniques from Jiraiya. After that, the two sat down and talked, mainly about the third. Jiraiya could feel that Ryo had some prejudices against his sensei. Jiraiya-san, have you ever thought of making money? Ryo didn't want to talk about the third that much, so he chose to divert the topic. Making money? Of course I did. With money, a man can enjoy a hot spring and sake, what more would a man want? Looking at his wretched smile, Ryo understood what else he was thinking about and shook his head helplessly. Jiraiya-san, I always see writing something. Wouldn't you be interested in writing a book? In case it sells, you'll make a lot of money. A book? Jiraiya found Ryo's proposal really interesting. Yes, a book. Make it about your autobiography, or a story about peeping at women's baths. Listening to Ryo's proposal, Jiraiya's eyes went brighter and brighter. He couldn't wait to start. Kid, I hope no more time to chat, I'm off. Jiraiya turned and never looked back. Ryo didn't know precisely when Jiraiya started writing books in the original timeline. When Kushina was pregnant with Naruto, the first book was already written, with Naruto being the name of its protagonist. He also knew that Kakashi was a huge fan of his flirting paradise since the age of 18. So for those reasons, Ryo pushed Jiraiya to that direction. It's just that he never expected that he would be so enthusiastic for the idea. Kakashi, I've just made a great contribution to your future happiness. Next time we meet, you better invite me out on a barbecue. Ryo said to himself. Achoo! While training, Kakashi sneezed in the Earth Country camp. Kakashi, you're okay? Do you have a cold? Rin asked him concerned. Obito, who felt immediately jealous, answered her, Kakashi Yaro must have offended so many people that he's being badmouthed right now. Kakashi didn't care about what Obito said, he just nodded saying to Rin that he was okay and got back to his training. Chapter 79, 1 year. The Hidden Stone suffered a huge loss after a big battle against the Sand. The Sand themselves had just lost to Konoha. Even though they won their battle against the stone, they could not bear to fight anymore. This caused the troops in the battlefield of the Wind Country, Konoha's, the Sand's and the Stone's troops to be mutually restrained. In the Earth Country, Konoha, the Stone and the Hidden Cloud were in a similar state. In the Water Country, it was the same for Konoha, the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. The 5 major countries were restrained and the Third World War entered a stage of attrition after nearly half a year of all-out battles. That way, time flew, and a year passed quietly. During that year, while there were no major moves made on the different battlefields, various small-scale encounters and ambushes continued. On the desert field outside Konoha's camp in the Wind Country, Sakumo and Ryo continued training daily. It was year 44, and Ryo was almost 12 years old. He was about the same age as Naruto throughout most of the first anime. During that year, Ryo had undergone great changes in more than one way. The first way was in height. During that year, Ryo seemed to be springing up. Now he's about 1.6 meters tall. TL note, that's around 5 feet 3 in. Then there was the amount of chakra he had. Ryo's initial chakra stores were much higher than those of a regular ninja because of his ice release. Although he was by no means close to Naruto in that respect, his levels still reached those of Hokage. With that, his overall strength significantly increased. In a recent encounter, Ryo had to face Cho. Apart from Ice Colossus, Ryo used all he had against the 55-year-old veteran. Cho was getting older and her strength was somewhat declining. However, she had spent decades on the battlefield and had more experience than most Kages. She was definitely Kage tier, but Ryo still managed to hold his own against her and the fight ended in a tie. He was already that strong. Looking at the boy in front of him, Sakumo couldn't help but sigh while witnessing his rapid growth. At the mere age of 12, Ryo was capable of taking on a weaker Kage. Even the renowned god of ninjas Hashirama Senju only reached Kage tier at the age of 13. After finishing his training with Sakumo, Ryo returned to the medical team. After a whole year of hard work, most of the medical ninjas operating under him were able to put modern medical knowledge to use. They actually managed to form a greatly deepened understanding of the human anatomy and physiology, and also acquired much better surgical skills. Hey Ming, how are you today? Back at the medical team, Ryo went to visit his old team member Ming Hyaga. During his battle with Cho a few days ago, Ryo had his hand full fighting her. All the other medical ninjas only had Ming and 2 other Chunins to protect them. Fortunately, this encounter was accidental, and Cho only had an elite Jonin by her side. Ming was strong, and his Byakugan helped. But he was no opponent for the elite Jonin. That way, while he and the two Chunins covered for them, the medical ninjas were able to escape. But it was at a price. The two Chunins sacrificed their lives, and Ming was heavily injured. After checking on him, Ryo left and went to his sister Ryoko Yamanaka. She didn't have as much spiritual power as him, but she had much better control. 6 months ago, they started studying the secret techniques of their clan together and strengthening their mental control. Of course, with that learning process, Ryo had to endure the inevitable romance. After all, over the past year, Ryoko's relationship with Rock Nara continued to heat up. Rock, who used to be the usual lazy Nara, became a whole other person in her presence, being really humorous and even surprising from time to time. The two had great feelings to each other. Being trained together ever since childhood, that built up a great emotional foundation for their relationship. Adding to that his change in character, Ryoko was heels over head for him. Today, when visiting his sister, Ryo found that Rock was not there. "Eni-san, where's Rock?" asked Ryo. "I asked him to leave. I just received a letter from Inoichi-ni-san. The Inoshikacho clans are not separated. It involved the two of us, but he doesn't want to go," said Ryoko. "You weren't complaining yesterday when he was holding you," whispered Ryo. "Little bastard, what did you say?" Ryoko was a genius Yamanaka after all, and her perception abilities were top-notch. She could hear him whisper. Nothing, Eni-san, you heard me wrong." Ryo felt her bloodthirst. Ryoko let go of the matter and passed a scroll to Ryo. Ryo took the scroll, and it was sealed, only to be opened with spiritual power. That was something that both of them have learned in the clan. It was a clan-specific sealing method. The contents of the scroll are read instantly with strong spiritual power. "Inoichi-ni-san is actually getting married?" Ryo asked. "Why so surprised? He should have got married years ago. As head of our clan, 22 years old is actually a late age for marriage." Ryoko answered him furiously. "Don't get mad, Eni-san. You're right, he's been in the wrong all this time." Ryo immediately sold his cousin. "Yet, if it wasn't for my father and Aunt Chin's forcing him, we wouldn't know if he'd ever get married." "Cough, Eni-san, who is the bride? Do you know? Ino's mother wasn't specified in the manga, but getting to know her should be bad." "I don't know. But the people delivering the scroll said that the bride was no ninja." "Not a ninja? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll go find Sakumo-san. The date on the letter is October 15th. It's 1 month away, we should prepare to leave for Konoha." "Alright, you're higher ranked, and you can get more time to talk with Sakumo-san," Ryoko said, nodding. After leaving, Ryo went straight to Sakumo's tent. Entering, he found an Umbu reporting something in Sakumo's tent. "Ryo, great timing. He was going to look for you," said Sakumo as he saw Ryo coming. "Look for me?" Ryo was surprised. The last time an Umbu came for him here, he delivered him scrolls for 2 S-class jutsus. "Ryo-san, the Sandaime Hokage-sama has promoted you to the rank of Takubutsu Jonin, and has sent me specifically to inform you of that. The strong and heroic in this world are always respected." Ryo had plenty of strength, and his record on this battlefield spoke for itself. He was already considered a great hero of Konoha. "Oh, that's it? Thank you," said Ryo. "Ryo-san, you are welcome. Now that I've delivered the news, I'm off." The Umbu then disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ryo, what do you want?" Sakumo knew that Ryo came here specifically to look for him. And had surely something he wanted. "Sakumo-san, I have to take a leave to return to Konoha." Chapter 80, Back to Konoha. A whole month? Why? Ever since the war started, this was the first time someone actually asked Sakumo for a leave. If the reason is personal, the request might be refuted. "Sakumo-san, it's Inukai Onisan's wedding. Here, this is the scroll from the family." Ryo trusted Sakumo, and there was nothing in the scroll that's worth hiding for the sake of the clan. He didn't hesitate to hand it to him. Sakumo went through the scroll, and then said, 15 days, not 1 day more than that. With your speed, even 10 days are enough for you to go to Konoha and come back to the camp. You're one of the main commanders on the battlefield. How dare you ask for a whole month? Sakumo-san, 15 days are too little. Can't you give me at least 2 more days? Ryo knew all too well that he was one of the commanders, and that he was indeed asking for a long vacation, but over a year and a half of fighting made him feel too tired. The cruelty of war was being his wildest imaginations. If he didn't have a strong heart because of his years as a surgeon in his past life, he would have been broken by it. Therefore, he's using Inoichi's wedding as an excuse to return to Konoha and see his mother and Kushina, relieving some of the tension he had accumulated. "Hi, what are you doing here, kid? Is there something happening over at the Sans side?" Jiraiya asked as he came in. "This has nothing to do with war. It's about Ryo. He's asking for a month off to return to Konoha, so I called you to discuss it," Sakamo said. "And what's the problem? Let him go. Now the battlefield is in a very stable state, with no big movements being made by any camp. And in case of any emergency, I can just bring him here through Mount Miyaboku." Hearing Jiraiya, Sakamo loosened up a little bit. So Ryo went on and said, "Sakamo-san, in case of any trouble, I promise I'll be here." Hearing the two, and not being the argumentative type, Sakamo could only nod. Before Ryo left, Sakamo handed him a scroll to deliver to the third Hokage. On their way to the village, the two Yamanakas were very fast. A trip from the camp to Konoha would take an average of 4 days, but the two arrived home in 3. Looking back at Konoha, Ryo's heart was moved. He didn't love the village like Naruto. After all, he wasn't a native of Konoha, and his only beloved country was China from his past world. However, Ryo did have many ties to this village. His mother Chintz, his sensei Kushina, his beloved Yujao Uzuki, Minato, Kakashi's team, his whole clan. Ryo had spent most of his past life alone. He wasn't willing to let go of the warmth that he found in this world. He didn't want to become a Hokage. All he wanted was guarding the lives of the people who were most important to him. He wanted to protect them from the darkness hidden in the village, from pain, from Madara, from Kaguya. Protecting his ties to Konoha is what pushes him to become stronger and stronger to eventually stand on top of the world. Ryo took a long breath and walked into Konoha with Ryoko. At the entrance, the gatekeeper was still an Uchiha at the time. During the war, the control at the gate was much stricter than usual. But still, the guard did his work efficiently. The two were released as soon as it was confirmed that they were Yamanakas. "Ne-san, you should go back to the tribe. I will go to the Hokage first to deliver Sakamo-san's scroll," said Ryo to Ryoko upon their entrance. "Okay, then I'm off." Ryoko waved at Ryo as she left. This wasn't Ryo's first time to the Hokage's office. Last time he was here, his perception abilities were too poor. He didn't notice how many Umbu ninjas were hidden around the office and thought it was only the two in front. Realizing that there were so many Umbus, Ryo just couldn't understand how Naruto managed to get the scroll of seals in the manga. The two guards in front were still the usual ones, but they hadn't seen him for too long. They didn't recognize him immediately. So it was only after he confirmed his identity to them that they let him pass. "Knock knock. Come in." Ryo pushed the door open and saw the third glancing at him with a smile. "Hokage-sama, Sakamo-san told me to deliver this to you." The third took Sakamo's scroll. Being a scroll coming from the front line, it had top priority and he directly went on to opening it. Ryo looked around the place with his spiritual power. Unlike the outside of the office, there were only 3 Umbu officers. One was Quasi-Kage tier, and the other 2 were Sensor ninjas. "Ryo, have you had an encounter with Joe?" The third interrupted Ryo's investigation. "Yes, Hokage-sama." "And?" "It was a tie." Ryo answered calmly, as if it was something trivial. The third, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Okay Ryo, it seems that I've underestimated you with the Takubutsu Jonin promotion," said the third with a smile. "Hokage-sama, I'm too young, and I lack experience. I'm not qualified for anything more than that. Takubutsu Jonin is enough." The third shook his head. He could get himself to keep a Quasi-Kage at the Takubutsu Jonin rank. But Ryo was definitely getting to Kage tier. Based on the information he previously received, the third thought that Ryo was only a Quasi-Kage. But today, Sakamo's scroll gave him a big surprise. The only thing on it was mentioning that Ryo was able to face Cho. Ryo was able to fight equally with Cho, mainly relying on his Ice Lightning Chakram mode. In combat experience, there was a huge gap between him and someone who's truly Kage tier. But still, Ryo's techniques are able to make up for that gap. Ryo, go to the training ground. I want to see a demonstration of your strength. The third was eager to witness the results of Ryo's evolution. Yes, Hokage-sama. On the seventh training ground, Ryo's opponent was not the third himself, but that quasi-cage Umbu who was in the office. Begin. The third issued the order for the fight to begin, and the Umbu immediately attacked Ryo. This opponent was very strong, comparable to Shaolin of the Sand. But Ryo was no longer the ninja he was a year ago. He entered the Ice Lightning Chakram mode, disappearing directly from his opponent's sight. The Umbu felt his neck cold, as a crystal-clear ice scalpel was placed upon it. I lose. The Umbu was very quick to admit defeat, as Ryo, being the speed type, was the biggest headache possible to fight. Ryo Yamanaka, I hereby promote you to the rank of a Konoha Jonin. Seeing how Ryo immediately dealt with the strongest Umbu in vicinity, along with what was mentioned in the scroll, the third promoted Ryo directly to Jonin rank. Chapter 81, Warning. Leaving the seventh training ground, Ryo rushed straight home. It had been a year and a half since he saw his mother Chintz, and he missed her so much. In his clan's land, Ryo's entrance wasn't sensed. After all, everyone's attention was elsewhere. The Yamanaka clan was all really busy. The clan's head, Inoichi Yamanaka, was getting married. So everyone was preparing for the wedding. Ryo entered the house where his mother lived, and didn't find anyone. He looked around and eventually had no choice but to enter Sage mode. When he did that, he could easily locate her. To his surprise, his mother was in a hotel in Konoha that's usually rented by foreigners. Ryo did not remember that his mother had friends outside the village. So he left Sage mode and entered the Ice Lightning Chakram mode instead. He blinked out and soon arrived at the hotel. It looked very luxurious and had a high-end feel to it. Ryo didn't want to be stalled by the hotel clerk, so he blinked directly to the second floor. At his speed in the Ice Lightning Chakram mode, even the three Tomo Sharinan could only capture his trajectory. No one was able to see him entering. Coming in front of the room where his mother was, he heard a burst of laughter inside. Hearing his mother laugh made his feel warm inside. Knock knock. Who's there? Asked a woman in the room. Hello, I'm Ryo Yamanaka. Is my mother Chintz in the room? He wasn't through talking when the door was opened. Hearing her son's voice, Chintz immediately ran towards him. Looking at the son she hadn't seen for a year and a half, now almost as tall as her, Chintz couldn't hold her tears. Hey, Chintz-san, do you want to enter? Said the woman in the room. The two entered the room, and Chintz remained excited. It actually took a good while for her to calm down. Ryo, this is Kazuha, your brother's fiancé. Before asking about Ryo's situation on the battlefield, Chintz introduced the other woman in the room to him. Ryo realized that this other woman was Inoichi's fiancé. She was beautiful and very kind. Her eyes and eyebrows were actually similar to his mother's. The main thing making her stand out was her civilian clothing. Well, Ryoko did tell him that she was indeed a civilian. Hi, I'm Ryo Yamanaka, pleased to meet you. And I'm Kazuha, it's my pleasure. After the introductions, Kazuha kept staring at Ryo for a while. She was very interested in this super genius Yamanaka that everyone was talking about. Chintz-san, I don't want to hide anything from Ryo. I heard Inoichi say before that the two are brothers. Said Kazuha. Mother, sister, what can I do for you? Her words made Ryo embarrassed, so he actually bowed his head saying that. Kazuha is a ninja from the water country, from the Hidden Mist village. Inoichi brought her back with him from the battlefield. Said Chintz. Ryo felt thunderstruck by the news. He finally understood why Ino's mother didn't seem to stand out all. How did this happen? After the Fourth Ninja World War, the ninja villages became open to each other. Mutual marriages became a common thing. But now, this is the period in which the Third World War is getting to its fiercest point. But still, Inoichi's bride is from the Hidden Mist? Well, how did you get to know Inoichi Nisan? Kazuha answered him, and he understood how it happened. It turned out that while she and her companions were on duty, they encountered Inoichi. In his battle against them, he got seriously injured. So he took a window he found and grabbed Kazuha as a hostage to be able to leave. To her surprise, her companions abandoned her, and the two were knocked down a river together. Fortunately, her injuries were not serious. She saved Inoichi and treated his wounds. When he woke up, he felt guilty about trying to take her hostage, while she felt disappointed with the hidden mist. With that, their relationship gradually developed. Because of his injuries, Inoichi took a good while to return to Konoha's camp. Within that time, the two ended up liking each other. In the end, Kazuha let him look into her memories to make sure that she wasn't a spy for her village, and then voluntarily had her chakra sealed to become a civilian and a new member of the Yamanaka clan. Mother, does the Hokage know about this? He knows, Hokage-sama already agreed. It's just that, Chintz didn't finish her words, making Ryo feel anxious. Mother, if there's anything, just tell me. Ryo urged her. It's just that Danzo-san does not agree with this marriage, and wants to ban her from the village. However, Hokage-sama didn't agree with him, and he had relieved him from his duties. Listening to his mother, Ryo's impression of the third improved again. He actually felt that he needed to warn him about Danzo's future plots. After that, Ryo and his mother bid farewell to the bride and returned home, where they chatted until late at night. After leaving his mother's room, Ryo didn't go straight to bed. Instead, he entered Sage mode, and looked for Danzo. He had never wanted to face him so early, but Danzo was interfering with his family. Ryo had to act. With the enhanced perception of the Sage mode, he located him easily. Root is actually underground. Ryo left Sage mode for the Ice Lightning Chakram mode, rushing towards the entrance of their headquarters. After he took care of the guards, he left an ice scalpel at the entrance and went straight in. The place was large, and out of caution, Ryo placed an ice scalpel every 40 meters. Since Danzo was dismissed by the third, Root was forced to disband. Only a few ninjas remained, so Ryo didn't encounter any Root members along the way. When he went as deep as once could be, they started appearing. Still, there was only a bit over a dozen. Ryo Yamanaka, what brings you to Root? After having over a dozen men surrounding Ryo, Danzo appeared. I haven't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to say hi, Danzo-san. Most of the men around him were Takubutsu Jonins, and there were 2 Jonins among them. Danzo was hiding his arm that's been cut by the Sakumo under his cloak. Ryo was caged here now, so he didn't fear any of them. Besides, if any problem accrues, he can always use the ice teleportation to escape. Your greetings have been received, you can go now. Danzo asked Ryo to leave. Ryo didn't seem to pay attention to him, but he still smiled slightly. Then with a flash of lightning, he stunned all of the men around him. Danzo-san, please be a bit more careful in the future. Sakumo-san was able to cut off that arm of yours. A Yamanaka could do the same again. Danzo's face showed indifference to Ryo's words, before he disappeared. Chapter 82, Reunion with Kushina. Ryo left the place. The next morning, Homura Midokado, Koharu Yudatan, and Danzo Shimura gathered. The 3 ex-members of the Konoha Council went to the 3RDS office. Hiruzen, do you know about what happened last night? Homura didn't waste time chit-chatting, and cut straight to the chase. What? The third put on an ignorant face. In fact, the third had already known about Ryo's stunt yesterday while it was still happening. Thinking it over, he decided to turn a blind eye to his actions. The 3RDS position was shown when he refused Danzo's proposal. The Yamanakas have always been avid supporters of the Hokages. Recently, they brought the village a genius such as Ryo Yamanaka. The third wasn't letting Danzo hinder the clan's interests anytime soon. Danzo was extremely bothered by the 3RDS attitude. He took a deep breath then said, yesterday, Ryo Yamanaka crushed into Root's headquarters. Oh. You're talking about that? Well, kids these days, they don't know any better. You should be tolerant with him. The third smiled as he said that, as if he was taking it lightly. Hiruzen. You're telling us to treat crushing into the Root headquarters, and insulting Danzo just like any prank done by some random child, said Karaha, who also seemed to be dissatisfied with the 3RDS way of treating the matter. Karaha, don't get angry. This is a trivial matter, and Root have been dismembered already. Breaking into their headquarters holds no meaning anymore. Hiruzen, Root's archive are still there. Ryo entering might be targeting our mission information. Danzo was accusing Ryo of something serious. You worry too much, Danzo. Root's archive should be fine. Ryo Yamanaka carries the will of fire. He wouldn't do such a thing. The 3 were listening to the Hokage siding with Ryo. They were already dissatisfied with being kicked off the village. With this on top of that, anyone would be furious. Hiruzen, just give me a reason why you're siding with him. Homura's question was very blunt. The third, who had worked with him for years, knew that he was extremely angry. Ryo-kun is caged here, at the mere age of 12. You must understand what that means to the village. After saying that, the third took Sakumo's scroll, giving it to the three of them. Opening the scroll, Karaha was shocked. Seeing the expression of his partner's face, Homura understood that the third was not exaggerating. Instead of looking at the scroll himself, he passed it on to Danzo directly. After reading it, Danzo said with heavy face, maybe this is just nonsense made up by Sakumo. Umbu. Tell them. The third asked the Umbu beside him to speak up. Danzo-sama, yesterday, Ryo and I had a fight. He was a speed-type ninja, and managed to defeat me in only 3 seconds flat. After saying that, the Umbu disappeared again. You know that Umbu's strength. Although speed-type ninjas might have certain advantages, if there wasn't a huge gap in power between them, Ryo would never be able to beat a Quasi-Kage in an instant. Even so, could someone who holds no respect for his elders in Konoha carry the will of fire? Danzo was still arguing. Oh well, how about this? I will allow you to reconvene a small root team. The job is to protect Root's archive, nothing more. Danzo knew that he wasn't getting the third to punish Ryo anytime soon. Getting to restore some of Root's presence was the best possible outcome of this meeting, so he nodded in agreement. Ryo didn't know anything about what happened in the third office. At that time, he was busy with Yujao. He hasn't seen her in over a year and a half. The biggest change about her was her height, as she got a lot taller. Nothing else had changed. Yujao was also very happy about Ryo's return. She told him excitedly about the Ninja Academy. The two went hand in hand to the third training ground. Kushina was waiting for Ryo in there. Ryo, is this why you called me this early in the morning? Kushina pointed at Yujao and asked. Of course not. I just met her on the way and brought her along. Kushina and Isan, I brought you here to give you a present. A present? What present? Here. Ryo took out a short knife made out of his ice. Kushina took the short knife. Women love sparkling things, and Kushina was no exception, and that knife was really shiny. Eni-san, this is intended to be your new weapon, not an ornament. Ryo said helplessly. A weapon? This is made out of your ice, how would it compare to an iron one? Asked Kushina. Eni-san, you can try it out yourself against a normal blade. Alright. Kushina held the short knife in her left and an iron one in her right. She did not expect the result of the collision between the two, as the iron one ended up being cut. Ryo's short knife was made of Ryo's ice. Then, Ryo went on to compress natural energy within it, making the ice more like a shell for the actually knife, which is in reality a polymer of natural energy. Just like Hashirama's necklace that held his wood chakra, Ryo intended this short knife to be a vessel for natural energy. Seeing how sharp it was, Kushina was loving it even more. Well done Ryo, you're getting good. She said. I'm Kushina Eni-san's only disciple. She taught me well, so of course I'm good. Things always go smoothly with flattery, and Kushina nodded in agreement. After giving Kushina her gift, there was still of course the lowly, Yujao, who had her own present. It was a book with Sakumo's physical training methods. After that, Yujao had the privilege of watching a fight between two cage-tier ninjas, Kushina in the three-tail mode, and Ryo Yamanaka. It ended up with Kushina beating him with a slight edge. She even was able to take on his Raisin Shuriken, but she did have to go into the four tails mode. Eni-san, you cheated. Beaten, Ryo protested. You all can use that Raisin Shuriken. Why can't I use four tails? Kushina's answer was indeed valid, and Ryo couldn't answer. Watching them from a distance, Yujao was stunned by the battle between the two. She never thought that people could get so powerful. Eni-san, how many tails can you use now? Just now, when catching the Raisin Shuriken, Kushina used the four tails mode without being affected at all. 5 tails. I actually went into the 6th once accidentally, and ended up almost dismantling the entirety of the 4th Hokage's office. 5 should be my limit. 5 tails. Eni-san, your relationship with Kurama is that good? Things were getting really different from the manga. Yes. I'm good friends with Kurama now. said Kushina proudly. Eni-san, you actually know the Kyuubi's name. Ryo actually slipped and uttered Kurama's name before being told about it. He tried to cover it up, and managed to fool Kushina. But the Kyuubi himself, Kurama, noticed it. This brat! How does he know my name? Chapter 83, Inoichi's Wedding. Ryo learned from Kushina's remarks that her relationship with the Kurama made great progress over the past year and a half, especially after the deal they made. The deal went like this: no matter what, the Kurama will never try to take over Kushina's body, and Kushina will remove the seals she placed upon it. Kushina was a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. She was born with a special chakra allowing her to suppress the Kyuubi. Even with that, he is able to effect on her if unchained. Still, consciously, she removed her chains, setting Kurama free. The Kyuubi didn't intend to take over, thinking that she would seal him back whenever a move, but she did not. She said that she trusted him. This incident was a turning point in their relationship. After that, Kushina said that she was going to give him a name. Facing all kinds of wonderful suggestions that he would never accept, Kurama couldn't help but tell her his name. Kushina. Let this brat come on, I have something to ask him. Kushina was telling Ryo about how she became friends with Kurama, when she suddenly heard the latter's voice. At that time, Ryo was already in awe. By butterfly effect, his existence in this world changed Kushina's attitude towards Kurama. She really accepted the Kyuubi, and now the vicious beast is actually a friend of Naruto's mother. Ryo was really excited. The Kushina and Kurama are becoming close, so perhaps, the Kyuubi attack will not happen. Ryo, Kurama wants to see you. See me? Kushina's words shocked Ryo. This time, the Kyuubi will not be tied by Kushina's Fuinjutsu. What in the world could guarantee that he won't be just bit in two by the beast? Out of trust of Kushina, he nodded. Just like with the last time, she led to see the Kyuubi. Brat, we meet again. Faced with the Kyuubi, Ryo wasn't feeling good. The unchained immense chakra of the beast made him feel breathless. I'll cut to the chase. Kid, how do you know my name? Kurama restrained his chakra and asked. The immense pressure that was put on Ryo disappeared immediately, and Ryo found it easier to think and speak. Hearing the Kyuubi's question, Ryo decided to take a gamble. Who knows? I just have these names in my mind: Shikaku, Matatabi, Jayaki, Kurama. When I saw you for the first time, for some reason, I recognized you as Kurama. Ryo put up an ignorant look on his face. Hearing his words, Kurama remained silent. Kushina's ability to perceive good and evil came from him. Naturally, he was even more proficient than her with that ability. He felt that Ryo's words that he said just now were true. Of course, nothing of what Ryo just said was a lie, he know all those names from the previous anime. Ryo did want to get close to the Kyuubi, to ask him a question about the Mangekyo Sharinon. Kid, you have natural energy in your body, are one of its users? Asked Kurama. I learned Sage Mode in Mount Mayaboku. This kid, knowing the name of the tailed beasts, and also a user of the Sage Mode, Kurama was very interested in him. Kurama, can I ask you a question? Ryo tried to talk about what concerned him. Go ahead. Kurama did not refuse. Kurama, I want to know, would you be controlled by a Mangekyo Sharinon? As soon as Ryo said that word, Kurama's chakra erupted once again. Ryo's personal question was tough for the Kyuubi to swallow. Memories of Madara controlling him became vivid in his mind. The reason why Kurama didn't just lash out on Ryo, was that he was interested in the kid, and also, he felt that he was kind to him. This may just be a casual question. Thinking of that, Kurama restrained his chakra again and asked, Kid, why are you asking this? Ryo sat down and said, it's for your sake, and Kushina Eni-san is very important to me. Kurama felt Ryo's seriousness. And he felt that this was matter of extreme importance to him. He didn't hesitate, just a Mangekyo limits my consciousness at most, and cannot fully control me. Thank you Kurama. Kurama didn't say anything more Ryo, and let Kushina get out along with Ryo. The conversation between the two was also heard by Kushina, but she didn't ask much. She believed in Kurama and in that he would not hurt her. The Kyuubi might still get controlled in case someone manages to extract him out of Kushina, and then it could be forced to attack Konoha. In the manga, with the help of Hashirama's cell, Obito was able to use his Mangekyo Sharinon to successfully control Kurama. In the end, Minato was able to defeat him, and to release the Kyuubi from his control. In case the Kyuubi gets controlled and it doesn't get unleashed in time, the outcome will not change even with the recent change of heart of Kurama. For the sake of preserving Kushina's life, Ryo must be careful. After meeting with Kurama, Ryo kept an unhappy face. After bidding farewell to Kushina, he sent his girl back home, and returned to the Yamanakas. Half a month later, Ryo was left at home by Chins, who went to help for the preparation for Inoichi's wedding. Time went by and Ryo didn't realize that it was already the 15th. All the Yamanakas were busy since the early morning. The Nara clan was the first to arrive for help, followed by the Akamichis. Shikaku Nara, who was the chief commander of the Water Country's battlefield, sent a gift to congratulate the couple. After that, various clans came to congratulate. The Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Sarutobi, and even the Shimura clan sent to people to attend the wedding. The host of the wedding was the third Hokage himself. In the parents' seats were Chins and Yamanaka Akashi. Yamanaka Akashi was Ryoko's father and also Ryo's uncle. The wedding was in Western style, and somewhat similar to Naruto and Hinata's wedding in the last, Naruto the movie. Ever since the outbreak of the Third World War, the mood in Konoha was tense. Both the villagers and the ninjas were nervous. This wedding brought a touch of warmth to the village that was immersed in this brutal war, and also allows to the tense nerves of the people to get a chance to relax. At the wedding, Inoichi was somewhat reserved. On the flip side, the bride was dancing gracefully, giving her groom a glimpse of the happiness she'll be bringing him as a wife. Looking at the happy couple, Ryo thought of Yujao and marrying her by the time they grow up. The girl obviously had no idea about his thoughts. She just sat there and ate a lot of different sweets. For children, sweets are the best thing about weddings. After the ceremony, Kazuha accompanied Inoichi to entertain the guests. Ryo was admiring how friendly the Akamichi clan was, especially in weddings, with how many drinks they get. So with such joy for everyone, the wedding was over. Chapter 84, She. On the wedding night at the Yamanakas, after the crowd spread out, Ryo sneaked into Konoha's prison. Ryo went in for the female sand spy caught by Jiraiya. For the sake of his future plans, he decided to take the opportunity brought by that night to rescue her. He was in a hurry, for that night was a rare chance. The Umbu ninjas should be scattered on that night. On the night when he invaded Route, he found no more than 10 Umbus inside. Because of Inoichi's wedding, half the ninjas in the village went to participate. Since there were too many places to guard in the village, the protection put on the prison was less tense. Another reason for that was the fact that Ryo was about to go back to the battlefield now that the wedding was over. He had to take this opportunity. As for the place she would go to, Ryo was ready to give her to his mother Chins. The other night, Ryo went to Route's headquarters. His purpose was to warn Danzo and anyone else who had bad thoughts in Konoha, you can't just stick your nose in the Yamanaka's business. But rescuing people from Konoha's prison was a completely different matter. He must be careful not to be seen by anyone. He had no thoughts of betraying his village, but he had to do this for his future plans. Unsurprisingly, Konoha Umbus were too scattered. Ryo used his secret technique to hide his chakra, and carefully avoided the Umbus to get to Konoha's prison. Upon his arrival, he found that the defenses put on the prison were not too strict. He perceived only 20 people around the place. 6 of them were Chunins, 1 of them was a Takubutsu Jonin. The rest were assisting civilians. However, it wasn't surprising the prisoners in Konoha's ninjas all had their chakras sealed, becoming more like civilians. The gate was being guarded by just 2 Chunins. With Ryo's speed, even without using the lightning chakra mode, he could pass in the blink of an eye under their noses. Ryo stayed close to the door, waiting for an opportunity after placing an ice scalpel. He was waiting for the door to open as someone entered or left the prison. After about half an hour, the door opened for a civilian to go out. Ryo took the opportunity to invade the prison with success. The 2 guarding the door and the 1 going out did not notice anything. The prison's structure was not complicated, a basement, and 4 floors. Ryo carefully avoided the ninjas in the prison and tried to perceive the position of the sand spy. After some searching, he suddenly remembered that her chakra was sealed. He only remembered her chakra's fluctuations from her using her abilities. Other characteristics weren't something he remembered, so he couldn't find her the way. What he had to do was to seize the civilians. He then used his Sharingan to get information out of him with Genjutsu. What he learned was that for the past 40 years, all the spies caught were kept on the west side of the second floor. So Ryo snuck his way in there, and found the sand female spy immediately. He found her with ease because her hair color was the same as that of Pakura. "Who are you?" the sand spy asked him as he broke the seal on the gate of her cell. She was only sealed up with chakra. "Stay quiet. Pakura sent me to rescue you." Ryo didn't want her to make any bad move and directly mentioned Pakura. When the spy heard her name, she remained quiet. After Ryo destroyed the seal, she came out of the cell. It didn't look like she was abused in the prison, but it seemed that her mental state wasn't very stable. "Now, I'm taking you out. Stay assured, I won't hurt you." As he finished her words, he formed his hand seals, and the spy was frozen. With his ice teleportation, Ryo couldn't teleport people, but he could take ice along with him. Freezing her was the best way for the two of them to leave Konoha's prison. Ryo walked, carrying the frozen spy, to the nearest point of the second floor to the gate. After sensing his ice scalpel, he successfully left the prison with her. Afterwards, Ryo moved on the melting the ice and carrying the female. While avoiding the Umbu ninjas around the village, he returned to Yamanaka's. "Open up, Mom." "Mom." Ryo's knocking woke up his mother. Chintz opened the door confused to find her son with an unconscious woman. She immediately let him come in. After he got the women on the ground, Chintz asked, "Ryo, who is she?" "Mom, she's someone important to a sand friend of mine. She just was in Konoha's prison." "Ryo, you're a Konoha ninja." Chintz was shocked by the words of her son. "Mom, don't worry. I have absolutely no intentions of betraying Konoha, but her friend will be of great help to me in the future. I just had to free the woman in return." As the two were arguing, the female spy woke up, and she listened to the two. Seeing how Ryo was not malicious to her, and knowing Pukara well, she opened her eyes and sat up. "Thanks for saving me, Ryo Yamanaka. But a few years ago, you took part in my capture with Jiraiya." The female ninja was somewhat confused. "Cough, I didn't know Pakura back then. I only knew her when I went to the battlefield of the Wind Country. War has started again? I didn't expect it to happen so fast." She was a little surprised by the news. "Right, I don't know your name. What is your relationship with Pakura?" asked Ryo. "My name is Shi, Pakura is my sister. My mother died giving birth to her, and my father was always out on mission. So we grew up together and I was the one raising her." Listening to Shi, Ryo understood what Pakura was so concerned about her. "Mother, please take care of her for some time. Oh, and your chakra will remain sealed until you return to the Wind Country. Then, I'll help you with that." Chintz looked at Shi, then looked back at Ryo, and ended up helplessly agreeing. "The seal doesn't bother me, it's already great just to leave that prison." Shi agreed with Ryo's conditions. The next day, Chintz went out to buy clothes for Shi and her daily necessities, while Ryo went outside to inquire about the news from Konoha's prison. He didn't get anything, but the Umbu ninjas seemed somewhat busier than usual. The third learned about Shi's escape earlier, and what reached him was that the prisoner escaped by herself. People in the prison reported that no one had sneaked in on the previous night. A spy caught a few years ago was no interest of the third. It didn't matter if some years-old intelligence were leaked. The Umbu's search for here was merely following the protocol. What really concerned the third was the intelligence on his table right now. "Umbu, go call Ryo Yamanaka." Chapter 85, Reunion with Orochimaru. Ryo was suddenly stopped in street by an Umbu. With Umbu blocking his path, Ryo's heart was shook. He immediately recalled what he did yesterday and ended up being sure that left no traces behind. "Ryo-san, Hokage-sama wants to see you." The Umbu delivered the 3RDS message. "Alright, I'll go right away." Ryo didn't ask about any details, and immediately rushed towards the 3RDS office. The Anbai didn't disappear immediately, and actually went to the office along with Ryo. When the two entered through the door, they found the third sitting at his desk smoking his pipe. "Ryo, come. Let's not waste time, look at this information." Saying that, he handed the scroll that was on his table to Ryo. The scroll was sent from to front line to the third by Orochimaru. According to its content, the Hidden Rocks explosion squad was causing great casualties to Konoha's ninjas. Orochimaru wasn't able to limit their damage off on his own, and asked the third for reinforcement. What Ryo first thought about were two ninjas. One was the missing nin Deidara. The other was Gari, who was one of the rock ninjas. Author's note: although Deidara used explosive clay, and Gari used explosive punches as a part of his taijutsu style, both were users of explosion release. The rest of the explosion release users wasn't introduced in the manga, and Ryo didn't expect them to be a whole squad. Translator note: the squad was mentioned in the manga, the members were not with the exception of Gari dash. Perhaps this means that Ryo just didn't notice that. Ryo, what do you know about the nature of the explosions? Asked the third. Hokage-sama, they should based on the Kekkei Genkai, explosion release. Since that's an earth release based Kekkei Genkai, lightning release should be effective against it. Translator note: this might go against the common theory that the explosion release Kekkei Genkai is a fusion of lightning release and earth release. You're right, but to stop a massive explosion ninjutsu, a regular lightning release just can't cut it. Right now, the casualties among our lower ranks are too great, and there's urgent need for medical care on the battlefield, said the third with a heavy face. Hokage-sama, do you mean that I should go to the Earth Country? Ryo made a guess on what the Hokage called him in for. Yes, but not just you. Half the medical team in the Wind Country shall accompany you. Ryo nodded and expressed his understanding of the 3RDS arrangement. According to the scroll, Konoha was already losing ground, and reinforcement was mandatory. That's good, you will contact Jiraiya right away, let him summon you to the Wind Country through Mount Myaboku, and then we'll lead half of the medical ninjas to the Earth Country. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ryo contacted the toads of Mount Myaboku so that they tell Jiraiya of what happened, and went straight home to say goodbye to his mother, before going to bid farewell to Yujao and Kushina. Chintz was so disappointed that their time together is once again coming to an end, but she could only look at him in tears. Kushina however pretended to be indifferent, as she calmly bid farewell to him. Later on, Ryo was reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku by Shima, and then was summoned by Fukazaku to the battlefield of the Wind Country. After thanking the two great sages, he immediately went to Sakumo's tent to explain the 3RDS orders. Jiraiya became anxious when he learned that Orochimaru was unable to handle matters on his own, while Sakumo was afraid of something else. He feared that if Ryo would end up meeting the Yanbai Jinchuriki in the Earth Country, he might end up being blinded by anger. Ryo, if you go to the Earth Country, and encounter the Yanbai Jinchuriki, you must stay calm. That man is far stronger than you. Don't worry Sakumo-san, I won't throw my life away. Ryo answered with a smile. Kid, Orochimaru will be depending on you, and make sure to stay safe. No need to worry as well Jiraiya-san. And I'll help Orochimaru-san, we'll get victory there as well. Now, I need to be going. Take care. After finishing his words, Ryo waved at the two and left Sakumo's tent going to his medical team. After explaining the situation, he selected nearly half of them to accompany him to the Earth Country. The ninjas were really fast. After they finished packing up, Ryo led them to set off immediately. In 2 days and nights, Ryo and his team arrived at Konoha's camp in the Earth Country. Many of the ninjas in the camp were injured. Ryo immediately dispatched his team to start rescuing them, and he went to Orochimaru's tent. Upon his arrival, he found Orochimaru teaching Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru was her sensei, and she learned all her snake ninjutsu from him. She respected him greatly. After that, Orochimaru defected, and planted a cursed seal on Anko. As the product of his experiments and his only living disciple, Orochimaru wanted to take her along, but she refused. She did want to go with him, she had no resentment against Orochimaru. But she had to make a choice between her village and her sensei. Ryo-kun, I wasn't expecting you. Orochimaru seemed surprised to see Ryo. Hey! Orochi-san! With his new strength level, Ryo was less formal with Orochimaru, and was more and more friendly to the mad scientist of the Naruto world. You're Ryo Yamanaka? What are you doing here? Anko was always impressed by the two geniuses, Ryo and Kakashi. It's Anko. I heard that Orochi-san took you as his apprentice, not bad. Ryo and his old classmate greeted each other. Ryo-kun, since Sarutobi-sensei sent you here, do you have a way to deal with the explosion release? Or are you here to treat the injured ninjas? I'm here for both. Orochimaru's eyes got bright. The Rock's explosion squad was a big concern for Konoha. He's always wanted to deal with them, and didn't expect that Ryo would be the one with the solution. Ryo-kun, would you tell me about your method? Of course. As he finished his words, Ryo entered the lightning chakra mode, and then formed a raise-non in his hand. He then proceeded to injecting it with lightning chakra, rendering it into a lightning sphere. Orochimaru felt the power of the lightning sphere, and became really excited. Such a level of lightning ninjutsu should deal with the explosion release with ease. Ryo-kun, you really gave me a big surprise. Orochimaru-san, you're being too flattery. Now, I won't be dealing with the rock ninjas immediately. Give me 2 days, as I have to treat the wounded Konoha ninjas 1st. Orochimaru immediately agreed. Even if Ryo didn't think about that, it was the first thing he was going to ask him to do. I'm going now, Orochi-san. Ryo said goodbye to Orochimaru and went for his intense rescue work. Things went a lot smoother over those 2 days, and Orochimaru was a lot less tense. Now, with Ryo here, he can let him deal with the injuries and explosions, while he focuses only on the third Tsuchikage. 2 days later, he gathered his ninjas to prepare for a great counter-attack. Chapter 86, Denjiki Raise-non. While Orochimaru was busy mobilizing the troops, Ryo recalled what information he had about the village hidden in the rock. The Earth country's land was simple, mostly formed of desolate rocks. The village was built within a barrier made of those natural rock walls. Therefore, the village was surrounded by natural hazards and known for its solid defense. Different from other countries, the relationship between the Earth country and the village hidden in rocks was very harmonious. The daimyos and Tsuchikages respected each other and had great cooperation. That made their losses in the Third World War minimal in the original timeline. Their battle style was mainly revolving around initiating with the explosion squad, and then followed by the rest of the ninjas using earth release to create favorable conditions for the following taijutsu-based fighting. Konoha's ninjas had no edge over the rock ninjas. Their defenses were strong, and most of their ninjas were proficient with earth release. On the other hand, the nature release that Konoha ninjas were most proficient with was fire release, and that wasn't particularly efficient against their defenses. If the only problem was this, that wouldn't make Konoha get in such a disadvantage on its own. The hardest thing for Konoha's ninjas to face was the explosion squad's initiation. As expected from Orochimaru, his pre-battle mobilization speech wasn't that impassioned. Still, it had the power to reach Konoha's ninjas' hearts. Looking at the over 5,000 Konoha ninjas' reaction, a fanatical expression rose on Ryo's face, and he saw a glimpse of the charming effect of Orochimaru's words. After the speech, Konoha's ninjas set off, and the rock ninjas also noticed their movement. The third Tsuchikage led his own army to resist Konoha's attack. The two sides met upon a hill, with Konoha occupying the higher terrain. Ryo used his perceptive abilities to locate the explosion squad. Orochimaru, you dare to come? Aren't you afraid that we would kill more of your men? Facing Onaki's provocation, Orochimaru licked his lips in his signature way, and revealed his wicked smile. Disgusting. Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. Summoning, triple Rashomon faced with his enemy's attack, Orochimaru wasn't flustered and went straight for defense. The power of Onaki's attack was so devastating that it took out 2 of the Rashomons. The rock ninjas saw that their cage went straight into action, and they went in to engage the enemy as well. The first to appear was the explosion squad, the one that caused Konoha many losses in lives. Well? Aren't you going to rescue your men? During their first few battles, Orochimaru definitely protected his men. This time, however, he showed no signs of being willing to move in. This was abnormal, making Onaki feel puzzled and worried. On the other side, Ryo was long awaiting for the explosion squad's attack. Most of them mainly relied on their long-range attacks to place explosive clay at a distance. Ryo first started by sending out his lightning hound to destroy the clay explosives. Then, because Konoha's men were uphill, Ryo used his geographical advantage, and made a large waterfall to increase the scope of his lightning release attack, causing the first wave of explosive clay to misfire. Captain, there seems to be something wrong there on Konoha's side, said a member of the explosion squad. They are on high ground, it's normal for the first wave to misfire, carry on. The members of the explosion squad trusted their captain and were convinced by his words. They proceeded immediately for the second round of explosions. While they were onto that, Ryo was preparing his own jutsu, the raise-non with the lightning nature transformation added to it. As he demonstrated in Orochimaru's tent, by injecting lightning chakra, the Raizeng gradually turned into a lightning sphere, which had a sparkling electric sparks. Ryo then entered Sage mode, injecting the lightning sphere with Senjutsu chakra, while continuing to alter its structure. Ryo continued injecting it with lighting sphere, and finally, the amount of that chakra injected altered the Rasengan's quality completely. The electric sparks of the lightning sphere started to converge slowly. Patches of black started appearing on the Rasengan, and it started emitting a strange attractive force. Everyone steps back. As he completed his jutsu, Ryo told all of Konoha's men to retreat. All of Konoha's ninjas stepped behind, as the second wave of explosive clay came. Ryo threw his new Rasengan directly towards the explosion squad, and the new attack exploded in the middle. Rasen Shuriken's explosion formed a myriad of wind blades, but this attack's explosion created a massive lightning bolt out of the blue, and the huge thundering sound it made got the whole battlefield quiet. The captain of the team agreed after giving his team members' words some thought. However, he was somewhat reluctant to retreat. He decided to advance and explore the source of the jutsu on Konoha's side. Squad all lost their function. What is this technique? Who into world has such strong lightning release? Asked the captain of the explosion squad. His team shook their heads in ignorance. Since the last battle, the only reinforcement to Konoha's camp that was detected was a group of medical ninjas. They had no clue where such a strong attack came from. Captain, first let's retreat and let the rest of our other ninjas face them for now. As long as this technique is still there, it will be difficult for us to explode anyone. The captain of the team agreed after giving his team members' words some thought. However, he was somewhat reluctant to retreat. He decided to advance and explore the source of the jutsu on Konoha's side. Captain, you should be careful. Let us go 1st. On the other side, Onaki also heard the massive thundering sound of the technique. He did not expect Konoha's ninjas to have such a strong lightning user on the battlefield. Orochimaru, is this your trump card? Who is this ninja? A friend of mine. Orochimaru didn't ignore Onaki this time, and slowly answered him. At first sight of Ryo, Orochimaru felt that only this kid could understand him. The moment he met him, he found out that Ryo became closer to him rather quickly. Ryo's attitude towards him made him feel that they could be friends. Orochimaru was similar in nature to a snake. A snake is a cold-blooded animal, that is not emotional by nature. Same went for Orochimaru. Before, his only ties to Konoha were third and to the rest of the Sunin. This time around however, there's also Ryo Yamanaka, and perhaps, his lovely disciple Anko. Orochimaru, you have friend? Who is he? This time around, Orochimaru ignored Onaki's question. Any answer would be leaking information to the enemy, even though the rock ninjas are to find out Ryo's identity sooner or later anyway. On the other side, after Ryo stopped the explosion squad, the two armies rushed in from both sides, and they collided into a massive melee battle. Ryo wasn't about to participate in this battle, the jutsu he just used cost him a lot of chakra. There was no quasi-cages on the battlefield for him to be concerned. He had no interest in attacking, and simply chatted with Uchiha Mon. Ryo, what's the name of that jutsu you just used? Mon asked. That jutsu, it is called Raiden, Denjiki Rasengan. Oi, don't tell me you just finished this technique. You haven't even named it yet. Haha. Yet, said Ryo with a smile. Just as the two of them were chatting, the captain of the explosion squad had already reached Konoha's back line. Chapter 87, Ryo outcalculated. Gari, the captain of the explosion squad, was a quasi-cage of the hidden rock. He knew all too well about the interaction between lightning ninjutsu and the explosive clay, as he was a user of lightning release himself. Looking at the attack that had just happened, he found that it was extremely powerful, and estimated that it should be able to drain even a cage out of chakra, let alone inferior ninjas. According to the intelligence his camp has gathered, Konoha have only one cage tier sent to the Earth country, and that is Orochimaru who was fighting Onaki at the time. So, the one who had used this massive lightning attack just now should be inferior to cage tier. Someone below that level using such a large-scale attack, should definitely be unable to move right now. Gari decided to bypass all the fighting and sneak into the backline to directly take care of this threat. This way, the explosion squad won't have their offense interrupted when the next battle comes. Ryo had already noticed that Gari was trying to infiltrate to Konoha's backline, and he was able to guess his intentions correctly by the way he was sneaking in. Mon, someone came to kill me, said Ryo with a smile. Who? How did he sneak in? Mon wasn't as cheerful about it as Ryo, and hearing that an enemy had snuck got him fully alert. Don't be nervous. I'll get rid of him and get back in no time. Ryo, how much of your chakra have you recovered? Do you want me to assist you? I recovered a little bit of chakra, but for a quasi-cage that should be enough. Saying that, Ryo turned and went to Gari. A quasi-cage, and he talks about him like his nothing. This Ryo guy is really abnormal, whispered Mon at Ryo's back. Ryo didn't hear him, and he would care even if he did. Over the years, he got accustomed to him and Ming Hyaga. He found Gari, and without hesitation, he entered the ice lightning chakra mode, blinking immediately behind him, and putting an ice scalpel on his neck. Ryo didn't want to kill him. A living quasi-cage is definitely more valuable than a dead one. Captured, he can be a valuable card on the negotiation table. But when dead, they should be getting anything more than some intelligence via autopsy. You, who are? Gari was shocked by Ryo's sudden appearance. The cold touch of the ice scalpel on his neck irritated him to the extreme, and he was in full disbelief. My identity is not the matter now. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Ryo asked. Gari didn't answer, and he turned throwing a clay bomb at Ryo. In the ice lightning chakra mode, Ryo was wrapped with lightning chakra. But in order to prevent the bomb from hitting anyone, he split it with Chidori. It's useless to struggle. Now answer me. What? Ryo wasn't through talking, when Gari committed suicide with the ice scalpel on his neck. He went that far. Ryo never saw such a man. He shook his head helplessly, sealed the corpse in a scroll and left. He returned to where he was chatting with Mon. So fast? Did you take care of him? Mon asked with surprise. He committed suicide. I actually wanted to capture him alive. Didn't expect him to be so resolved. Ryo had some regret in his voice. How? Mon was about to ask some more, but he saw Ryo's face changing greatly before he blinked out with thunder. Just then, Ryo felt Gari's chakra again. The corpse was still in his scroll. How is he alive? Suddenly, Ryo remembered one of the second Tsuchikage's techniques, the fission jutsu. During the Fourth World War, Mu was able to split himself into identical, yet independent halves right before being defeated, getting one of them sealed while the other was free to move. Even Naruto with his Kyuubi mode didn't notice him back then. Damn it! Thinking of this ability, Ryo understood how Gari was able to escape. He should have done that back when Ryo was splitting the clay bomb. Meanwhile, Gari's presence was fading from the scope of Ryo's far-reaching perception. He could only give up the chase. This was the second time that Ryo had been outcalculated. Mad to the bone, he said hatefully, you dare to play tricks with me. Next time we meet, you're definitely dead. He was so angry that he had to get back to the battlefield. He took his short knife that he hadn't used for a long time, and rushed into the crowd to vent his anger on the poor rock ninjas. Ryo was targeted by an elite jonin. Ryo didn't care about him that much, as targeting jonins should take more energy and he just wanted to vent his anger. The jonin attacked Ryo, but it didn't take long before his was killed. Summoning one man wasn't enough, and Ryo summoned Gamahiro. With the participation of Gamahiro, the rock ninjas began to retreat, and Konoha's morals rose to the extreme. They have been being crushed time and again, and today was the day for them to stand tall. On Orochimaru's side, Oniki was too strong. Konoha's powerful Sunin could only hold him off, sending his wrath away from Konoha's common ninjas. However, Oniki was being pressured by the situation on the battlefield, and Orochimaru was for once able to gain great pressure over him. This time Oniki, you've lost. Even if we lost, this old man is going to kill you. Earth release, stone golem. Oniki was enraged and covered himself with the golem, becoming a stone giant. Summoning Orochimaru immediately summoned Manda to able to face his foe. Orochimaru, what's this stone monster? I'll help you, but remember to send me 200 sacrifices later. Manda attacked the stone giant as he finished talking. Good. Orochimaru knew well Manda's character, and immediately nodded. The appearance of the stone golem and Manda interested Ryo greatly. He has been always very intrigued by the third Tsuchikage. In the manga, he was absolutely crucial in the Fourth War, and practically leading all 5 cages. Hero, take me there to see. Ryo jumped up on Gamahiro's head, pointing at Orochimaru's direction. Good. Gamahiro jumped, landing in front of Manda. Gamahiro wasn't like Gamabuntad, he had no grudge against Manda. It was the same for the massive serpent, and the two had no quarrel. Upon their arrival, Onaki, who knew all too well that the strength of the summoning is often proportional to the size of the summoned, noticed that Ryo was standing on Gamahiro's head. He was extremely vigilant looking at the kid before him. Dust style, atomic dismantling jutsu. After he forced Orochimaru off for a second, he attacked Ryo directly with that powerful jutsu. This old man actually had time to attack. Hero, attack with water gunshots. Gamahiro did just that, and Ryo instantly froze the great masses of water, molding them into two massive ice shields. Onaki's attack was extremely powerful, disintegrating the first shield quickly. The second was mostly destroyed, but in the end, the atomic dismantling just failed to reach Ryo. The Tsuchikage didn't expect his attack to be that easily blocked, and his face became heavy. Alright Konoha, you've won this one. Right after, he issued a retreat order, and left with a gloomy face. Chapter 88, Anko's Talent. After the rock's retreat, Konoha's ninjas cheered. They have been in the Earth Country's battlefield for over a year and eating loss after loss. Some of them even fell into tears of joy because of the victory. Ryo, I'll go back now. Call me at any time. Gamahiro went back to Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru, remember my 200 sacrifices. Manda disappeared as well. Orochi-san, your summoned beast is really different. Ryo has always hated Manda's character, and took the chance to badmouth him. Don't worry about it, he's always been that way. After finishing his words, Orochimaru returned to the battlefield, to arrange Konoha's ninjas' retreat. On that night, Konoha's camp celebrated the victory. During this battle, they managed to take the lives of nearly 1,000 rock ninjas at the cost of 700 injuries and a few deaths. On the rock side, injuries were countless. The joy of this victory wasn't only limited to ordinary ninjas, but in Orochimaru's tent, even the clan representatives were full of excitement and joy. On the other side, the rock camp was gloomy, and the elites of the rock had a meeting. Tsuchikage-sama, I can assure you that there's another cage tier in Konoha's camp along with Orochimaru. Gari was really upset and ashamed of his escape. Yes Gari, I met him on the battlefield today, and he is indeed incredibly strong. He was even able to block my dust release attack. Said Onaki, nodding in agreement. Tsuchikage-sama, is he the one that had that immense summoning? A jonin asked. It should be him. When I saw him, the kid was sitting on top of his head. Tsuchikage-sama, is this toad the one that Jiraiya the Sunin is famous for? Another jonin asked. It's the same kind of beast, but not the same one. And this kid is not on par with Jiraiya yet either. Tsuchikage-sama, would you like to call Rashi into this battlefield? Said Gari after some hesitation. I agree. I agree. Seeing everyone's agreement, Onaki could only promise to send someone to find the Yanbai Jinchuriki. Konoha's ninjas had no idea about the San's plans, and Ryo had no idea that he was meeting his sworn enemy so soon. The next day, Ryo's medical team was assigned into treating the minor injuries, while Ryo was assigned by Orochimaru to teach Anko. Orochimaru himself was too busy because of repercussions of the battle. Yesterday, he actually had Anko fighting on the battlefield. He was never a soft-hearted person. He hoped to see her grow as fast as possible, so the battlefield was his best option. However, she saw Ryo's performance yesterday, and that did not feel good. She had graduated over a year and a half ago, and she was one of Orochimaru the Sunin's disciples. Now, her strength is just that of a Chunin. However Ryo, without having Orochimaru the Sunin as a teacher, is now at least cage tier. Her old classmate was far ahead of her, making her envious and filling her heart with doubts. Hey, Ryo, can I ask? At what tier are you now? I'm on the tier that Orochi-san is on. Still, I'm not as strong as him. Ryo had nothing to hide from his old classmate, and this was no secret anyway. You're cage tier. I remember you were just 1 year older than me. You're really a freak. She was a bit embarrassed as she said that to Ryo. Hey, we're classmates, you're going a bit far, aren't you? Hearing him, she realized she shouldn't have said that. Anko was similar in character to Naruto. She looked at him with her big eyes and apologized without hesitation. Ryo shook his head helplessly, and then started teaching her. Most ninjutsus were not the way to go. His knowledge in that field were nothing next to that of Orochimaru, he wouldn't add anything. With taijutsu, he could teach her anything either. His taijutsu was always a weak point of his, he was never the physical type. Giving it some thought, he decided to teach her body flicker techniques. Ryo's blinking method was the lightning chakra flicker, relying on lightning to stimulate his cellular activity, increasing his strength greatly. There were many blinking techniques. Ryo's particular knowledge of this technique was on another level. He could also use them to achieve speed much faster than what most ninjas could achieve. He started by asking about whether or not she had lightning affinity. After confirming she didn't, he could only teach her the regular body flicker. He explained the details of his method to Anko and demonstrated the technique and its effects. Afterwards, he started training her, while making some ice scalpels for his stock. Ryo, the energy in your blades is so special. Anko was attracted by the natural energy in his ice scalpels, making her look at his curiously. Anko, you can feel the special energy in the ice scalpels. Ryo became really curious about Anko. He did not expect that other than him, other people could perceive natural energy without being trained by a sage. Yes, I can, it's like that of Manda. Anko, have you ever tried to control this energy? Yes, but I could never absorb it, so I gave up. Anko said with some disappointment. Ryo nodded and did not continue to ask, while she was still interested in watching him make the scalpels. Anko, practice the body flicker jutsu. If your progress satisfies me, I'll give you one of these scalpels. Seeing how interested she was in them, Ryo decided to make them her incentive to train harder. She immediately agreed and went on to continue her training immediately. In the evening, Ryo checked out her progress. For a beginner, the level she reached was really good. Ryo gave her no observations, and rewarded her hard work with an ice scalpel. Ryo and Anko returned to the camp, and the two went to Orochimaru's tent. Ryo-kun, what did you teach her today? Orochimaru, who had great expectations of the training session, directly asked. I taught her the body flicker jutsu. She didn't do bad. The body flicker jutsu? Anko sure is lucky to have such a generous classmate. After chatting for a while, Orochimaru felt that Ryo had something to say, and trying to find an opportunity to bring it up. He asked, Ryo-kun, is there anything? Ryo did not think that Orochimaru would be so sharp, and helplessly smiled and said, Orochimaru-san, do you know that Anko can naturally sense natural energy? I know, but I haven't practiced the sage mode. I have nothing to teach her about it. Ryo nodded, and asked no questions. He actually thought about it, helping Anko absorb natural energy. Still, he wasn't sure of success, so he simply did not propose. Chapter 89, Snake Sage Mode. It's been more than a month since the battle against the Hidden Rock, and over the course of most of it, Ryo was helping Anko practice Sage Mode. The first problem to be solved was getting her to absorb natural energy safely. To that end, Ryo went to Mount Miyaboku, and asked Fukazaku about the mechanism of extraction of natural energy with his staff. Fukazaku explained that knocking someone with that staff used a double mechanism. On one hand, it relied on the pain to interrupt the state of understanding one had with natural energy, and the other, the staff itself extracts the energy from the body. After learning the principle, Ryo tried it and found that he could do it. So after consulting with Orochimaru, Anko started her new training. Unlike the time when Ryo practiced Sage Mode, Anko had no access to toad oil. Although she could feel natural energy, she could not absorb it. Ryo calmed her down and told her to try to feel nature and become one with it. But Anko was only an 11-year-old child, with a very lively character. She didn't sit still for 5 minutes before starting to look around and scratch her head. Ryo could only call Orochimaru. Orochimaru, being her sensei, had much more control over her. For now, they could at least keep her motionless. 10 minutes later, the two looked at her with their faces blue. They were thinking that she was practicing serious, when suddenly they started drooling, making them realize that she had fallen asleep. Ryo-kun, wake her up. Orochimaru pointed to Ryo's staff. Ryo approached her, got close to her ear and hit her on the head with his stick. Hey! It hurts? What are you doing, Ryo? Sorry to interrupt your drooling. But please, can't you take this a bit more seriously? Ryo said helplessly. Anko smiled and looked at the stern eyes of her teacher, then immediately closed her eyes and sat down in focus. This time, she didn't fall asleep, she began to gradually blend into nature by perceiving natural energy and mimicking its fluctuations. This way, Anko completed the first step in her training. Over the following days, Ryo continued to teach her about Sage Mode training, while she kept training seriously under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru. After practicing Sage Mode for half a month, Anko finally had a breakthrough. Natural energy surrounding her with its regular circulation suddenly started fluctuating, and a little of it flowed into her body. That faint passage was like the key that opened the door between her and between natural energy. Now her body established a connection with that energy, she became a part of the cycle of nature, and it started to flow into her body naturally. Ryo witnessed a strange sight. Anko absorbed so much natural energy. Yet, for some reason, her body wasn't being taken over by it, and it didn't show any kind of metamorphosis anywhere. Anko suddenly opened up her eyes, and slammed into Ryo. While her body wasn't taken over, and did not turn into stone, she became extremely violent. Ryo opened his Sharingan, and found that the natural energy was wandering within her body crazily. She could not mentally control this immense power. So it made her go berserk, similarly to Yugo. After discovering the reason why she acted that way, he told Orochimaru to control her movements. Then he used the stick from Mount Myaboku to knock the natural energy out of her. The remaining natural energy in her body wasn't much. Observing her innate power level, Ryo extracted enough natural energy out of her to get all three types in her body in a ratio of 1:1:1. For ninjas, distinguishing between physical and natural energy is common. Anko had the added advantage of being naturally able to be sensitive to natural energy. This all helped her with the most important step towards achieving Sage Mode, which is blending the Senjutsu chakra. In consequence, he developed a unique horn on her head, a purple eye shadow appearing underneath her eyes, and whiter pale skin. She also had some subtle scales on her body. Ryo sensed clearly the newly found strong vitality coming out of her body. Anko's Sage Mode was obviously different from Ryo's. She was a contractor of the Ryokai cave, and her Sage Mode was somewhat similar to that of Kabuto, but with a single horn instead of two. Anko slowly opened her eyes, initially being confused, and then looked at the world around her with surprise. Seeing that she was awake, Ryo went ahead and said, "So Anko, what do you think?" "I feel so good, everything around me is clearer, and I feel like I have infinite energy in my body," Anko said excitedly. "Anko, let's have a fight." Ryo wanted to see how much her strength had increased with the Snake Sage Mode. In the manga, Kabuto gave the two Uchiha brother a hard time, and the outcome of that fight wasn't certain to be what it was if it wasn't for Itachi's use of Izanami. "I don't want to. You're Kage tier, and I'm at best Chunin tier. Are you just looking for someone to bully?" Anko decisively rejected Ryo's proposal. Ryo had to use his ultimate power against her, getting the help of Orochimaru. The latter was also extremely interested in Anko's Sage Mode, and ordered her to face Ryo. Anko could only fight with a bitter look on her face. Since she couldn't run, she decided to go all out, to at least make her loss look less ugly. Anko went ahead and used Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. After her jutsu was released, she found to be off target, as her power was so immense. However, it was as if her jutsu was brought to life, almost becoming a true fire dragon. Ryo condensed the ice in the air into an ice wall, but the dragon went straight through it, going directly towards him. He was shocked and quickly used Reikari to split it in half. Sage Mode is known to make all jutsus be more powerful. The fact that the Snake Sage Mode had life-giving-like effect on jutsus gave Ryo a bit of surprise. Anko was greatly excited looking at Ryo. She found out that after absorbing natural energy, not only was her ninjutsu improved, her insight and physical power were also increased. While she was ready to continue attacking, she suddenly left Sage Mode. "So for now, you can only last 2 minutes. With her appearance change, Ryo stopped fighting. "Ryo, this energy seemed to have left my body by itself. What happened?" Natural energy is a special kind of energy that continually circulates in the world. After a while, it would just leave your body and return to its natural cycle. Anko had many more questions, but she was interrupted by Ryo. The issue with Anko's Sage Mode can be discussed later. Now, we need to entertain our guest. Chapter 90, Yanbai Strikes. Guest? Ryo-kun, are you saying that someone is about to attack our camp? Orochimaru didn't notice anyone coming. Orokai-san, this is not a sneak attack. He's going in straight and rushing towards us. And his chakra, it's terrible. As Ryo finished his words, he turned towards the hills on the east side of the camp. Ryo-senpai, we have nearly 5,000 ninjas, with 4 elite jonins, and 2 cage tier ninjas. Even the demigod Hanzo of the salamander wouldn't dare to attack us head-on, said Anko to Ryo. Just as Anko finished her words, a Hyuga ninja rushed in towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, on the hills to the east of the camp, we've detected the Yonbai. It's rushing towards our camp. So that's what they've been plotting for over a month now. Orokai-san, it's too late to guess what the Hidden Rock are thinking. We need to mobilize the ninjas in our camp and prepare them for battle. Orochimaru nodded and ordered the Hyuga ninja to summon all forces in the camp. Against such a powerful Biju, tactics are useless. Orokai-san, how strong is the Yonbai? Can you handle it with the help of Jiraiya-san? With you by our side, and even without that idiot Jiraiya, not even the Yonbai is an opponent of ours. Ryo did not expect such an answer from Orochimaru. Before going to the battlefield of the Earth Country, Sakumo kept warning Ryo, telling him that he is in no way an opponent for the Yonbai Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's words meant that he thought the gap was smaller than that. Along with the rest of the ninjas on their camp, Ryo could definitely beat the Yonbai. At the thought of that, Ryo was extremely excited. Yonbai, I've wanted to kill you for the longest time. The Yonbai was getting closer and closer to Konoha's camp, and the ninjas all got ready to fight it. Orokai-san. Something massive is coming, should be a Biju Dama. Ryo perceived that sphere was flying towards the camp and he immediately reported that to Orochimaru. Summoning, triple Rashomon. Hearing that, Orochimaru immediately summoned the Rashomons, and still kept up his vigilance. Hashirama's quintuple Rashomon was powerful enough to deflect the Kyuubi's Biju Dama. Orochimaru's triple Rashomon was not that strong, but it was enough to block the Yonbai's Biju Dama. Listen everyone, Ryo and I will be responsible for the containment of the Yonbai, while you should cooperate with us. Yes, Orochimaru-san. A red figure appeared on the hill. It was Rashi in tailed coat mode. As soon as he appeared, he launched a large-scale lava release, scorching stream rock technique towards Konoha's camp. I'll face it. Water release, hard whirlpool water blade. Ryo used Tobirama's jutsu to block the magma stream that was heading their way. You're the young cage tier ninja that the Oniki Aji-san had mentioned? You're actually not bad. Ryo was in no mood to go along with the enemy's nonsense, and he directly entered the ice lightning chakra mode. The lava had evaporated the water he sent towards his enemy, and that created the most favorable fighting environment for him. Without hesitation, Ryo blinked in front of Rashi, leaving behind an ice scalpel. He condensed the water vapor in the air into an ice blade, and went in directly to slice Rashi's neck. Rashi trusted the protection of his tailed beast coat mode, ignoring Ryo's blade. He used his fist, wrapped in magma, and shot a punch towards Ryo's head. All Ryo could do was using his ice teleportation to get back to the scalpel he had left behind. Rashi's punch went through the air and beyond, creating a great pit in the ground. Yeah, this kid is a bit strong. Here, I'll give it to you, Yonbai. As he finished his words, Rashi's body was wrapped in more and more chakra, which slowly solidified into a red-furred massive gorilla in front of everyone's eyes. The Yonbai. The Yonbai is out. The beast's appearance made Konoha's ninjas panic. Indeed, the Biju's appearance is too much for people to handle. Don't call me Yonbai. I'm the king of the sage monkeys, Sun Wukong. Just like it was mentioned in the manga, this Biju was very attached to his name, and despised being called the Yonbai. Seeing the Yonbai incarnate, Ryo and Orochimaru immediately used summoning, bringing Gamahiro and Manda to the battleground. The two immense animals made Konoha's ninjas breathe a sigh of relief, as their massive size gave them a sense of safety. Ryo, first it's the Ichibai, now it's the Yonbai. I feel one of these days you'll just bring me in against the Kyuubi itself, said Gamahiro, helplessly. Sorry. But this time I'm not the one taking the initiative going after the enemy. The Yonbai is the one who actually came after us. Hearing Ryo's explanation, Gamahiro rolled his eyes. Orochimaru, why in the world would you provoke a tailed beast? This time, I want at least 500 sacrifices. Apparently, Manda was also extremely dissatisfied with Orochimaru summoning him to such a situation. Like he said, we didn't provoke this beast. and consider your sacrifices delivered." Manda snorted, and did not speak. He kept his eyes and all of his attention on the Yanbai. "A toad, and a big snake, just because you want to stop me." Obviously, the Yanbai didn't care much about Gamahiro and Manda. Even though they were almost as big as each other, size spoke nothing of the power gap between them. Sun Wukong launched a Biju Dama in the direction of the two newly summoned beasts. Ryo condensed the water vapor in the air into an ice wall massive enough to block the attack. Seeing what happened, the Yanbai moved on, sending out molten rocks that he grabbed directly from the ground. Ryo had no good way to deal with such an attack, and all that he and Gamahiro could do was facing the molten rocks with water gunshots from the latter's mouth. "Orokai-san, this won't work. The Biju's chakra stores are practically infinite, and Gamahiro won't be able to take this for much longer. Is there any way around this?" Ryo was quite anxious. "First, we should get the Yanbai away from our camp. It will make things a lot easier, and there won't be any need to protect the camp along with ourselves." "Well, Orokai-san, if you can, order the ninjas and make them all hit both me and the Yanbai was all the water they could use. With that, I should be able to seal him and take him far from the camp." Orochimaru nodded and retreated with Manda, telling Konoha's ninjas to do what Ryo had asked for. The overwhelming waves of water fell all over the Yanbai, and Ryo, who was within range, froze all that water the moment it touched the fearsome beast. Yanbai was Biju, and the ice sealing wasn't going to last long. Ryo threw away ice scalpels 10 times in a row, teleporting along with the sealed Sun Wukong each time from to another, until he reached a safe distance from the camp. Orochimaru and Manda followed them as well. "Ryo-kun, hand it over to me and Manda, and get ready to seal the Yanbai." "All right." Chapter 91, Sealing the Yanbai. During the month they've spent training Anko, Orochimaru learned that Ryo had learned all the main seals of the Uzumaki clan, and that he was even better than him when it came to Fuinjutsu. But on the other hand, although both were cage tier, Orochimaru was much stronger than Ryo. An tailed beast is a physical gathering of chakra. It could feel pain, and be killed, but only to be resurrected. Therefore, Manda's poison can cause it damage, but the best way to deal with it is to seal it. Orochimaru's idea was to restrict Sun Wukong's movements with the help of Manda's poison, and then use Ryo's advanced Fuinjutsu to seal it back into Rashi's body. If Rashi cannot rely on the Yanbai's strength, he'd be low cage tier. With 2 other cage tier ninjas facing him, killing him becomes a possibility. Although Manda's character was bad and hard to deal with, his cooperation with Orochimaru over the years made the 2 golden partners that are well in sync. The Yanbai got overwhelmed by the 2 of them, and Manda's venom began to erode its body, and make his movements slower and slower. "Ryo-kun, are you ready?" Orochimaru asked. "The seal is ready, the high-level Uzumaki 4-symbol seal. I can use it whenever it's needed." Ryo replied. Orochimaru nodded, and Manda continued to attack. It started reducing the amount of venom secreted, while changing its character at the same time. With that, the Yanbai finally lost control of its body and fell to the ground. "Bastard, abominable human, I shall kill you." The Yanbai was only paralyzed, and its consciousness was still awake. Orochimaru didn't pay attention to the Yanbai's words, turning to Ryo and saying, "Ryo-kun, it's your chance." "All right." Ryo's hands formed the hand seals required and he launched 4-symbol seal. In the manga, Minato used 2 4-symbol seals combined into the 8 trigrams seal to be able to seal the Kyuubi within Naruto's body. Ryo speculated that it would enough to use a simple 4-symbol seal to seal Sun Wukong. Abominable human. Under the Yanbai's cursing of Ryo, 4-elephant seal was launched. The Biju ended up disappearing, leaving only Rashi behind on the ground. With the Yanbai sealing, Rashi regained consciousness. He found that he had no escape, and sounds just a little surprised as he said, "I didn't expect you to be able to subdue the Yanbai so quickly." Ryo was stunned to find that Rashi looked calm. He felt that there was something wrong. The man was facing 2 cage tier ninjas, without his Biju's help. He had no chance of winning, and his life was in danger. However, he didn't even try to escape. Ryo entered Sage mode to strengthen his perception abilities, and checked on the situation in Konoha's camp. He was shocked by it, and his face changed greatly. While they were facing the Yanbai, Onaki, along with the Rocks Jonins, were attacking Konoha's camp. Konoha ninjas had no heads, no command, and the camp was in absolute chaos. They were falling to Onaki's dust release, with over 100 ninjas evaporating under his attacks. Orokai-san! Onaki has taken the chance to attack our camp. Let me handle Rashi. You should get back to the camp first. Didn't expect this move from Onaki. Ryo-kun, I'm going back. After that, Orochimaru rushed towards Konoha's camp. With it less than a kilometer away, he reached the camp in no time. Onaki's initial plan was letting the Yanbai stall the two until he was able to destroy the entirety of the camp. What he didn't expect was that the Yanbai would be subdued in such a short time. He had just started his attack, when Orochimaru was already back fending off one of his dust-release jutsus. Konoha's ninjas' morals returned when they saw that Orochimaru had returned. The Rock's sneaking team's main force was Onaki. While the rest of the ninjas were all-powerful, they relied on Onaki's dust release to hold Konoha's ninjas off. Against over 4,000 of Konoha's ninjas, they stood no chance of winning without him. But Ryo detected their plot. By the time they snuck in, Orochimaru was back. Their mission was doomed to be over. Rashi intended to retreat, but Ryo did not want to let him go. He blinked in front of him, blocking his way out. There was no doubt that Ryo had great hatred within his heart towards Rashi. His grudge for the death of Yamanaka Akihito was engraved deep within his heart. This was his chance to get his revenge, and he was definitely unwilling to let his foe escape. And without the Yanbai's power, Rashi's power was greatly decreased. This was the ultimate chance for Ryo to kill his and avenge Akihito. Ryo seemingly went for the same style of attack, leaving an ice scalpel where he used to be, and using lightning to approach Rashi. Although Rashi didn't have the tailed coat mode to protect him, but to avoid any incidents Ryo changed the last step of his attack, stopping at a 3-meter distance from his foe, and using Chidori Iso to attack from a distance. At the moment of release of Chidori Iso, scorching lava suddenly appeared all over Rashi's body, and his lava-composed armor was able to fend off Ryo's attack. This lava chakra mode also appeared in the manga. With Edo Tensei, he was forced to fight the allied forces in the Fourth War and faced Naruto. In that state, even Naruto's Raise-Non couldn't break this lava armor, and even Naruto was burned by it. Originally, Ryo thought that it was a power dependent on the Yanbai, he didn't expect Rashi to be a user of lava release by himself. Facing the lava chakra mode, Ryo had nothing to do. Facing this armor, he seemed to be in a very helpless situation. He couldn't face its heat, let alone break through it. Kid, looks like you cannot keep up with me. That's not necessarily the case. I don't know how long you can sustain this mode without the Yanbai's chakra. Also, when I sealed it within you, I've also sealed much your own chakra stores. Ryo said those words, while keeping an eye of Rashi's expression. Sure enough, when he mentioned the fact that his chakra was sealed, Rashi panicked a little as well. Hero, let's attack him non-stop. You with your water gunshots, and me with my water release as well. Let's see how much it takes us to burn him out, said Ryo, as he once again blocked Rashi's way out. Gamahiro heard Ryo. As he understood his intentions, he immediately started releasing consecutive gunshots towards him. With the joint effort of man and toad, Rashi's lava chakra mode was eventually extinguished by the onslaught of water attacks. Old man, without your mode, what will you do now? Ryo was interested in how Rashi, who was drenched in water, would react. His face was really heavy indeed. Just like Ryo had just said, his chakra had already bottomed out, and there was a possibility that he would die there. Chapter 92, Revenge. If Rashi had all his usual chakra, he would have been able to maintain the lava chakra mode for much longer. Even without the Yanbai's help, Ryo had no chance against him. But now, most of his chakra was sealed along with the Yanbai by Ryo's 4-symbol seal, and his lava chakra mode was overwhelmed by the water releases launched at him. He was already at the end of his strength. Ryo did not hesitate, using the lightning chakra mode to move closer to Rashi, and then using the surrounding water vapor to condense ice that hammered his foe from all directions. Rashi had no way to avoid the endless stream of Ryo's ice, and his body became more and more bruised. Ryo's vigilance was not hindered by the feeble appearance of his enemy, and he carried on with his method all the way to victory. Finally, under his unyielding onslaught, Rashi collapsed to the ground. On the ground, he gasped, looking at Ryo and saying with some emotion, "I did not expect that I would meet my fate under your hands, kid. You are destined to die by my hands. Even if you manage to escape today, I will hunt you down, and I will kill you. Just die right now." Rashi heard hatred in Ryo's voice, and understood that he had probably killed one of his loved ones at some point in time. "Kid, could you at least tell me about the name of the one you're avenging?" "Yamanaka Akihito." "It him then." Rashi, as the Yanbai Jinchuriki, had faced many of the rock's enemies, and the people who died by his hands were by the hundreds. The ones whose names he could really remember were only a select few, and Akihito was one of them. "That man is a great shinobi. In order to cover the evacuation of Konoha's troops, he stayed behind on his own to block my path. I did not expect to die by the hands of one of his descendants." Hearing Rashi's final words, Ryo recalled Akihito's voice and smile, and then pierced Rashi's heart with rakery. Killing him with his own hands, his heart was finally relieved from the burden that he had put upon it. Akihito's death had always been a thorn in his heart. Back he had died, Ryo even though about the most wicked of thoughts, looking for ways to revive him, even with Edo Tensei. There had been nearly 7 years ever since he died, and time had diluted much of the intensity of his sorrow. He's given up on the idea of resurrecting his uncle. The only thing that he could not let go of was his hatred to his murderer. Killing Rashi relieved the pressure inside his heart, and he was able to finally relax. Even his Sharingan became stronger as he was no longer shackled by his vow for revenge. The strength of the Sharingan varies from user to user, and also is subject to change for the same user. For example, Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan when he faced his brother was not the same as when it had just opened when facing Naruto in the Valley of the End. In the manga, his 3-tomo Sharingan was able to break through the Tsukuyomi. Although it might have been because his brother was giving him slack, it was still largely due to the strength of his Sharingan exceeding the more common 3-tomo Sharingan. Now, Ryo's Sharingan has also reached the level of Shippuden Sasuke's. With Ryo's immense spiritual power, breaking through Genjutsu should be even easier than it was for Sasuke. With the death of its Jinchuriki, Sun Wukong also died. The Yanbai's chakra left Rashi's body. Ryo couldn't just let it go, and he used another scroll with the 4 symbols seal that he had prepared earlier. With it, he managed to seal about 1/5 of Yanbai's chakra. After he was through with that, he placed Rashi's corpse in another scroll, and let Gamahiro return to Mount Mayaboku. Back at Konoha camp, besides the ones killed previously by Onaki, only a few were seriously injured by the elite team chosen by Onaki, and the rest were all safe and sound. The Tsuchikage was enraged and heartbroken as he watched his team of 20 elite ninjas get surrounded and eventually killed by Konoha's ninjas, as he was being held off by Orochimaru. What burned his heart even more was the fact that out of the 20 elite ninjas, 12 were Jonins or Takubutsu Jonins. He was furious because if the fact the Rashi was so useless, that Orochimaru actually managed to return to the camp so soon. He knew he was in a massive disadvantage, and that running was his best option. But still, he was a bit reluctant to do so. He's been planning this for so long, he's the Tsuchikage, he's sent for Rashi's help, but now, this is the result. For Onaki, doing only this damage is absolutely unacceptable. As he was fighting Orochimaru, he occasionally sent his dust release attacks towards Konoha's ninjas. Most of his attacks were being blocked by Orochimaru, but sometime, the latter would just be too late. Over time, another 100 of Konoha's ninjas were lost. Everyone, spread out immediately. Orochimaru ordered. Onaki took advantage of his distraction, and sent another attack. It was heading to where Anko was standing. Orochimaru noticed that, but he was just too far to come to her rescue. At that time, Ryo was on his way back. As she had his scalpel, he immediately blinked in front of Anko, protecting her along with her fellow ninjas by blocking Onki's attack. Seeing Ryo's appearance, Onaki's face got heavy. He felt his heart drumming. The kid has returned safe and sound. Where's Rashi? Did he flee? Is he even still? Even though the two weren't that friendly, he felt bad about it. Losing a Kage-tier ninja in the World War period would be an immense loss for the Hidden Rock. Onaki-ji-san, you can't beat Orokai-san, so you just attack those weaker than you? That's shameless for a Kage. Ryo started mocking Onaki's behavior. Hey! Weren't you killing our lower ranks along with that big toad? Said Onaki. That's true indeed, so yeah, maybe now we're even. But if you come to our camp, we can't just let you leave empty-handed, he's my present to you. Saying that, Ryo took out Rashi's dead body from his scroll. Seeing the Jinchuriki's dead body, Onanki's face turned blue. Even though he had a hunch about it, seeing the body was far too shocking to him. He died at the kid's hands. Even without the Yanbai's power, Rashi was just too strong for such a thing to happen. Ryo Yamanaka. I will remember you, said Onaki. Kage-san, don't hurry, I have a second gift. Ryo threw an ice scalpel in the direction of Onaki, who was floating in the air. Onaki dodged it to the side, but Ryo teleported to the scalpel, appearing behind Onaki, delivering a raised non to his waist. He didn't want to kill the old man. Actually, he liked him from the days he saw him in the manga. But he wasn't going to hold back. Chapter 93, The Rock Withdraw. Flying Thunder God? I did not expect Konoha to have another user of that technique besides Minato Namikaze. Onaki held his waist, with immense pain showing upon his face. Ryo ignored Onaki's words. Instead, Orochimaru interfered, saying with a bit of sarcasm, Onaki, it's a pity that you've lost this time as well. Hey! Ryo Yamanaka! Hand over Rashi's body. Old man, you're not that dumb. Are you in a position to ask for such a thing? Ryo knew that if he stayed firm, Onaki, a man fit to be Kage, would come back to reality and start to negotiate. Onaki clearly could not afford letting Rashi's corpse in Konoha's hand. In the world of ninjas, information derived from an enemy's corpse is of utmost value. Ryo Yamanaka, what will it take for you to give Rashi's corpse? It's very simple. The Rock must immediately withdraw from the borders with the Fire Country, and not try to invade Konoha. If you agree, I'll give you Rashi's corpse immediately. If you don't, then I'm afraid that intelligence from Rashi's brain will be spread to all 5 major countries. Never forget that I'm a Yamanaka, you know our clan's special techniques, I believe. Listening to Ryo's conditions, Onaki became hesitant. Rashi was of extreme importance to the Rock, as a living man, or even as a corpse. He was one of their Kage tier fighters, and the Yanbai Jinchuriki. He had performed countless tasks for his village, and only God knew how much intelligence his brain held. If his body fell into Konoha's hands, no one could even imagine the grave consequences. But at the same time, the Hidden Rock were at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Pulling out their troops would hit the ninjas' morale greatly on all other battlefields. Ryo did not urge Onaki, and waited quietly for his decision. In mid-air, the latter held his waist and threw it over again and again, and then finally accepted Ryo's offer. Seeing Onaki agreeing, Ryo put Rashi's body back into the scroll, and handed it over directly to his foe. In reality, Onaki did not expect Ryo to hand over the corpse so quickly, and he kept staring at the kid. Ryo found himself being stared at by Onaki's deep love eyes and had immediate goosebumps. Oi oi oi, I don't like men. Stop staring at me. Ryo Yamanaka, you've directly handed over Rashi's corpse, don't you fear that this old man might back out on his word? Onaki didn't pay attention to Ryo's nonsense, and directly asked about what's in his heart. I believe that you, a Kage, would never do such a shameful thing. Even if you happen to disappoint, I'm confident that we can defeat you either way. Ryo said with confidence. Oh, Konoha is indeed a cradle of geniuses. Before you, there was that kid Minato Namikaze, and now here's Ryo Yamanaka. Rest assured, this old man will keep his promise and withdraw his troops. I'll see on another battlefield. After that, while holding his waist, Onaki flew away from Konoha's camp. Is it just me, or did he say that they were withdrawing their troops? I heard the same as you. Did we just get victory? Well, probably. All over Konoha's camp, that was the kind of dialogue that took place. Konoha's ninjas were somewhat in disbelief that victory would come so simply. At that moment, Ryo was also a little bit surprised that just Rashi's corpse was enough to push Onaki to withdraw. Ryo-kun, you're wondering why he agreed so easily. Orochi-san, you have any explanation? It does seem like you were taking advantage of him, using Rashi's corpse to force the Rock to retreat. But Ryo-kun, you're ignoring one factor, we have already defeated them in the previous battle. Orochimaru's words made Ryo realize the truth. That cunning old man Onaki had put him exactly where he wanted. Just like Orochimaru had said, Ryo has ignored that his arrival changed the situation between Konoha and the Rock. Before he arrived, Konoha was in an absolute disadvantage, being beaten by the Hidden Rock. After Ryo arrived, they were able to deal with the explosive squad, and Konoha was in a position to take the initiative. In the previous battle, the Rock lost to Konoha. It was obvious that they were in a desperate situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as summoning Rashi with the Yanbai to attack Konoha's camp. What Onaki didn't expect was that the Yanbai would be taken care of so quickly by Orochimaru and Ryo. Of course, he never thought of the possibility that Rashi would actually be killed by Ryo. With his Jinchuriki's death, Onaki knew that his village had no chance of winning this war. Ryo's terms were just perfect for him. He would get the important corpse of Onaki, while getting a chance to retreat. Ryo-kun, there's nothing wrong with what you did. With the rock retreating now, we can be free to deal with the hidden mist. On the other side of the country, we can begin our battle against the water country in the wave country. The water country's ninjas have landed in the wave country. Ryo was a bit worried. Yes. What is happening there is why I haven't stopped you from making that deal with Onaki. Having the rock retreat is actually best for us as well. Ryo nodded. On the battlefield of the water country, Konoha had no Kage tier ninjas. Their strongest ninjas were an Umbu and the 3 RDS Sun, both being quasi-Kage tier. The leaders of the battlefield, the heads of the Inoshikacho Alliance and the Hyuga twins were all some of the finest Jonin tier ninjas. Out of Kage tier ninjas, the Hokage gathered those 7 to collectively create a force to be reckoned with, one that can hold the water country ninjas off. The following day, under Onaki's orders, the Hidden Rock started withdrawing their troops, and Konoha's camp was full of joy. Ryo Yamanaka's name was to be remembered by all of Konoha's ninjas on that battlefield. The news about the rock's retreat reached Konoha's camp, and the third was extremely happy about it. After reading Orochimaru's report, and learning that the Yanbai Jinchuriki was killed by Ryo, he laughed for a long time, and then ordered the Umbu to call for a high-level meeting in the village. In the 3 RDS office, Konoha's higher UPS gathered. Of course, Danzo, who had restored some of Roots, was also there. The third informed everyone with the contents of Orochimaru's report. Some couldn't believe it. Ryo Yamanaka had been in that battlefield for less than 2 months, and yet he had such a massive influence. And that was against the power of the Yanbai. The ability to kill Rashi meant that Ryo was at least Kage tier. Hokage-sama, this information mentioning that Ryo Yamanaka had killed the Yanbai Jinchuriki, does it mean that Ryo is? Asked the Hyuga family head. The third had nothing to hide. Yes, Ryo Yamanaka is indeed Kage tier. His words made the meeting room get noisy, but he didn't stop the discussion. He liked where things were going, as he wanted to create a new hero for Konoha. In those days, morals were shot by the war. Even though Konoha was bearing no major losses, they weren't getting exciting victories either. The third felt the need to create an idol, one that gives confidence to Konoha's ninjas and citizens. It was perfect for what he wanted that Ryo killed the Yanbai Jinchuriki and made the rock withdraw their troops. Such achievements are enough for him to become Konoha's new hero. Chapter 94, Konoha's new hero. In Konoha's barbecue restaurant, 4 ninjas who were staying in the village sat down to eat. The 4 told each other about their recent experiences and talked about their wonderful tasks. Such amazing topics made the civilians listen with relish. Speaking of that, have you ever heard of Ryo Yamanaka? One of the strongest among them, a jonin who goes by the name Shen Sarutobi, asked. Ryo Yamanaka? Of course I did. He's the genius medical ninja, said to rival Lady Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. It was Kojima, the only kunoichi among the 4. Kunoichis usually are fans of the geniuses, and she was no exception. When she heard of such a genius in Konoha, she hurried to inquire. So what about him? The man on Shen's left, Hyuga Yizo, asked. Why even care about such a genius? That kind of people is out of our league completely. On his right, a decadent young man, Kawamura, swayed his hand saying he wasn't interested. Shen stared at him, and then lowered his voice, mysteriously saying, this is a secret in the village. You need to keep this between us, and never tell anyway. Yes we know, just say it. Kojima said. Shen didn't beat around the bush, and directly cut to the chase. Yesterday, the Hokage called the higher-ups in the village to meet in his office, and they talked about him. What's this? He's been talked about by the Hokage? Isn't this confidential? Kawamura groaned. Don't interrupt, let Shen finish, said Kojima. Kawamura helplessly grinned with nothing to say. Shen continued to talk to the lot about what he had heard. The Sandaime had said in the meeting that the Hidden Rock have already withdrawn their troops because of Ryo Yamanaka. He had killed the Yanbai. Impossible. How old is he even? How can he kill such a creature? Shen, where did you hear such nonsense? Just as Shen finished his words, Kawamura immediately asked. This is news that I accidentally overheard from the room of our clan's head. It cannot be fake. Shen argued. In fact, it wasn't just Kawamura. Even Kojima didn't believe this. Even though Shen looked serious and sure about what he's saying, they all had their doubts. They didn't mistrust him, but this news was just too big. Ending the battle of the Earth Country, and killing the Yanbai, is this really a teen's doing? Shen gave no further explanations, and the three believed that it should be nonsense. The big thing was that the eavesdropping civilians believed his words. This kind of discussion also took place in several other places, restaurants, hot springs, bookstores, etc. This way, the info started spreading around Konoha among the civilians. Konoha had won over on the Rock's side, and also managed to kill the Yanbai Jinchuriki. This was the doing of the village's young genius, Ryo Yamanaka. Hokage-sama, it has been done, and not the civilians are all talking about Ryo Yamanaka. An umbu reported to the third in his office. I already know. Now, go watch how things evolve carefully. Yes, Hokage-sama. This was all the 3RDS plot, using the civilians' curiosity to spread the news about Ryo as fast as possible. He wanted to make hero in the village. If the news about Ryo were given directly to the public, they would cause a lot of skepticism. The actual main selling point for the story was the word confidential said by the ninjas spreading the news. Now he just needs for thing to develop, and then hold a meeting in the village, thus letting the villagers take the initiative to ask about Ryo. Over the following few days, Ryo's glorious endeavors spread through Konoha. 80-year-old women and freshmen at the ninja school alike, all knew Ryo Yamanaka. The third took the opportunity to hold an open conference for all villagers to attend. Everyone gathered under the Hokage's residence, and the third stood on top along with the higher-ups of the village. He gave a long speech, blaming the four countries for their shameful acts that brought war, and then praising the ninjas fighting on the battlefield, and finally mentioning Konoha's victory in the Earth Country, along with the Rock Ninjas' retreat. His speech was really successful, and both civilians and ninjas cheered for the hard-earned victory. But after cheering, everyone realized that the speech did not mention Ryo Yamanaka. A few villagers gathered their courage asked, Hokage-sama, did we win because of Ryo Yamanaka? Did Ryo Yamanaka really kill the Yanbai? Some took the lead asking, and then many followed. The third pretended to be in a dilemma, making things even more confusing to them. At last, he acted like he was giving up, and told everyone about the story of Ryo Yamanaka. This made the crowd boil. The Hokage had admitted the fact himself. This can't be fake. Ryo Yamanaka is a hero. All the villagers felt that way. With such a hero in the village, who should anyone in Konoha worry? This way, the third conquered the fears and doubts brought by war to the villagers' hearts. Even the higher UPS of the village were very satisfied by the 3RDS plot. He's not only calming everyone's mood, he's also making the village more united. Of course, not everyone was satisfied. An obvious example was Danzo. To him, the third had not just made a hero, he had also created future opponent. He thought that Ryo would one day become stone block in his path, just like Sakumo. Ryo wasn't interested in becoming a Hokage. All he wanted was becoming the strongest in the world, and all he sought was strength. Of course, Danzo had no idea about that, and was thinking that if Ryo's reputation keeps rising, he would never get the chance to become a Hokage. Back in the Earth Country, Ryo had no idea about what the third had done. He was busy teaching Anko and getting her familiar with Sage Mode. Anko relied on her strong perception of natural energy, and her progress was really prominent. It was a shame that Ryo was not a user of fire and earth releases, and therefore had no way to teach her how to use those skills in battle. Orochimaru on the other hand was immersed in another subject that Ryo had opened, genetics. Over the course of those days, he studied gene arrangement like crazy. The biggest firm believer in science in the Naruto-verse, showed great enthusiasm after learning a few concepts of modern medicine, becoming self-proclaimed student of Ryo in that field. He made Ryo ashamed of himself, as he had never been this focused in his college days. Chapter 95, New Position. Ryo-kun, do you mean that the grass on the ground has the same type of genetic material as humans? Since he was introduced to the subject of genetics by Ryo, Orochimaru often sat down with him to discuss the topic. In his past life, Ryo spent over 20 years reading books, but some of the questions he was being asked were ones that still puzzled him as well. Yes, they are 17% identical to us genetically. Monkeys are even closer, 98% to 99% identical. So, Orokai-san, when it comes to making experiments, it should make little difference whether one uses humans or monkeys. Ryo took the opportunity of teaching Orochimaru about modern science, and tried to give him alternative ways to experiment. Experimenting with human bodies was still somewhat unacceptable to Ryo. He also wanted to change Orochimaru for the best. Orokai-san, putting aside the matter of genetics, I have something puzzling me. Why haven't there been any new orders from Konoha? It's up to Sarutobi-sensei. I think he's still thinking about choosing who to send to the Wave Country, said Orochimaru. What Orochimaru said was true. The third was entangled in the matter and didn't know who to send. Orochimaru had already faced the mist during the Second World War. It's reasonable to say that he's the best choice. But him going there, leaving Ryo on the border with Earth Country is extremely risky. If Onaki happened to back out on his word and counterattacked, Ryo would be in great danger. Ryo was indeed cage tier, but Onaki was far too strong for him. Orochimaru was no opponent for the Tsuchikage, let alone Ryo. Thinking about all of that, the third decided to choose Ryo as the one to be sent to the Wave Country. Ryo had the potential, as long as he grew up safely, to become one of the pillars of Konoha's future. After deciding the one to go to the Water Country as support, the next thing to consider was his position on that battlefield. The third ultimately decided to consult with his 3 old comrades. Having a unified front in the following meeting should be beneficial. Tell Danzo, Homura, and Koharu to come to my office. The Umbu received his orders and immediately invited the 3. They arrived to the office almost at the same time. The third cut straight to the chase, telling him about his problem. I suggest that Ryo Yamanaka should be an advisor to the leader of the battlefield. The first one to answer was Koharu. After listening to her answer, Homura's face changed. In the world of Naruto, strength is most respected. The Water Country battlefield had no cage tier ninjas. The strongest ninjas there were quasi-cage tier. Having a cage tier ninja taking orders from a quasi-cage ninja sounded ridiculous to him. I don't feel like that's right. Ryo Yamanaka is cage tier. There is no reason for him to obey a quasi-cage's orders. I suggest that he should be the chief commander on that battlefield. Homura, Ryo Yamanaka is only 12 years old. Such a position is not suitable for him, said Danzo. It's not appropriate to get a cage tier to follow the orders of a quasi-cage. Homura insisted on his opinion. In fact, it is not impossible to give the position of chief commander. After listening to the opinions of the 3, the third gave it a little thought then said what he saw. Saru, Ryo Yamanaka is still too young. I fear that he would not fit in that position. Seeing that the third was leaning towards Homura's side, Koharu jumped to object. I agree with Koharu. Danzo also stood by her side. He was the one who liked the idea the least. Koharu, Danzo, think about who's in the Wave Country right now. Shikaku Nara. The wisdom of the Nara clan. So it turned out that you were thinking of that. Giving it a little bit of thought, Koharu suddenly realized it. The heads of all 3 Inoshikacho clans will be around Ryo. Even if he was in the position of chief commander, the one who will really command is going to be the Shikaku Nara, as he is the brain of the trio, and Ryo would definitely listen to them. Thinking about that, Koharu also changed camp and agreed with the third and Homura to let Ryo command that battlefield. Danzo found that all 3 agreed. Since his opinion wasn't enough to make an impact, he chose to not speak anymore. Hiruzen, since Ryo Yamanaka is going to the Wave Country, you should send your son to the Lighting Country. There, Minato Namikaze could benefit from some assistance, added Homura. Indeed, Minato is getting some problems there on his own. The third agreed with Homura's suggestion. After the 4 reached a consensus, Konoha held another high-level meeting at night. The third did not discuss the matter during the meeting, and immediately announced his decision. In the conference room, everyone looked at each other, but couldn't raise any objections since Danzo, Homura, and Koharu all seemed to be on board. This way, Ryo was officially appointed as the chief commander of the Wave Country battlefield. On that night, an Umbu left the 3RDS office with an appointment letter and ran to Konoha's camp in the Earth Country. 3 days later, the Umbu arrived, and handed over the 3RDS appointment to Ryo. Orochimaru was in the tent when Ryo got the scroll. Ryo went on to open it directly. My god! The third is really being generous. Check it out, Orokai-san. Orochimaru took a look at the appointment scroll, and his expression did not change. To him, Ryo was more than capable to take that position with his ability and wisdom. Ryo-kun, it seems that I can't discuss science with you anymore. Orochimaru returned the appointment book to Ryo, with a hint of regret upon his face. Rest assured, Orokai-san. Once the war is over, I'll build a big research institute with you. In the evening, Ryo selected 10 people from the camp to go along with him. They were all acquaintances from his medical team. Early the next morning, after he and Orochimaru bid each other farewell, Ryo left the Earth Country to the Wave Country. To get there, he needed to go through a large sea. So, he needed a boat and guide. He waited for them in the port. Because of the war, there were no boats at all in the entire port. Helpless, Ryo entered Sage mode to find out if there were any fishermen living around. After some searching, he found no one. Without a guide, he didn't know how to get to his destination by sea. Just as Ryo was sighing with his companions, Ming Hyaga seemed to have found something, and he opened his Byakugan looking at the sea in the distance. Ryo, there in the sea, is that a boat? Ryo looked there with his Sharingan, and sure enough, there was a small boat on the water. You guys wait for me in here, I'll stop that boat. Ryo went into the lightning chakra mode, blinked through the sea to finally stand in front of the boat. Hello? Anyone? Out of courtesy, Ryo didn't break into the inside, and checked for people first. After a good while without getting an answer, Ryo perceived people on the boat. Perhaps they didn't answer, fearing the ninja who approached. So Ryo had no other choice, he had to jump into the boat. Chapter 96, Family of 3. Ryo jumped into the boat and walked into the cabin where were the people he had perceived. When he arrived to the hatch, Ryo didn't enter directly because he heard screaming in the cabin, "You all listen to me. If you want to live, hurry up and tell where the money is hidden." Ryo smiled, and all he worried about now was finding a way to get the owner of the ship to go all the way to the Wave Country with his team. Before jumping in, Ryo sensed 8 people on board. 4 were rowing and taking the helm, and 4 in the cabin. Now it seemed like one of the 4 in the cabin was a pirate. An ordinary pirate should not be difficult to deal with for 7 people, not to mention that 4 of the 7 were engaged in manual labor. With this, Ryo guessed that this pirate could be a ninja. At this thought, Ryo didn't hesitate and entered the ice lightning chakra mode. At the moment when the cabin's door was open, he blinked right next to the pirate, laying an ice scalpel upon his neck. The cold sensation got the pirate in cold sweat, and speed he had just witnessed was incomparable to anything else he had ever seen or even heard of. Facing such a strong opponent, he had only one way: kind. Kind, sir. Please forgive me. I have an 80-year-old mother, and a 3-year-old child. Killing me means killing my entire family. Ryo was bummed out by this response. Yes, it was such a cliché line, but what made it worse was that the pirate in question actually looked younger than 20 years old. Just as Ryo was about to respond, someone had already spoken first. "Liar. You don't even look like you're 20 years old. 80-year-old mother, 3-year-old child, when did you get all that? Shut up, coterie. Sir, this child is still young and ignorant, please don't be mad." The woman heard her child talking and immediately yelled. Ryo was too busy paying attention to that stupid pirate, so he didn't take the time to explain what he was doing to this family of 3. They were all still afraid of him. Ryo turned back and wanted to tell them that he was not malicious. However, he was too stunned to talk when he saw them. 2 out of the 3 had hair that was exactly the same as Kushina's. The woman's hair was black, while the man and the little girl's hair were red. The older ones looked like they were in their 20s, and the little girl was only 4 or 5 years old. Looking at the little girl, Ryo could almost see Kushina in her. Initially, Ryo just wanted to get a sailboat. But now, it seems that these people must be protected, as they might be relatives of his sensei. Seeing that 2 of the people on board should be from the Uzumaki clan, Ryo started doubting the identity of the pirate. "Who are you? Who sent you to kill the people on board?" Kind sir, forgive me. I just had no money, so I attacked this boat." Ryo wasn't buying that. It would be such an odd coincidence for a mere pirate to land on an Uzumaki boat. Ryo didn't continue to interrogate him, he simply stunned him and invaded his memories. From his memories, he found out his real purpose. This so-called pirate was Chunin from the Mist Village. He and other shinobi were assigned to intercept ships traveling to and from the Wave Country, to prevent them from sneaking Konoha's ninjas in. And this Mist Chunin was greedy, taking the opportunity of this task to disguise himself as a pirate to make some cash. He did not find out the identity of this family, he just thought that this sailboat was the right size for him to rob. Learning this, Ryo was relieved. Most interceptions shouldn't be a lot of trouble for him to handle if they ever accrued. Ryo left his mind and opened his eyes to look at this family of 3. The woman seemed like a civilian, with no sign of shinobi-level chakra. However, the red-haired man was different. Ryo felt a huge amount of chakra out of him. Ryo didn't want to make this take too long, just saying directly to him, "Hey! You're from the Uzumaki clan, no?" The man blinked, and then jumped to protect the woman and child with his body, keeping a firm eye on Ryo. "Fear not. I'm not malicious. My name is Ryo Yamanaka, one of Konoha's ninjas." The man's face stayed full of hostility, so Ryo went and took out his forehead protector from his pocket. Seeing that, the man became less defensive. Since the forehead protector wasn't enough to get him to loosen his guard completely, Ryo cut straight to the chase saying, "I don't know if you know Kushina Uzumaki. I'm a disciple of her." Hearing Kushina's name, the man's eyes lit up and he finally said, "A disciple of Kushina you say? Do you have any proof?" Ryo smiled and showed the lot the various Uzumaki seals he learned from her. Seeing that, the man confirmed Ryo's identity and was completely relieved. "My name is Shinshiro, this is my wife Kano, and my daughter Kotori." The man introduced his family to Ryo. "Hello." Ryo and the other 2 greeted each other. The girl wasn't afraid at all. During all that conversation, she was looking at Ryo with a curious eye. "Hey, Onisan, you know Kushina Oba-san?" The little girl asked Ryo. "Sorry, this kid is not sensible. But I also would like to know about how Kushina is doing," said Shinshiro. "I don't. What's the relationship between Shinshiro-san and my teacher?" The young girl's words made Ryo speculate the relationship between them. Still, out of caution, he asked one more question. "Kushina is my cousin, my uncle's daughter. She was received by Konoha back when she was 7, and I've never seen her ever since. Kotori heard from me that she had a relative, an aunt, named Kushina," Shinshiro explained. Ryo nodded, and told the family everything he knew that wasn't classified. "Haha, I never thought that with all the years that had passed, Kushina would still have that character. That's the same as her when she was a child," said Shinshiro, laughing. After chatting for a while, Ryo remembered why he came to this ship. "Shinshiro-san, in fact, I came to your boat to ask for help. Today, you've helped me a lot. Ask me whatever you want. You didn't need my help, I just moved unnecessarily." Ryo shook his head helplessly. Shinshiro's massive chakra stores were a dozen times more than necessary to crush that mist ninja. "But still, I do need this favor. Would you please help me with my team to get to the Wave Country?" "Absolutely, no problem. We were just going there." Shinshiro agreed really quickly. With his agreement, Ryo left and returned with Mon Uchiha, Ming Hyaga and the rest of his team, and they immediately left off to the Wave Country. Chapter 97, Burning Youth. While Ryo and his team were heading towards the Wave Country along with Shinshiro's family, their destination was witnessing an earth-shattering battle. The Mist Ninjas had made a great plan of attacking with regular ninjas, and then dispatching the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist to hunt down the young talents among Konoha's ranks. Their plans were long figured out by Shikaku Nara, but there was too much difference in high-end combat power. No side had a Kage-tier ninja. The heads of the Yuki and Hojiki clans and the personal guard of the Mizukage were all quasi-Kage tier, while the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist with their swords were all above the average Jonin tier. The heads of the Inoshikacho alliance could block the Hojiki clan head. The 3 RDS quasi-Kage Umbu could deal with the Mizukage's bodyguard. Since the 3 RDS Sun was dispatched to the Lightning Country, the remaining 5 Jonins had to gather in order to face the head of the Yuki clan. With that, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist found themselves free to do whatever they wanted. In order to keep the worst from happening, Shikaku Nara took the opportunity and made all the young ninjas in the camp run away. The 7 were Fugyuki Sukazan, using Same Hata, Kushimaru Kuriareri, using Nuiberi, Jozo Baiwa, using Kubikari Basho, Reiga Kurosuke, using Kiba, Jinin Akabino, using Kabutori, Jinpachi Munashi using Shivuki and Hojiki Ha using Hiramekarei. Author note: the wielder of Hiramekarei at the time was not mentioned in the manga, so the author just picked a name. The 7 of them, even with ordinary swords, were Jonin level. With the power of the 7 legendary swords, however, they become even more terrifying. They went in like tigers into a herd of gazelles, ravaging through Konoha's genins and chinin. In no time, corpses were everywhere. After killing no less of 500 Konoha ninjas, they started searching for the younger ones to kill. Like in the manga, Might Guy, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu were found and cornered by the 7. The 3 knew how strong their opponents were, and they were really desperate. Just then, a man dressed in a green jumpsuit that was the same as Guy's appeared in front of them. "Dad! Dad! What are you doing here?" Guy looked at his father, Might Do, whose body was emitting green steam. "Never mind, just run and I'll buy you some time." Do interrupted his son's words and told him to escape with his friends. "If we flee, what would happen to you?" "Dad, you're just a genin, and they are all jonins, plus, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. You are no match for them. I have the Gate of Death, the 8 inner gates formation." Du's firm voice made Guy realize how resolved his father was. "But if you use that trick, Dad?" Might Du turned back and gave a proud thumbs up to his son, and then looked firmly at the 7 in front of him. "Hey there! Sorry to interrupt your father-son moment. But don't worry, I'm keeping you together, and you're staying here, kid. My sword needs your blood to repair its blade," said Jozo Baiwa. "Don't talk nonsense, you'll find plenty of blood everywhere. Let's hurry up and deal with them all." Reiga Kurosuke sounded somewhat impatient. "It is time to fulfill my oath, to protect what's important to me." 8th Gate of Death, open. Du saw the enemy about to make a move, and opened the Gate of Death without any hesitation. Blood-red steam was emitted out his body, along with powerful chakra, dozens of times beyond that of a Hokage. The blood-red steam was, like Guy later said, the peak of burning youth, burning to become nourishment for the new, fresh leaf, his own son. Both the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and Guy's team were scared by Du's incredible state. "Open! What in the world? This chakra, even the Sanbai wouldn't match it. Is this really a genin?" Kushimaru Kuriareri said, trembling. "Do not panic. Chakra is not the only indicator of strength." Fugeki Sukazan's words somewhat gave some stability back to his colleges. The 3 genins finally left the scene. Du saw them leaving with relief, and then rushed over to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. A red figure that was at a distance of them appeared out of nowhere in front of Hojiki, kicking him. Evening Elephant, first step. Hojiki died with 1 kick. He didn't even have the time to react. The rest of the 7, including Fugeki, the calmest of them, panicked. 1 kick killed their comrade, this man can kill them that easily. They all rushed to escape, scared for their lives. But Du wasn't about to let them go free. He caught up with Kushimaru with his second step. The other 6 people were scared to escape, and Matt did not let them go. They caught up with the chestnut string and kicked the second foot. Jinpachi was hit by the 3rd step, and the 4th took the life of Jinin Akabino. The 7 had no chance to resist, and they could only run. In the manga, even Uchiha Madara with his almost immortal 6-path mode could not fight back the continued barrage of Evening Elephant, let alone these 7. There were 5 steps in the Evening Elephant, and the last was shot at the escaping Fugeki. Because he managed to gain distance, the hit was not lethal, and he managed to survive. Along with him, Reiga Kurosuke and Jozo Baiwa also escaped with their lives. Ryo, who had just set foot in the wave country, was shocked by the explosion in the distance. He went directly into Sage mode, and felt the colossal chakra, being that of even the Kyuubi in the direction of the explosion. However, it was gradually weakening. "Ming, Mon, protect Shinshiro-san. I'll go there to see." After that, Ryo left Sage mode, entering the Ice Lightning Chakra mode, and he hurried with the Ice Teleport and his Lightning Chakra flicker in the direction of the explosion. Such a massive chakra, that's gradually declining, Ryo already guessed who it was. Sure enough, when reached the scene, he saw a blood-red figure, kicking 3 escaping foes. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were taken down by only 3 kicks. Might Do launched just 1 other kick towards Fugeki, and then collapsed to the ground. Ryo was already greatly impressed by the power of the 8 gates released formation. He had rewound Gai's and Madara's fight countless times in his past life. And it was visible to him now, how superior the magnitude of real Evening Elephant was compared to the anime. Du's blood-red figure was engraved in his memory. The man who had just burned his youth to carry out his own beliefs, he was more admirable to him than ever. Ryo ignored the 3 surviving swordsmen who were running for their lives. Instead, he went to check on the situation of Might Du. After a brief moment, he sighed helplessly. "How is Guy?" Du asked. "Dai-san, don't talk, I'll get you to see Guy one more time." After he finished his words, Ryo used ice to freeze Du's body and stop his passing. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to save his life, but he could at least allow him to see his son one more time. That was the only thing Ryo could do. Chapter 98, Stealing Ice Jutsus. Ryo went behind Guy and his team while carrying the ice-covered Might Du. The 3 were not fast. Even though they weren't carrying anything, Ryo caught up with them in no time. The 3 were vigilant, and found out that someone was behind them. They immediately went into hiding. "Guy! Come out! I haven't seen you in so long. I'm your old classmate, you know." Ryo reached them and called them out. "Dad!" The first to look at him was Guy, who was hiding behind a rock. He saw his father and immediately ran towards Ryo. He was followed immediately by Ebisu and Genma, who also jumped from behind the 2 trees they were hiding behind. "Guy, sorry. I cannot save Du-san. This all I can do, to give you the chance to see each other one last time." After putting Du on the ground, Ryo removed the ice. Guy looked at the dark charred body of his father. It filled his heart with sorrow, and he couldn't keep his tears from pouring down. "Guy, don't cry. It is an insult to cry for someone who's burning for their conviction." A weak voice could be heard. Hearing his father, Guy held back his tears. "Dad, you don't be sad. I willingly sacrificed myself to protect Konoha's future. This is the peak of my youth." The father and son farewell left Genma and Ebisu silent. Ryo also felt extremely emotional. Eventually, Du left this world with a smile. He had fulfilled his wish, and protected his son and Konoha's future. Guy refused Ryo help, and chose to carry his father's corpse on his own. All the way through, he did not shed a tear. Ryo asked the 3 to take him to Konoha's camp. They were really reluctant at first. Ryo's great deed had not been transmitted to their camp, and they had no idea that he was caged here. "Ryo, there are still the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to head back to the camp?" said Genma. "Right. If we go back and encounter them, it would make Du-san's sacrifice go in vain." 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Du-san already killed 4 of them, he gave his life for it, said Ryo, looking at the 2. "What? Du-san," Genma could not even find words to say. He never expected Guy's father to be able to do such a thing. "But still, there are 3 of them, all jonins, and ninja swordsmen, we still can't beat them," Ebisu said. "Rest assured. Although I'm not as strong as Du-san, but I'm confident that I can kill those 3. Ryo declared his cage tier status to the 3. With that, all 4 returned to Konoha camp. Seeing the horrible state it was in, Ryo was furious. All the ninjas who stayed there were killed, including those who were injured. After confirming that there was no danger around, Ryo left the 3 in the camp and went towards the place where the battle was going on. The main battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist was a wasteland not too far to the front of the camp. After Ryo rushed in, he found that Konoha's camp was doing much better than he had anticipated. The 3 quasi-cages of the mist were being restrained, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were not there. The mist had no other jonins, so the high end of Konoha's troops didn't have much trouble. Ryo immediately summoned Gamahiro. Both camps were extremely startled by the sudden appearance of this giant toad. "This is Jiraiya-sama's summoning. I've seen it before. He summons a toad," said one of Konoha ninjas. "Yes, I remember it too. It's reinforcements. Reinforcements are here." In no time, all of Konoha's ninjas started cheering, after realizing that they just had reinforcements from Konoha. The mist ninjas were also stunned to see the immense figure of Gamahiro. Such a behemoth should be too lethal on the battlefield. "Inoichi, is it Ryo?" Choza Akamishi saw Gamahiro and immediately asked his teammate. "Yes, he's here. The kid's finally here. Inoichi was extremely relieved to see the big toad. In fact, all members of the Inoshikacho team were relieved as they knew that Ryo had arrived. Ryo told Gamahiro to help the regular ninjas while he went to the Inoshikacho team. Inoichi-ni-san, you've been in a tight spot. Sorry I'm late. Ryo said to the three. We have no time to reminisce, Ryo. Those guys are at their limits there. Go to help them restrain the Yuki clan head. Shikaku Nara pointed at the 5 jonins facing the Yuki clan head. Ryo nodded and went in to help immediately. He had a special motive in this case, as he was really interested in the Yuki clan's ice techniques. This might be a good opportunity to copy them. The main force facing his opponent was that of the Hyuga twins. The fact that he was facing them together along with their companions showed his immense strength. It was just that the 5 jonins had no answer to the Yuki clan's ice. Whether it was in defense or in attack, their ice performed really well. Ryo didn't immediately go for attacking. Instead, he observed how his enemy used his Kekii Genkai. Although his ice is different from that of the Yuki clan, both were the same in shape and similar in use. There were many things he could learn from a Yuki master. After watching for a while, he found that the 5 jonins' strength was severely inadequate. So he made his move, blocking an ice attack that was directed towards the Hyuga twins. Kid, who are you? The Yuki clan head asked with vigilance. One should give his name before asking others about theirs. Indeed. Then here, I'm the head of the Yuki clan, Bing Yuki. Now it's your turn, kid. Ryo Yamanaka. After confirming that there was no Ryo Yamanaka mentioned among the top-tier ninjas of Konoha's camp, Bing immediately attacked. Ryo opened his Sharingan to copy the attack, and then used it, and the 2 ice attacks collided. Obviously, Ryo's ice was harder, and Bing ended up being hit. He stood up from the ground after falling, and stared at Ryo asking, Who are you? How can you use the Yuki clan's ice? Who said that only the Yuki clan can use ice? Ice is composed of wind and water attributes. I awakened ice release by fusing them. Ryo was just lying with a straight face, but Bing seemed to be falling for it. I didn't expect that ninjas outside of our clan could achieve such a thing. You're very talented, kid. Wouldn't you be interested in just dumping Konoha's camp and joining our clan? You can learn the strongest of our clan's jutsus. Not really. I don't think that you have any technique that I don't, said Ryo with a smile. You're too arrogant. Bing despised Ryo's attitude. How would an outsider know all the Yuki ninjutsus? That is nonsense. He decided to teach Ryo a lesson. But on the other side, Ryo was overzealous. His greatest opportunity of stealing the Yuki clan's secrets was finally here. Chapter 99, Freezing 1000. Bing Yuki wasn't aware of Ryo's purpose. He was driven by the pride of confidence of the Yuki clan, and not worried at all as he didn't believe that a teenager could have many ice jutsus at that age. But no matter what kind of ice jutsu he used to attack the Ryo, the latter responded with the same. Ryo's ice is condensed with natural energy, and manipulates air moisture. The Yuki clan's ice relies directly on their Kekii Genkai ice chakra. When it comes to hardness, it doesn't come close to Ryo's. On top of that, Bing was fighting the 5 Konoha jonins for a long time. Over half of his chakra was already consumed by the time he had to face Ryo. Therefore, Ryo won the battle of ice release with ease. The head of the Yuki clan, who spent his life living with ice release masters, lost to a foreigner. Ryo didn't kill Bing. He had just learned many ice release jutsus from him, and that's why he couldn't bring himself to do it. The 5 Konoha jonins were a bit embarrassed. They struggled for so long fighting Bing, but Ryo took him down, and with extreme ease. The strong earn their respect in this world, and power is the absolute source of appreciation. The 5 jonins who were not that satisfied with Ryo before changed their attitude towards him after witnessing his strength. Ryo closed his eyes and took a while to think about all the jutsus he had learned just now. He just used the Sharingan to copy them all, and he had to take a good while to fully digest this new knowledge. He was prepared to give the mist a huge gift, so it was important for him to familiarize himself with ice release even further. Ryo-san, how to deal with the Yuki's Kekii Genkai without ice of our own? Hayashi Hyuga saw Ryo remaining silent for a long time, and couldn't help but ask. Ryo's thoughts were interrupted, and he glanced at Hayashi with dissatisfaction. Ryo-san, my brother was only frustrated, nothing more. He didn't want to interrupt your thoughts. Feeling that the mood was a bit cold, Hisashi immediately talked to justify his brother's actions. I'm not that bothered. You five don't have to stay in the battlefield. Just go to Konoha's camp and hunt down the remaining 3 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The remaining 3? Ryo-san, have you killed 4 of them? Asked Hisashi with surprise. It wasn't me who killed them. It's Might-do-san. Ryo explained to them, out of respect for this great man who burned himself for his convictions. Ryo's words reminded them of the green jumpsuit-wearing genin always shouting about youth. A man who had no skills outside of taijutsu was actually hiding such powerful strength. I'll tell you all about it in detail after the battle. Now go to the camp and hunt them down as I said. Yes, Ryo-san. The 5 jonins went to the back line, and Ryo felt a lot safer about the situation there. Now, the next step for him is to end the battle. When Ryo first saw the terrible situation in Konoha's camp, he had already planned to give the mist an unforgettable lesson. The ice jutsus Ryo had just learned gave him a new perspective on the use of his ice release, and the mist ninjas on the battlefield were the perfect test subjects. After entering Sage mode, Ryo used telepathy to communicate with Konoha's ninjas. Konoha's ninjas, I'm the new chief commander of the Battle of the Wave Country. That toad on your side is my summoning. Now, this is my first order. I want you all to use your own ways to get the mist ninjas gathered in the center of the battlefield. I want to send them this great gift to avenge our fallen brothers. Ryo's words were like a stone falling into a pond, getting all of Konoha's ninjas excited. According to tradition, a chief commander of Konoha's troops is usually Kage tier. The arrival of a new one meant that the Kage tier powerhouse reinforcing their ranks had finally arrived. They all proceeded immediately to carry out Ryo's order. Intentionally or unintentionally, the mist ninjas found themselves forced into the center of the battlefield. Gamehiro's method was the simplest and most brutal of all. With his large pair of blades, he rushed at the enemies who rushed like sheep to the center away from him. Nearly a third of them were gathered. And Ryo perceived over 2,000 ninjas in the center. Konoha's ninjas, that is enough. Immediately leave the center of the battlefield and be careful not be accidentally injured by my jutsu. Ryo once again communicated with everyone, and then left Sage mode. He then immediately entered the Ice Lightning Chakram mode. The mist ninjas relied heavily on water release, so the water in the air is sufficient. Ryo began to absorb the moisture in the air, controlling it with natural energy to condense an ice bow of his height. He then manipulated chakras shape transformation for make a bowstring, following that by making a crystal clear ice arrow on the ice bow. The ice arrow was constantly being compressed by Ryo, and the small projectile gathered a huge amount of natural energy. When Konoha's ninjas heard Ryo's words, they immediately left the center of the battlefield. By the time his arrow was ready, they were already far enough. Mist ninjas, pay for your deeds. After Ryo finished his words, he let the string loose. The ice arrow flew quickly, reaching the center of the battlefield in an instant. Ryo then proceeded to shape control it. It transformed into a small ice flower, then blossomed, bloomed, and finally grew to become a bijou-sized ice flower on the battlefield, that was filled with mist ninjas. However, that wasn't all. Ryo then controlled the ice flower to shatter in front of everyone, along with the 1,000 frozen mist ninjas within it. The whole battlefield went awkwardly silent for a moment. No matter whether it was Konoha's or the mist ninjas, everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Ryo was not satisfied with the effect of his attack. He actually expected to engulf all 2,000 mist ninjas within his flower, but he only managed to kill half of them. After a good while of silence, all of Konoha's ninjas began to cheer. Ryo's arrow gave them all a much-needed boost of morals. They went all out on the remaining mist ninjas who were, in contrast, heavily demoralized. Many of them even lost their wits at the sight of Ryo's arrow. With their joined efforts, Konoha's shinobi were defeating the mist. Seeing that Konoha's ninjas were not at much need of his help, Gamahiro jumped to Ryo's location, wanting to know if the ice flower was a new jutsu of his. Ryo, is this a new jutsu? Gamahiro asked Ryo directly. Ryo shook his words as he gathered his words, is not a new technique. This isn't the first time I use this ice bow. This special arrow however is new. It's based on the Yuki clan's techniques. I then condense natural energy within it and then, after I send it, I control that energy to change its shape into that ice flower. Gamahiro didn't seem to understand much, but he didn't ask more. All he wanted to know is whether this technique is new or not. Hiro, it's been a while since we last fought together. Let's take care of these mist ninjas. Being the warhead he is, Guan Ryo agreed without any hesitation. A young man and a toad re-entered the battlefield. Chapter 100, The Third Mizukage. With Ryo and Guan Ryo joining the battle, the mist ninjas were devastated, and could only try to escape. The Hokage clan's head and the Mizukage saw the way things were developing and abandoned their battles. Even though Konoha was in a great disadvantage at the start, things developed differently. Might-Do opened the 8th gate of death and killed 4 of the ninja swordsmen of the mist, and then Ryo came to the battlefield in time, killing over 1,000 ninjas with his ice arrow. By all means that was the mist's defeat. However, Konoha's victory could only be described as a tragic one. The barrier, medical and wounded ninjas left behind in Konoha's camp were all killed by the 7. On the battlefield, there were nearly 1,000 between wounded and killed. This was the most brutal bloodbath that Ryo ever had to witness ever since he started participating in the Third World War. However, Ryo had only brought a small medical ninja team along with him, with Ming and Mon being there for their protection. Upon returning to Konoha's camp, after the battle, the casualties were reported to Shikaku, who put the medics into work. These medics have been Ryo's subordinates ever since the beginning of the Third World War, and they were some of the best medical ninjas out there since Ryo has taught them modern medicine. With their help, Ryo spent 3 days treating the 74 most wounded ninjas, saving 66 of them. The price was the medical team had 3 sleepless nights, and that Ryo had to use all the healing stones that he had stored. After the serious injuries were dealt with, Ryo and the others slept for a whole day and night. Soon after waking up, they looked into the minor injuries. With that, Ryo spent almost 10 days during which he couldn't get noteworthy sleep. He and his medical team finished treating all the wounded on the battleground. After the rescue work ended, Ryo was exhausted. He was even more tired than the time after beating Rashi. All he could do now is trying to get some good sleep. During those 10 days, Ryo lived in a temporary rescue tent along with the rest of the medical ninjas. He didn't know if Shikaku had arranged him a place to settle in during that time. He could only see him and ask him directly about his residence. After arriving to Shikaku's tent, Ryo asked him. Shikaku Nara however had his own burning question. Ryo, are you conscious that you have become the general commander of this whole country's battlefield? I have Shikaku Nisan by my side. What could I ever need to be conscious about? Ryo understood his position well. He knew that he wasn't fit to be in such a position. He could try to play smart and command the whole army on his own, but he better not do it. What a drag! All right, come with me. Shikaku Nara said the signature Nara phrase, before leading Ryo to the tent he had arranged for him. On the way, Shikaku Nara was looking back from time to time, getting Ryo all puzzled, until the two reached the tent. It was the largest tent in the camp. It was almost exactly the same as Orochimaru's tent in the Earth Country battlefield, and Sakumo's tent in Wind Country battlefield. It's no wonder that Shikaku asked him that question. Ryo realized why he was looking back at him and watching his eyes with such frustration. Great then, Shikaku Nisan, but I have to come back. Ryo couldn't wait, he felt smothered by Shikaku's looks and had to flee back to his tent. Over the following few days, Ryo threw all the burdens of managing the camp on the Shikaku's shoulders, and focused on replenishing his yin seal. At the same time, in the Water Country's hidden mist village, the third Mizukage was discussing the plans for the next battle with the village's elders. Not too long ago, I received news from the front line. Konoha sent a Kage-tier powerhouse to the Wave Country. He was able to use the Yuki clan's jutsus. When he arrived to the battlefield, he defeated Bing Yuki. Speaking of the third Mizukage, he was grey-haired old man. He seemed to be of the same age as Onaki, or slightly younger. In fact, he was of the same generation as the second Tsuchikage, and much older than Onaki. Back at the first Kage summit, he was already an adult as he escorted the first Mizukage to meet with Hashirama and the rest. Mizukage-sama, when I received this information, I sent people to check there were any missing children from the Yuki clan. They didn't have anyone missing for over a decade. An old man stood up and said. He's not from the Yuki clan. His ice is different. It's ice that he blends himself from wind and water properties. It's not surprising that he could beat the Yuki clan's ice. The third responded. Mizukage-sama, let me try in the next battle. The only young man in the conference room spoke. Yagura, you cannot leave the village. It won't take us long before we need a new Jinchuriki. You are capable of suppressing the Sanbai's power. If an accident was to happen, how would we handle the matter of the Sanbai? Yes, you cannot leave Yagura. The third Mizukage and the village's elders were in agreement. Yagura is born to suppress the consciousness of the Sanbai. He is most fitting to become the next Jinchuriki. Even without the Sanbai, Yagura was Kage tier. The third believed that he was going to definitely bring along a new future for the mist. He was so unlikely to let him take such a risk at the time. Everyone's unanimous rejection sent him back to his seat helplessly. Everyone, I'll go to the Wave County myself, and this new Kage tier will be taken care of by this old man. After some thinking, the third Mizukage decided to go by himself. This time, the elders had no objections. The third Mizukage was extremely powerful, and one of the strongest Kage tier ninjas at the time. Good, since everyone agrees. While I'm there, the ruling of this village will be handed over to Yagura, and the elders are to support and help him. Yes, Mizukage-sama. A few days later, Ryo's yin seal was finally filled, and he could also finally study the Yuki's ice jutsus. Their ice release was a Kekii Genkai of theirs, completely different from his ice. Their techniques, however, could help him tremendously. For example, the last bloom of his newly used ice arrow was a twist of his on the Yuki clan's ice release, Crystal Wall. After all, the Yuki clan has been accumulating knowledge on ice for hundreds of years. They had many things worth learning that they could offer. Ryo even thought about catching one of them, and then using his Yamanaka techniques to invade his mind and get the information about using ice from his memories. Hey! I knew days ago I shouldn't let 13 jutsus slip from my mind. Ryo sighed as he said that to himself. Right then, a Hyuga clan ninja came rushing towards Ryo. Ryo-san, Shikaku-san wants you to get back immediately and hold a meeting. Okay. Understood. Ryo agreed, and let the Hyuga ninja inform the clan's representatives and the jonins in the camp, while he went directly to find Shikaku to understand the situation firsthand.